How's it going? My name is James and welcome to this Next.js full course. Now, as always, I am supremely excited to have this course live on the channel because Next.js is an absolute weapon. I use it for literally everything. Every time I need to build a full stack application, I'm like, let's use Next.js. And if you're not familiar with Next.js, it's just a JavaScript development framework that makes it really easy to build full stack multi-page applications, which is exactly what we're going to be doing in this course. In this course, we're going to be learning Next.js from the very beginning by building out a full stack application with Next.js and Firebase. And the cool thing about the project is that it teaches you all the core concepts and foundational knowledge that you need to become a Next.js pro, in addition to the project being of the caliber needed to land you a job as a full stack developer. So the course is perfect for you if you are brand new to Next.js, or if you already know a little bit but are looking to develop and hone your skills, such that by the end of this course, I promise you will feel confident and comfortable developing your own amazing applications using Next.js. Now, a couple cool things you need to know just before we dive in and have a look at the project we're actually going to be building. First and foremost is that by the end of this course, or at the end of this course, we're going to deploy the application live to the internet. So you'll have a link that you can share with your family and friends, which is super cool. You can add it to your portfolio. And something I've done differently in this video is I've written out a task sheet of some extra little features that you could go and develop. I've explained how I'd recommend going about and building them. And that's just one thing you could do extra for experts if you want to take what we've learned in the course and try apply it by yourself independently. Hopefully it should be in the perfect Goldilocks zone for you to just continue to develop and advance your skills. And finally, the course is level 3 in the Small James roadmap, which means that prerequisite knowledge and understanding, you need to know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to be able to complete this course. This is a JavaScript development framework, so JavaScript is part and parcel with Next.js. We're going to be learning Next.js, but we're going to rely on you having an understanding of JavaScript before we begin. If you're looking for some courses to brush up on that material, I've totally got you covered. There's an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript course linked in the description down below. If you have a bit of experience with React, that's totally cool, but it's by no means necessary. Now, last but absolutely not least, what do you do if you get stuck at any point? Well, I've got you covered there too. If you get stuck, all of my code is available to you inside of the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. If you head over to my code base, at any point if you get stuck, you can compare your code to mine, see what's going on. Hopefully that will resolve any issues you may encounter, but if that doesn't do the trick, then what you want to do is head over to the Issues tab inside of the GitHub repo and just detail whatever challenge you are confronted with, and either I myself or someone else will respond to you and help you overcome any hurdles you may encounter. Hopefully you shouldn't have to worry about it. The course should be absolutely sweet. I spent loads of time planning and preparing it and executing the recording, so hopefully it's an absolutely grand adventure that we can share together. Anyway, it's about time for me to wrap up my rambles. Let's have a look at the project, the demo quickly just before we dive into the code. And as always, if you enjoyed the course, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. So here's a quick demo of our beautifully responsive full stack application. The cool thing about this project is that if you finish it and get to the very end, then literally you can build just about anything. So we start off with a pretty simple landing page. It's straight into the authentication, no funny business. We've got a brief intro as to what the app does. Nice little graphic image over on the side. Once again, super responsive. So if we come onto a smaller screen, it kind of just overlays the image. And then as soon as we reach the breakpoints, it comes to the side. You can sign up or log in. I already have an account, so we're just going to log in with the existing account. We've got some nice responsive buttons. So as we are good to authenticate, our submit button goes live. We can submit. That's going to log us into our application, bring us across to the dashboard, which is authenticated, protected, and now we're inside of our Markdown notes. So just here we have a brand new note. We can come into the editor and I can say, this is a new note, and have a double pound for a second header. In this course, we'll learn all about full stack dev with Next.js and Firebase. So that's our brand new note. I can check it inside of the editor. This views it as Markdown. This is Markdown syntax. I can go ahead and save that. That gives us a unique ID for this particular note. If I go ahead and refresh the page, it's going to reload this note. This note is persisted inside of the Firebase database, and we could then go ahead and edit it and continue. I can also see the side nav of all of my existing notes. I can click to make a new note, or what I can do is I can click on an existing note. It's going to load in that note just here. So here's a whole lot of Markdown content that is going in the GitHub repo for this course. It's the course description, in addition to the extra for experts. So these are the extra tasks that I've kind of left over at the end of the course that you could potentially have a go at to continue developing your knowledge. And obviously these pages are also super responsive. So we can see our page adjusting as we go down the screen sizes until we reach a mobile development size. And then we have a little side nav that shows up as an overlay, including the off-click closing of that side nav. We can check that it all makes sense inside of the editor. We can, click on different ones and it's all persisted. And then eventually we can log out and we get taken to the home page. So in the grand scheme of things, there's not a whole lot going on, but if you can get the essentials down inside of this project, authenticating, create, read, update, and delete with our database, authentication protected routes, efficient data fetching, then you'll be a master of full stack development in no time. All right, it is now time to begin our grand adventure of education into the realm of Next.js. Now, first things first, to get started or pretty much finish this course, you're going to need Visual Studio Code, which is our code editor. If you don't have VS Code, there are links to install it available in the description down below. And the second thing we'll need is Node.js installed on our device. Now, if we're good for both those things, we're going to start off by opening up a new window of VS Code. It should look something a little bit like this. It might not be the same color. And we're going to begin by creating our brand new Next.js project. Now, to do that, the first thing we're going to have to do is toggle open a terminal instance. Now, the way that we do that is by using the Control and backtick keys, or by using the folder/file options looking for new terminal. If you want to know more about Visual Studio Code shortcuts, you can check out vscodeshortcuts.smalljames.com. This will also be linked in the description down below. And it pretty much describes all of the Visual Studio Code keybinds that I use to accelerate my programming, such as open terminal, and here we can see it's the Control and backtick key. This command will toggle open and close your terminal instance. Once in here, the first thing we're going to do is test that Node.js is working, and we do that by typing node space -v. And if you hit enter on that, that should give you the current version of Node installed on your device. And if that doesn't work, then you probably need to go and configure Node.js. Now, once we've done that, what we're going to do is create our Next.js project. Now, it's pretty easy to do that. Here I have open the Next.js documentation. This is also linked in the description down below. And the command to get started is right here. npm create next app at latest. And that's exactly what we're going to type. Now, you can type it directly into your terminal right here. However, that will initialize the project in this directory. Now, I have a folder for all of my coding projects. There's two ways you could navigate to these directories. One is either via clicking open, and then I can just look up GitHub 2 and click open. That's going to open up VS Code inside of that directory, and then I can just toggle open a terminal, and now it shows me inside of that desired directory. Or what you can do is use the cd change directory terminal commands. So if I do cd ... that takes me up a level, and if I go cd GitHub 2, that's going to allow me to access this folder directory. So it's up to you. If you have a folder where you like to keep your coding projects, then this is what you should do. Otherwise, we can just go ahead and type in the command. So we're going to type in npx space create -next -app at latest space, and now we're going to name our project. Now I'm going to call this project Next.js -15 -course. That's going to be the project name. And then what I'm going to do once I've typed that in is just hit enter on that, and that's going to create this project for us. So first up, it's asked us if we're cool to install the following packages. We're just going to type Y to proceed. Then it's going to ask us some questions. It's like a quiz. Would you like to use TypeScript? We're not going to be using TypeScript in this course, so we're going to say no. Would we like ESLint? Yes. Would we like Tailwind CSS? No. Would you like your code inside a source directory? No. Would you like to use the app router? Yes. TurboPack? Yes. Customize the import alias? No. And that's pretty much it. Your options may look similar, they may look different. It's pretty self-explanatory. And once you get through all of them, npm is going to initialize the project on our device. So now that that has finished running, success created the Next.js 15 course. What we can do is come back inside of Visual Studio Code and we can open up our new project. Now you can either do that by clicking this open button here, or you can go up to the file or folder options, but I'm just going to click open right here, and we can see we're inside GitHub 2. We have the folder directory. I'm just going to select open on that, and that's going to open up another Visual Studio Code. And just here we can see that inside of our Explorer window over on the left hand side, we have our new Next.js 15 course. We can see we are in fact inside that directory. And now we can start taking a look at what our Next.js project comes pre-installed with. So the first things we're going to take a look at inside of our brand new Next.js project is just some of these files here to make sure we have a solid understanding of what's going on. We start off with a readme.md. That's just a Markdown file where we can pretty much include anything we want: notes, explanations, a bit about the project, what we're doing, why we're building it. And this is good, especially if you're going to publish this project to GitHub, which we will at the end of this course, because that's how we're going to deploy it live to the internet. Now, if you were to include this project inside of a portfolio or show it to prospective employers, then I would highly recommend doing a bit of a write-up inside of this Markdown file, pretty much explaining what the project is, so that anyone who comes to view your code base inside of GitHub, they immediately get brought up to speed, they know exactly what they're looking at, and they can navigate your project effectively. Second on the list, we have the package.json. This is just the specs file for our project, specifically related to the NPM ecosystem. A couple of important spec items. One is our scripts. We're going to need scripts to start up our project, specifically this developer script. We'll learn how we can run that soon. Also, we have our dependencies. We can see that React and Next.js are both dependencies. In this case, we're working with React any version greater than 19 and Next.js any version greater than 15. If we come up another file, we have our package-lock.json. This is no touchy, so we're just going to leave that alone. We have a next config file. We're also going to leave that alone. We have a JS config. You guessed it, probably not going to be touching that. And an ESLint config, we also don't need that. So a bunch of files that are just configuration files. They aren't really relevant to our Next.js project, but they may just improve quality of life for your developer experience. Next up, we have a .gitignore. Now, this is a very important file. If we're eventually going to publish this code base to GitHub, well, at some point when we add in our authentication and database services with Firebase, we're going to have some sensitive information that we don't want to make everyone privy to. So what we're going to do is put all of that information inside of what's known as an environment variable file. This is a .env file. We can actually go ahead and create it right now. I'm going to right-click inside of that directory, create or select new file, and just type .env. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that the file name grays out, and this is perfect, and that means, well, it may do that for you. This just means that Git is going to ignore this file and any environment variables that we define in here. For example, I could say password equal to James's cool. We can use this password variable inside of our application. We can save it inside of our .environment variables, but this file won't go any further than our device. So when we go to publish the codebase to GitHub, this file will not be included. And that is very important, because if you have a public repo, a public repository inside of GitHub, where an employer comes to look at your code base and they see you've published your env files and all of your secret passwords and keys, well, you probably won't get hired, because that's a critical blunder. So this .gitignore is very important, and we specify .env to make sure that that file is ignored and it only stays on our local device. Now, if we keep coming up, we have the public directory. This is just for any static assets related to our project. For example, images, pictures, videos, of which we will have a few. So this is very important, and we just serve them up from our public directory. We have our node modules. As we saw earlier, inside of our package.json, our project has some npm dependencies, node package manager dependencies. They come from the npm ecosystem, and they're downloaded into the node modules. No touchy, no touchy. Finally, we have our app. Now, our app is where the magic happens. Pretty much everything is going to be, or the majority of our project is going to be built inside of our app directory. Now, in here, we have a few interesting things. We're going to go ahead and right-click and delete the page.module.css. We don't need it. We also notice that left over, we have a favicon. That's just the little icon that we see up here. We'll learn how we can change that later. We have a global.css. This is going to be very important because we're going to style our whole application inside of here. For the second, I'm going to Control-A select everything and just blank out this global.css file. And now for the important pages. Now, inside of Next.js, when you're working with the app router or the app directory, there's a few important things that you need to remember. And that is, mostly just the reserved keyword names. So we have a page.js. Now, this is the entry point, or essentially, where Next.js goes to look for the code. It needs to render at this path or route. Now, eventually, when we go and boot up our application and we go to that URL, this is the page that's going to get rendered out. So currently we can see in here we have a whole lot of content. We'll learn all about what that content means and does shortly, but this is what's going to get rendered. And so essentially how it works is Next.js looks for page.js files to render on the screen. Now, that's a very high-level overview. We'll develop a deeper understanding about how that works later, but the second file that's also a reserved keyword name is layout.js. Now, layout.js, Next.js assumes that it encapsulates our page.js. Now, the layout.js also cascades itself across any sub routes that we have within our application, and we'll learn all about the routing system very shortly. So that's most of the files. Let's go ahead and boot up our application and see what we've got. So what I'm going to do is open up a terminal using the control backtick key. We are inside the appropriate directory, which is perfect. And now I'm going to type npm run, and I'm going to run the developer script, which is just selecting this script right here. So I'm going to hit enter on that command, and that's going to go ahead and boot up our application on localhost 3000. So I can go ahead and copy that URL and paste it into my browser. And that should bring up our blank Next.js project. Now we get an error. That's pretty straightforward. That's because inside of our page.js up the top here, we have a styles line, and I deleted the styles. Now, that's going to cause us a whole lot of problems, so what we're going to do is just clear out some stuff. So I'm going to get rid of the image, I'm going to get rid of the styles import lines, so the top two lines. Now, beneath that, where we have export default function home, this is what's known as a functional component, and this is a reactjs concept. And inside here, the line beneath, we can see we return some stuff. Now, all of this stuff that we return is kind of like HTML, and I'm just going to select it all of it, top div to bottom div, and delete it until all I have left inside of this functional component is 5 lines of code. So we have export default function home, we return, I put an empty division in here, and then we have 2 lines to clean up. And I'm going to go ahead and save that file. And now when I save that, when we've boiled our page.js down to just this function, we get a happy application. We don't get any errors. Our app is totally blank, and that's just what we would anticipate. Now, inside of React, if you're unfamiliar, we have what are known as functional components, and these are the building blocks that come together to create our application. Now, a functional component at its very core is just a function. So here we have a function. It's exported so we can interact with it in different files. And this function is called home. Components are always capitalized, and it returns HTML. Now, it's not technically just HTML. It's like a metamorphosis of HTML known as JSX. Now, JSX is just JavaScript-friendly HTML, and we'll see why it's JavaScript-friendly very shortly. But what I can do is I can come into this div and type hello world, and I can go ahead and save that, and my page is going to be reloaded, and now I have hello world coming up on the screen. And congratulations, you have officially created, initialized, and booted up your, a Next.js project, and we've got it running inside the browser. So now that we have our application working, let's learn a little bit about some of the benefits of Next.js. So just here, we are at the / route. And I said that when we come to the / route, just like that, what we get is this page right here. So the app represents our app, and when we go to /, we are looking for the page that's pretty much directly the direct descendant child of app. Now, to create a multi-page application inside of Next.js, which is what we're going to need, it's actually really straightforward. What we do is essentially we use the app directory to create these subroutes. So what I'm going to do inside of app is I'm going to right-click on that folder and select new folder, and it's going to be called notes, just like this. Now, inside of notes, what I'm going to do is right-click, create a new file, create a page.js. As I said, Next.js looks for the page.js, and inside of this page.js, I'm going to export a default function called notes page, circular braces for arguments, curly braces for the content of the function, and in here I'm going to return circular braces that contains a div that says hello notes. And just like that, we have created a secondary functional component. It's a page component. And now, because we have notes here, I should be able to come over to /notes. And we can see that Next.js looked for the page.js that contained the div hello notes and rendered it on the screen. And that's essentially how routing in Next.js works. And it's a really powerful concept, because what we're eventually going to learn how to do is make notes an auth protected route. That means that people cannot access it without being authenticated, logged in, because obviously they can't access notes unless they are signed in. So we're eventually going to protect this route with authentication, and this page is going to be generally available for the whole world. And this is where we're going to have our login for different users. So that's a little introduction to routing inside of Next.js. As we build out our application, that will become more and more obvious and intuitive. I actually really like it as a system personally, and it's probably one of my favorite routing systems that I've come across. So we're making some good progress. Now we have our pages working. These are actually going to be pretty much the 2 pages that we really need for our application. There's a couple of other reserved keyword files that we're eventually going to come back and create. One is a not found page. This is super important in case a user goes to a route that we haven't defined. We need to handle that behavior. And another one is an error page that automatically pops up when our application breaks, so that it only soft breaks and it doesn't hard break on a user. We'll learn about those later. So now that we have our app directory working and we've created some page components, we've learned how pages work, what we're going to do is create a new folder. So I'm going to come down the bottom, select new folder, and I'm going to call it components. Just like that. Now, components is a top level folder directory, and it's going to contain all of the building blocks that we're going to need to create our Next.js project. Now, when I talk about building blocks, I'm referring to React functional components. And the cues you should use for when you need to create a new component. technically I could just write my whole application just inside these two files. But that's going to be a mess. It's going to be super hard to navigate. It's going to be really, obfuscated for anybody else to come and look through. So what we're going to do is compartmentalize our whole application into loads of components. And the two things you should be looking for, one, if you ever find yourself rewriting a lot of code, or essentially having duplicates of that piece of code, then you need to turn it into its own component. And two, if you're looking to essentially containerize a section of code, for example, let's say we have a login section, we would create a login component, or you have a header section, we would create a header component. And it's just a good way for us to compartmentalize our application. And so when I'm looking for the logic related to the header, I just look for the header component because that's all nice and neatly compartmentalized. So those are kind of the two cues that we use for creating components. Now, since we have all of that, we have a little bit more project configuration we need to do before we're ready to start building out these components and work on our first page, which is going to be the landing page, so not the notes page. Now, the first thing on that list is to build or bring in an element design library that I have created. It's called FantaCSS, and essentially what it's going to do is pre-style elements, and that just saves us having to do a whole lot of styling for the elements. We'll make modifications to it throughout this course. However, we will be doing all of the styling for the layouts and everything. So I'd say we're going to be doing 80% of the styling, but it's just nice to have some of the elements pre-styled so they just look good out of the box. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste it into the app directory. So here I have fanta.css. It is a few hundred lines of pre-styled elements. You can have a look through. There is a GitHub repo for it. There's a couple of versions of it depending on what you want. There's a default one. There's some extra cool ones. This one is one of the newer ones. But essentially, to access this file, what you want to do is head over to the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. If you go into that GitHub repo and select the app directory, there you will find the fanta.css file. You either create your own one and copy the content across, just like I did, or you can download that file directly. If you're going to download that file, make sure you save it within this app folder. And while you're in the GitHub, if you can star the project repo, love that support. And now that we have this fanta.css file inside of our project, what we need to do is link it to our app, and then we have all of these pre-styled components. Now, a lot of this admin-y stuff is done within the layout.js, and as I said, this wraps our entire application. So just here, if we scroll down, we have the root layout. Now, this is the very top level of our application. This encapsulates our entire project. Here we can see we literally have the HTML, and if we take a look at what we have in here, we just have another functional component called root layout. It receives some children. I'll explain that in a second. That's known as a prop or a property of the root layout tag or component. And inside here we have the body of our application. The body, if we just think of HTML, is all of the visible content. So everything inside our entire application is contained within the body. And when we see the word children, we are thinking of every piece of content, every component, every section that is a child to this layout. So everything within it. And if I were to right click on my application and inspect the page, here we can see that we have the body, and the body contains all of this content, and that's all children content. And we're going to learn so much more about children, but for now, in this case, when we have a layout, children just refers to the page. So anything, Next.js does this automatically. Anything that is returned from the page becomes the children and is rendered out as such. Now, if I were to go to the notes directory, it would just be this page that is rendered within this layout, and that's what I mean by the layouts cascading. This single layout is going to cascade across every single route path page inside of our application. Now, if we just look at children right here, one thing to note is that children is a JavaScript entity. So I could actually come inside of the root layout and console.log children. And now we can actually have a look at what children is. And so just here on the server, that's something interesting to be aware of, is that by default Next.js server renders components. So that's wicked for search engine optimization. There's a couple of nuanced things you have to understand about that we will talk about shortly. But just here with console.log this children, and we can see that children has some props. It's got a whole lot of information, but essentially that's just the JavaScript entity. React knows how to interpret it. It's just some more JSX, everything that is returned from the page. So that is pretty cool. And the other thing to note is that we have now injected that JavaScript entity called children into HTML by wrapping it inside of curly braces. If I got rid of those curly braces, you would see the only thing that comes up on the page is the word children, because it's regular HTML. As soon as I wrap it inside of curly braces, that means that JavaScript is injected inside of those curly braces, and in that case, it's whatever is produced from the children, which, as I've been saying, is this content right here, hello world, and as such, that's what we see. So that's a really cool concept. We're going to practice that loads and loads inside of this course. Curly braces means JavaScript straight into the HTML. That's why we call it something different called JSX, and JSX is wicked. So the very last thing we're going to do before we dive into our first few components for our first page is import our Fanta.css file. Now we can do that by just up the top of our layout.js, we can import string using the quotations /Fanta.css. And you'll know that's been successfully imported because the text has changed color. The Fanta.css background is applied. Absolutely perfect. And we are pretty much good to go. A couple more things to note just quickly. Metadata is just the title and the description, so that's meta information about our page. We're going to meddle with this later, but with all of that done, with all of that said, you now have added in FantaCSS to your application, learned a little bit more about functional components, and we can now dive into page number 1, which is going to be the landing page. So for the landing page, this is what we are going for. It's actually pretty simplistic. It's a bit different. We've got a little note taker over here. It's kind of like the lo-fi girl. And then over here, we've got the summary. So MD notes, organized note taking made easy. Build your own archive of easily navigated and indexed information and notes. And then we have a login, and then down here we have an attribution. And this is pretty much everything we need for this landing page, and then it's straight into the application, and that's what we're going to start building now. Now, step number 1 of the many steps that we have is to write some componentry. So what we're going to do is start off by creating our first component. So we're going to right-click on the components folder and create a new file, and it's going to be called login.jsx. Now, .jsx is the file extension for a reactjs component. So I'm going to hit enter on that, and that's going to create the file. Now, inside here, what we need to do is export a default function called capital login to match the file name. And from that, we return a div. Imagine that. That is our whole functional component. Super straightforward, no extra catches or anything. That is literally all we need. Now the login form is going to have all of that content up the side. It's going to be this whole entry, relatively straightforward. And so what we're going to do is start off by making sure that this login component can actually be seen on the screen. Because just creating a component, if I write some content in there, that doesn't make it come up on the screen. So whereabouts is it? So we need to do, now that we've defined our functional component, our building block of our application, we need to render it. Now everything in our application so far is going on either within this page, or the layout. Now the layout for this project is going to remain relatively empty. We've got some special authentication logic that we'll eventually need to write in here. So we're going to render out this component inside the page. Now we have established that the page, Next.js knows to look for these pages, so they actually already get rendered. So what we're going to do is come into our page and we're going to remove this div right here, and we're going to start off by swapping out for main tags. Now we're swapping it out for main tags because of some adjustments that we will eventually make within our layout that we haven't done yet, but we will get to that shortly. But what we need to do now that we have these main tags is we can go ahead and render out this component. Now to render out a component, you pretty much import it. We'll see how the import works shortly, but that's essentially why you export it, so you can import it. But we render it as if it were a tag. So we have the little tag, and here I just say login, capital login. The auto import comes up, so I hit enter on that. And this is a self-closing component. Now there's a difference between self-closing and not self-closing components that we will discuss later. But for now, all you need to know is that this is a self-closing component, which means that it doesn't have a corresponding closing tag. Now here is the import line up the top. This is the default alias for our import. So that's going to import that component from the components library that we have created over here. And now if I go ahead and save that, we can see ASD shows up on the screen. So you have officially rendered out your very first component. Now there's a whole lot of extra modifications we're going to need to make to this, because obviously that doesn't really look much like a login form. But first what we're going to do is come into the layout. Now one thing we're going to have inside of this application is a pop-up screen. Now there's 101 million ways to do pop-up screens. I have a favorite way of doing pop-up screens. And so what we're going to need to do to enable that is modify our layout. Now the first thing I want to do is get rid of the class name that is currently assigned to the body. That's just got some fonts. I don't care for them, so we're going to remove it. And we're also going to remove these fonts up here. Now this is one of the ways you can apply fonts to your project. What I've actually gone ahead and done is currently they're being imported directly via the FantaCSS CSS sheet, but we're going to look at another way shortly. But for the second, that's absolutely fine. We can come back into our layout and remove these fonts, and we can remove the font import line up the top. So now our layout just looks like, it's 18 lines of code. We've got our imports for our CSS sheets. We've got our metadata that's super important. We'll adjust that in a second, and we have our component. Now for the metadata, let's go ahead and rename this to MD notes, all uppercase, and then I'm going to have the bar or poll character, and then I'm going to say easy breezy note taking. And if I go ahead and save that, that's just going to change this title of our web page to match what we just typed in. I challenge you to come up with another creative name for this application. Sounds like a great thing to do. And now that we have renamed it, what we're going to do is come down to the body tag, and inside of the body tag, we're going to create a div. And this div is going to have an ID attribute equal to app. And then underneath that, we're going to have another div, and this one's going to have an ID of portal. So now we have two new divs. Currently, they sit above children. And this first one is going to actually be the wrapper for our application. And the reason we're creating two is because when we create overlays, specifically modal overlays or portals inside of React or Next.js, what we're going to do with them is we want to take them completely out of the context of the web page and just render them in their own thing. So currently, this is the content that's getting rendered by Next.js. Well, we just essentially want to actually make it so this is our app, and this is like a second app. You could almost think of it as a second application that we're just going to slap on top, but only when we want to. So we're just going to differentiate them by two divs, and what I'm going to do is take this children line here and put it inside the opening and closing div for the div with the ID of app. So now curly braces children just sits inside that first div, and if I go ahead and save that, it doesn't really change anything, but we'll see the benefit of that later. Now the other thing I'll do while I'm here is just remove that console log, because I really don't need to see what children is a million times over. So I'm just going to enter that and click save. And now that we have done that, we can come back over to our page. So just in here we have ASD, that's what we would expect. Let's go ahead and start adding everything else that we need. Now the first thing we're going to need, in addition to starting out our login form, is to wrap our login inside of a div. If you recall, we had the image on one side and then we have the login on the other side, so I'm just going to create this div, and what I'm going to do is take the closing div and put it on the other side of login, so that login is a child of this div right here. Now we're going to give this div a class name, and that's interesting. Normally when we assign classes to tags using, or for CSS, it's class equals, but in React class is reserved, so now it is class name capital N. That is the attribute we use to style our application. And this is going to have a class name equal to hero-login, and we will start creating these styles after we've added some of the content. So we're going to write that class, and that's all good. And then above this div, we're going to have another div, and this one's going to have a class name attribute equal to hero-image. So here you can imagine the two divisions. This is the image div, and this is the login div, and the image div is obviously going to be the bigger of the two. Now main is going to have an ID of hero, so we're going to say ID attribute equal to hero. That is a unique identifier for this main content. And inside of this div with the class name hero image, we're going to have an image. So we're going to have an image tag that's going to have an alt tag equal to a string that says hero-image, and a source or src tag equal to hero-image.jpg. Now that image is a self-closing tag, and if we go ahead and save that, we don't find any image, and that's because we don't have an image. So what I'm going to do is drag that image into place, into the public directory. So there's the image just there. Now you will need to download this image from the GitHub repo. That is linked in the description down below. What you'll want to do is open that up, come into the public directory, select hero-image.jpg, and click download, and make sure you save it into your public directory. That is very important. Now when we go ahead and save that and I refresh the page, we can see that the image does in fact load up. It's super subtle in the background. It's quite aesthetic if I must say so. And eventually what we'll do is we'll style it to just take up as much space as it can on that side, and then we'll have our login on the other side. Now that pretty much does it for our home, and that's actually perfect. When you are writing pages, it's best if you can keep them as simple as possible. If you remember, componentry is all about compartmentalizing your application, and I can come to my home and I'm not overwhelmed by a million lines of code. I can see, oh, I've got an image and I've got a login, and then we can go to the login and see the login logic. So pages, best to keep them as small as possible, as few items as possible, just like we have here. Now if we go ahead and come across to the login component, this is a bit of a different story. We can have a little bit more code in here. So what we're going to do is open up login.jsx, and we are going to start off writing in some content. Now the div is good, we need the div, but what I'm actually going to do is remove it for a second to introduce you to a new concept. Now, inside of functional components in Next.js or React, you can't return two things from a component inside of the JSX. You can't return a div and then a sibling div. We can have a div and have that second div inside, sure. That's absolutely happy because this is like one thing. It's one thing that has a child. But this is two things, and that's not happy. Even if I put a comma to separate them, well, that did work, but I don't think it does work. I'll be actually flabbergasted if I've been wrong about this for the whole... Yeah, see, it totally doesn't work. It recognizes the second thing, and that's the only thing that shows up. So we can only return one thing. That was almost stressful. We can only return one thing from React, but sometimes we need to return two things. So what do we do? How could I write this code so I could return both of these divs? Well, one solution would be to wrap them in a div. So now I could go like that and we can see that I actually get both these things showing up on the screen. That's one solution. The problem with that is that now I have a whole lot of divs. If I look into my application, come into the hero, I've just got div after div after div after div. And you know, this one right here is kind of like an empty div. We almost don't need it. You know, like these divs could just be children to this hero login. So is there a way that I can essentially return an empty div or a container that doesn't actually exist? Well, there is, and it's called React fragments. And what we do is we take the divs, we delete the divs, but we leave the little alligators. And these are known as React fragments. And now if I go ahead and save that, that still returns both of them. However, it's removed this issue we were having over here of having too many container divs. So that's something good to be aware of. You can return multiple things from a component if you wrap them inside of React fragments. They kind of look like fragments. You know, if something was fragmented, it's a nice way to think about it. And that's a cool concept to be aware of. Now, we actually don't need the second div. That was just to, you know, case in point. But this first div is going to have a class name attribute equal to login-container. That is very important. And what we're going to do is fill it out with a whole lot of content. Now, if you recall, at the top of our login component, we had some text, the introductory text, the header for the application. So we're going to start off with that. And that's going to be an h1 tag that has a class name equal to text-gradient. That's a FantaCSS style. And in here, we're going to have a capital MD notes. And I can go ahead and save that. And now we get text gradient for MD notes showing up. Perfect. Underneath that, we're going to have an H2, and this is going to say organized note taking made easy. That's our little catchphrase slogan. I can go ahead and save that, and that shows up just there. Perfection. And then underneath that, we're going to have a paragraph tag, and this is going to say build your very own archive of easily navigated and indexed information and notes, period, full stop. And we can save that, and now we kind of have the text we need for our little application. I'm going to zoom that up to 100% zoom. And now underneath that, we're going to have a div. This is going to have a class of class name equal to full-line. That's a FantaCSS style, and actually I lie, it looks like that doesn't exist, so I guess we're going to be styling that ourselves. And that's just going to be a line that differentiates some of the content. So it's going to differentiate the little, oh, we'll be able to see it here. If I come on to, look how nice and responsive that is. Oh, that's so cool. We can see the little full line just here. So eventually we'll program that in. Now underneath the div with a class name of full line, that's just an empty div. We're going to have an H6 element, and this is going to say sign in. And then underneath that, we're going to have a div. This is going to have all the login stuff. So we're going to have a paragraph in here that's going to say email. And then underneath that, we're going to have an input element that's self-closing. And this is going to have a type attribute equal to text. So this is just plain old HTML. And it's going to have a placeholder attribute equal to a string that says enter your email address. So that's a little container done for that input. If I go ahead and save that, we can see we have some pre-styled elements, which is perfect. That's just what we need. We've got the input, we've got the sign in. That's all hunky-dory. And then underneath this div right here that contains the email stuff, we're going to have another div. And this one's going to have a paragraph that says password. Imagine that. And an input that has a type attribute equal to password, and a placeholder that's going to have a string that has a whole bunch of asterisks. That's a self-closing input. We can go ahead and save that, and now we have our password field showing up. We have our two little form items. That's all good. Now, if we come down a little bit further, there's some other stuff that we need. So underneath this div that has the password stuff, we're going to have a button that has a class name equal to submit-btn, short for button. And this is going to contain an H6 text element that says submit. That's going to be our beautiful submit button. So there's our submit button down the bottom. And beneath that, we're going to have a div that has a class name equal to secondary -btns for buttons-container. And this is going to contain a button that has a class name of card-button. This time button is full-secondary. That's a FantaCSS style. And that's going to have a small tag inside it that says login. So this should be the opposite of whatever the user is currently doing. So currently they're signing in, so we actually want them to create an account, but we'll make sure that's wired up appropriately later. Now, one thing you might notice is that currently we're just adding a whole lot of content. Nothing is legitimately interactive. If I submit the button, nothing happens. If I click login, nothing happens. None of this is wired up properly. And the way that I like to approach building out reactjs or Next.js or pretty much any kind of application is I throw the static content onto the page. It's not working, it just looks appropriate. And then I bring all the interactivity. And to break that down even more, it's actually put the content on the page. Phase 2 is styling it. Phase 3 is making it all interactive. So to get started with, we're just going to get some content on the page. Once we have all the content on the page, we'll add some elements of interactivity. So underneath this button that says small or login inside of small tags, we're going to have a secondary button. This one's going to have a class name equal to card-button-secondary, just like the other one. And this one is going to contain a small tag that just says forgot password ? And this is going to be for resetting the user password. Now underneath that div, that secondary buttons container, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name of full-line. We're going to write that in. That's going to be our line that subdivides it. And then finally, we're going to have a footer element. Now, this is admittedly slightly unconventional placing for a footer element, but because our layout is unconventional, it doesn't have a traditional header, it doesn't have a traditional footer, I'm just going to include it inside the logic because it's kind of, this thing right here. This attribute button is going to be our footer. So we're going to add this footer tag, and inside here that's going to have an anchor tag, so it's going to be a link. The anchor tag is going to have a target attribute equal to _blank. It's going to have an href, and this is going to be equal to your GitHub. Now eventually we're going to be publishing this project to GitHub to deploy it. And I recommend that you make it public so that you can show prospective employers all the cool code that you write. And this is going to be a button that just links them to the GitHub repo. So if you were to put this project in a portfolio, they can go from the project where they take a whole lot of notes, and then they can go straight to the code base. So we're going to say https://github.com/your username. So mine's James MCA. And eventually we're going to come back and add in the repo name. To be fair, I actually think you could just go Next.js-15-course. That might work, we'll find out. So we're just going to leave it like that. That's going to be our anchor tag, nice and neat, and that's going to be a link that takes them to the GitHub repo. Now inside here, we're going to have a few things. One's an image, one's an H6 element, and one is an icon. So we're going to start off with the image. Now the image is going to have an alt attribute equal to a string that says PFP for profile picture, and an src or source attribute equal to a string. And this one is I'm just going to take the image from my GitHub repo. This is me when I got my driver's license in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob was very jealous because he struggled for a long time to get his license. Now, whatever this picture is, we're going to right click on it and I'm going to copy the image address. Now that's going to get us a link for that picture, and I'm going to paste that into the source attribute just here, and then I'm going to close that image tag. Now if I save that, that should import that terrible image, which it has. How funny is that? And eventually we'll get around to styling it. We can kind of see our form coming together. We've got the forgot login, we'll have the lines, all that good stuff. We just need a few more elements inside of this anchor tag. After the image, we're going to have an H6. This is going to say @ and then the username. So James MCA. Remember to star the repo if you're in GitHub. Thank you. And finally, we're going to have an icon. Introducing new concept. How to add icons to project. Now the icon library that I love to use for most of my projects, they get some, at this point it's free advertising for them, it's crazy, I should just make my own. FontAwesome.com, so easy, linked in the description down below. You just come and click on icons and you get whatever you want. In this case, we're going to look up GitHub in the search, and it's going to go and look for a GitHub icon. We're going to click on the free ones because we're cheap. And look, we have some GitHub icons. Now the way it works is you select the icon you want, it pops up just like this. This is a good example of a modal overlay. This is exactly how our one is going to work. It's an overlay of the screen behind. We've got a backdrop, we'll have a backdrop as well. That's what our modal is going to, or essentially its functionality. But if we come down, here we can see we have the icon and we scroll down, and this is the icon tag or entity. Now there is a React option. Don't click that one. I know it's tempting. That's not what we want. We just want the HTML entity, and I'm going to click on that to copy it, come back to my application and paste in that icon. Now, first thing we have to do with icons, I always forget this, so don't be too hard on yourself if you end up forgetting for all the icons we'll end up having. Class doesn't exist, so we need to change class equals to class name. Very important, and if we save that, we should have our icon. Or maybe not. So if I scroll down, we can see we have James MCA showing up. That's cool. That's that H6 element. There is no icon. And that's because the second thing to using Font Awesome icons is that we need a special link that wires our project to be able to use Font Awesome icons. Now this is going to be linked in the description down below, but it's essentially a Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This is what I Google. Once again, this will be linked in the description down below. And it's just a special link, and we're going to go ahead and copy it very shortly. But to add links to a project, we need to understand like where the metadata is. Now, currently, one thing that's funny about Next.js is that there's no obvious HTML entry point. Like we don't have an HTML file that we can just go and meddle with and override everything. We don't have, you know, we have this for metadata, but I don't have anywhere to add CDN links, for example. I can't add any custom scripts. I can't have any head tags. And technically, that's not entirely true. You can add them, and this is kind of the HTML of our content, but we're going to do something slightly different. We're going to create a special component inside of the app directory. So here I'm going to right click on app, create a new file, and this one's going to be called capital head, not header, just head, .js, not JSX, just JS. And actually I lied, that's meant to be a lowercase head. Now inside of head, we are going to create some head tags, but first we're going to create a functional component. So we're going to export a default function called capital head, circular braces, curly braces, you know the deal. And inside here, we're going to return the head tags. Now these head tags are where we're going to add some, not all, but a lot of meta information about our page. Eventually we'll add our font families in here. And it's also where we're going to add this CDN link. So what we're going to do is come back to this cdnjs.com, select this link one right here, copy the link tag, come back to this and paste that in here. Now that's going to add the link. We're going to quickly modify some of the attributes, specifically the ones that are 2 words. Cross origin is going to become cross origin capital O, and referrer policy is going to become referrer policy capital P. Now if we go ahead and save that, that's step 1 complete. There's one more step to having icons working. We come back into layout, just underneath this HTML tag, above the body tag, we're going to render out head. Now make sure you import the right one because there's a couple here. We're going to import it from ./head. Go ahead and render out that self-closing component, making sure we add the import line up top. And if I go ahead and save that, we have an error, and that's because head needs to be lowercase. Like that, because it's a lowercase head over there. And if I go ahead and save that and come back to my application, lo and behold, we have a GitHub icon. How cool is that? I can Let's see if I can just really zoom in on it. 500%, there's our GitHub icon. We have officially wired up our project to be able to take advantage of Font Awesome icons. And that also concludes the content, the static content for our login page. So the next step is going to be to style out, or technically it's all the content for our landing page. So now we have to style it out, make it look beautiful, and then we can start working on our dashboard or our authentication protected routes. Alrighty, so for the styling, the way we're going to do it is come into globals.css, which is currently completely blank. And the way I like to essentially set up my CSS sheets is I start off with general styles. So we're going to add the term general and just paste that in there. Underneath that, we're going to have styles for the hero section. So I'm going to paste that in there. The hero section is kind of like the landing page. So all the styles pertaining to the landing page. Underneath that, we're going to have hero sections for the dashboard. So they're going to go underneath there. Then we're going to have utility classes. Sometimes they're important. And finally, we're going to have media queries for responsive web design. So we're going to start off by adding in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 headers so that we can, essentially separate our styles, and it just makes our document that much easier to navigate. Now, first up, we're going to start off with general. And there's pretty much only one style I really want to throw in here at the moment, and that is to target the app. Now, if you recall, inside of our layout, the app is this div right here that contains the children. And we're going to target it by its ID. So inside of globals.css, we're going to go pound app. That's going to target the div with the ID of app. And we're going to give this 3 styles. We're going to give it a flex display, so display flex, a flex direction of column, so change it from the default row to column. And finally, we're going to give this page a min-height of 100% of the view height, and that just ensures that our app takes up at least the full height of the page. Now with that style done, we can move into the hero section or the landing page. Now that didn't really change anything because our content naturally becomes more than a page, but that will be important soon. So for the hero, if you recall, if we come into our page, this one, we start off with a div with or a main section with the ID of hero. And so that's what we're going to target first. We're going to go pound hero. And inside here, we're going to give this a display of grid. Now, if you recall in our app, this is essentially going to be a column display. So for the minute, it's 2 columns. We can come wider and wider until it becomes more columns. And then on a small screen, it's 1 column. So we're going to have a few media queries in here that we'll add in shortly. But that's more or less how this is going to work. And I really like grid displays. Tailwind CSS actually was what made me much more comfortable with grid displays. But now I just write them straight into CSS because I feel cool with it. So we're going to set the display to grid. And all of the styles that we write in here are going to be for the mobile device. So we're going to style the mobile layout first. And then via the media queries, create the styles for incrementally bigger screen sizes. So for the mobile hero, we're going to give it a grid dash template dash columns, and that's going to be repeat. We're going to repeat 1 column, so invoke repeat with the circular braces. Pass in 1 as the first argument, comma, and then a min max, we're going to invoke that, and that's going to be 0, 1 fr. So we repeat 1 column, and it's going to have a minimum or maximum dimension. It's essentially clamped between either 0, so infinitesimally small, or 1 fraction of the total. So if we had multiple columns, each of them would be an even fraction. So we can go ahead and save that, and that will just create a 1 column layout, which for the second doesn't really look like much. So what we're going to do is target the hero section, and then we're going to target the div. Now, if we just write this would target every div within the hero section, which is going to be problematic. We just want the direct descendants. So we add in the little alligator mouth where div looks like it's eating the hero. And inside here, we're just going to give these a padding of 2 rem, and that's just going to essentially give us some space around our application. So now we note that all of the content is padded. It doesn't sit hard up against the boundaries of our application. Now underneath that, we're going to target the class .hero -img for image. Now this is a class that we applied to the image. We can see we have the hero image right here. And this one, what we're going to do is give it a position of fixed. Now what this does is it essentially takes it out of the relative context of the page. So currently it sits before the login, but by making it fixed instead of relative, now they don't know, well, essentially the relative content is still going to be the login form, but the image is just going to sit everywhere. So if I just go ahead and save that, that's going to pretty much fix our image here, but that's not quite what we want, so we're going to have to add a few more styles. What we're going to do is give the .hero image a top of 0, a left of 0, a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and a Z index of -1. So obviously we want it hard up against the top, hard up against the left. We want it 100% wide and 100% high. So it's pretty much going to occupy the full extent of its container. The Z index means that it sits behind all of the other content. And finally, we are going to give it an overflow of hidden. Now keep in mind that this is the div that contains the image. So currently we can see that just doing that sends our image to the back, which is perfect. However, the image still doesn't occupy the full extent of the page. So after that, what we're going to do is target the .hero image class, and then we're going to sub-select the image tag, so img. And that's going to target the image within the div that has the class of .hero image. It's like some long rhyme. Now this is going to have a position of absolute. Similar to fixed, it takes it out of the relative context of the page. Fixed means that it's always fixed in relation to wherever we scroll. Absolute means that it's positioned relative to its nearest relative parent. So essentially, if we give this a position of absolute, it's just going to sit contextually within its nearest parent, which is this one. Now we're also going to give this a bottom 0, a left of 0, so hard up against the bottom, hard up against the left, a width of 100%, so take up the full width, a height of 100%, and an object fit of cover. Now what this means is that we want the image, sometimes the aspect ratio or the resolution of the image isn't going to match the screen. So if we give it the object fit of cover, that means it's going to fit the object to cover that dimension. So it's pretty much going to leave no space open, which may also cause the image to overflow. And finally, we're going to give this a Z index of -1 as well. And if I go ahead and save that, now we can see in the background, we actually have our image just sitting there, and it's fixed relative to the page. And if I make that bigger, we have the girl sitting doing her little journaling in the background. But I just think it's a cute little faded out background. And this is our mobile device. Now underneath that, we're going to target the .login-container class. Now this class is inside of .login, and it contains all of the login content. So this is quite an important one. And this is going to have a display of flex, so it's a flexible container. If you're looking for, something to brush up on flex displays, I actually have something for you. If you come over to smalljames.com, come on, we can do this, smalljames.com, into the roadmap, and just here in chapter 1, Flexbox in 8 minutes, everything you need to know, might be worth checking out, in addition to loads of other courses. But anyway, back to what I was saying, we're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to set it to, or give it a flex direction of column. We're going to give it a gap of 1.25 rem, a maximum dash width of 600 pixels. That's going to make sure that the width can't be more than 600 pixels. We're going to give it a width of 100%. So if it's within or beneath that max width criteria, then we want it to occupy the full width. And finally, a margin of 0 auto. And what that's going to do is ensure that when we reach that criteria of 600 pixels, it's going to self-center. So you can see how the login form reaches that maximum width, and then the margin is automatic. 0 is vertical, auto for horizontal. So the margin on either side is automatically assigned to either side of that, and we can see that as the orange right there. So that's pretty cool. That's giving us a nice little login form. Underneath that, what we need to do is override some FantaCSS stuff. So we're going to say .login-container and subselect the inputs, which is where the user is going to enter an email and a password. We're going to give them a width of 100%, a max width of unset, and a padding of 0.75 rem. So we're just going to I think the max width is something that is assigned to the inputs. So now they're just a little bit bigger. This is what they actually look like. Just there. So I think that's looking pretty tidy. Obviously, this is only really intended for the mobile screen. The large device size will look different. And if you recall, it kind of doesn't really get much bigger than this. And eventually we'll have the image pop up on the side. So underneath that, we're going to target the .submit-btn for button. Now this is the style that we applied inside of login to our submit button. So what we're going to do is give this a width of 100%, a max width of unset. So just like we did with the input, of unsetting a max width that may have been set inside of FantaCSS. A display of grid, we're going to place item center. That's the easiest way to center children elements. So we use a display of grid. We don't have to specify any columns, and we just say put everything smack bang in the center. And so that's going to center the H6 element, which is the child, and we're going to give it a padding of 0.5 rem. Now if I go ahead and save that, we just have a nice, neat little submit button. It's all squishy, and submit obviously sits smack bang in the middle. Now underneath that, we're going to target the secondary buttons container class. So I'm pretty much just working down the component in terms of where the styles are. So we're going to target .secondary-btns-container. This is going to have a display of grid. We're going to give it a grid-template columns. We're going to make it a 2-column grid so that each of the sub buttons, this is the forgot password and the swap between registration and login, so that each of them occupies half of the or one of the 2 columns. We're going to repeat for 2, min, max, 0, 1 fraction. This is something that's just worth getting good at because grid columns are so incredibly helpful, and we're going to give it a gap of 1 rem between them. And now our 2 beautiful buttons have their 2 columns. However, currently you can see the 2 columns just there, but the buttons aren't occupying the full extent of their available space. So we're going to say .secondary buttons container subselect the button, and we're going to give them a white dash space of no wrap. That ensures that if the content is, or essentially wants to overflow, that it never wraps onto a new line, specifically the text. We're going to give them a padding of 1 rem, a cursor of pointer, so that they always have the clicky pointer, a width of 100%, and a max dash width unset from FantaCSS. And that's going to give us 2 great big buttons just here. So we have a login and a forgot password. And what you could probably do is make this a 0.5 rem padding vertically and a 1 rem padding horizontally, just to slim them down a little bit. I think looks a bit tidier. So that's looking pretty good for our login form. Nice 1.25 rem spacing between everything. We're still missing the full line styles, but we will get to that shortly. And now what we need to style is the footer. Now for our random footer, what we're going to do is target the element directly, and we're going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 0.5 rem. We're going to align the item center. So across, or essentially down the column, the items are aligned centrally, so always in the middle vertically. And we're going to give it a padding of 1 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. So that's just going to put our footer content in the center. So if I go ahead and save that, well, it doesn't really look like much now, but our footer kind of sits in the middle. You can see how it could take up the whole space, but it's centered all that content. Now within that, what we're going to do is subselect the anchor. So we're going to say footer, then the anchor tag. Now this is going to have a display flex, align the items center. So the default is a row, align the items center, aligns them vertically in the middle of that row. A gap or spacing of 0.5 rem, a padding of 0.5 rem, except for the padding right. So we're going to specifically allocate the padding dash right to 0.75 rem, so it's a little bit larger. We'll see why shortly. We're going to give it a background, which is a variable amount, so make sure we invoke var, and that's going to be the variable border, background dash muted. Now that's just some FantaCSS variables. We're going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid transparent, and I'll explain why we make it transparent in a second. We're going to give it a transition duration of 200 milliseconds, so any effects take 200 milliseconds to occur, and a text dash decoration of none to remove any underline. And now we have our row. Still doesn't look so hot flash, but at least everything is in a row. We've got our muted background, and we've got some overflowing content, which we need to obviously deal with. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is target the footer and then the anchor, and then use the colon to select the hover state on the anchor tag. And in here, we're just going to change the border color to be a variable amount, and that's color dash link. So dash dash color dash link. And what that's going to do is change the border from transparent to that link color when we hover over it. Now, if we didn't set the border to transparent originally, and just add the border on the hover, you'd get some janky looking jump around element. And that's because when you add the 1 pixel, it's going to adjust the sizing of everything. So we need to make sure that the border actually exists from the beginning. We just change the color, and then we won't get any jump around effects. Now underneath that, the last thing we really need to do is change the footer. So we're going to say footer, then the anchor, and then the image within the anchor. So footer, space A, space image, and those are the tags directly. And we're going to give this a max dash width of 30 pixels, an aspect ratio of 1/1. That means that the height always matches the width, and we're going to give it a border dash radius of 100%, so it's perfectly round. And now we have a round little image and a neat little footer element just down here. So that's pretty much exactly what we were looking for. And that nearly does it for our mobile device. The last thing we need to do is obviously, when we leave the mobile device size, adjust the layout, and that's pretty straightforward. So for that, we're going to come down to media queries. Now, we're going to use 3 media queries for this project. So we're going to say at media circular braces min dash width 640 pixels. So that's going to be our first breakpoint, the smaller breakpoint. This is just as we leave the mobile device size. After that, we're going to say I may as well copy that, to be honest. We're going to copy this, paste it twice more. So underneath that, the next one we're going to do is 768 pixels. So that's kind of leaving tablet size now. And then underneath that, we're going to have one more, and that's going to be 1024. And that's going from like a 13-inch MacBook to like a properly big desktop size. Now inside here, what we're going to do is start off with the 641. So we're going to come inside 640. So when we reach a minimum width of 640 pixels, what we want to do is adjust the hero style. So we're going to say pound hero, hash hero, and inside here we're going to say grid dash template dash columns, and we're going to repeat. And currently it's 1, we're going to set it to 2 for a min max of 0 and 1 fraction. So it's the exact same line, except now it's going to be 2 columns. We're also going to give it a flex of 1 so that it occupies the full height of the parent container, which is going to be our app. And that pretty much just ensures that it reaches that minimum width of 100% of the view height. Now, as we come down, we're going to keep it the same. For the hero, we're actually going to skip this one just here. But when we reach the really big screen at the 1024, we're going to say at hero, and in here we're going to say grid template columns, and this time we're going to repeat 3 columns for a min max of 0 and 1 fraction. Now, the random thing about this particular one is that we only have 2 children items. We have the image and we have the login. So why would we have 3 columns? Well, what we're going to do is get the image to take up 2 of the 3 columns. So it's just going to keep us in that 1 column down the side, and we'll be able to see what this looks like. So if I come down onto a small screen, we have 1 column. As soon as I hit 640, so just here, we get 2 columns. That's good, that's what we want. 2 columns. And now when I get a little, there you can see them just there, and then when I get a bit bigger, we're going to eventually hit 1024, come on, 1024, just here, 3 columns. And now our thing just always sits on the side, except we actually want it on the other side. And eventually we'll want to constrain the image to just the one size. So what we're going to do is come up to this first media query just here, and we're going to say .hero-image. So this is 640. Currently it has a position of fixed. That's why it's still always occupying the entire screen. We're going to change it to position of sticky. Now sticky allows us to make sure that it always sticks to the top of, well actually no, we don't even need to specify anything. Sticky, we've already specified the top of 0. This ensures that it always stays positioned to the top. So even if the login screen got way longer, and I'll demonstrate this in a second, the image is just going to stay stationary. So changing this position will mean that it no longer occupies the full width. And so now we can see just here, the image stays on the far hand side. So now our image stays on the far side. The last thing we need to do, currently what I'm really looking for is, I want our login to scroll, but I want the image to stay stationary, and that's what we're going with sticky. However, currently the image doesn't have a constraining height. So what we're going to do inside of .hero-image is say max height of 100% of the view height. And the effect that that's going to have is now we can scroll, and the login form is happy to scroll, but the image stays stuck to the top of the page. And so now if I come down to a mobile device, it's fixed position, it's in the background, that looks all pretty. Nice and neat. We come up to a bigger screen size and it stays stuck over there. This stays on the right hand side now. And then if I eventually reach the 1024, well now we have one last thing that we need to iron out, because essentially this image, you know, we have an empty column over here. So what do? Well, what I want to do is make the image take up the first 2 columns. So we're going to come down to our last media query, and we're just going to say .hero-image, and we're going to say grid-column span2/span 2, and that just says to span 2 of however many columns are available. And in this case, there's going to be 3 when we're at this media query. So that's just going to make the image span the first 2, and we can see that just here. We can see the 3 columns in the image takes up the first 2. And now our login screen is looking excellently responsive, and it's stuck to the top. We've got our nice little footer element. We've got all our fun buttons. And that is that's our landing page pretty much complete, to be fair. That's everything we need. Looks good on a mobile device. Always good to style out your mobile layout first. So now that we've done that, we're not going to make it interactive just yet. We're first going to actually style out, or essentially add the content for our home page, set up the auth protection for our notes screen, add all that content, style it, and then we can make it all interactive. And then we can add Firebase to legitimate the authentication in the database. So that will be awesome. Alrighty, so to dive into our next page, the first thing we're going to do is come across to the /notes path. So in here, we're going to type /notes, and that's going to bring us across to an empty screen. So currently there's nothing there, and that's actually exactly what we'd expect. We haven't coded anything to be in there. We don't have any layouts, and that is all good. And the first thing we're going to do is actually create a layout. Now currently, this layout right here is going to encapsulate or cascade down across all subdirectories. So also this notes directory. And we can prove that because here we have a div with the ID of app and a div with an ID of portal. And we can see they're both still there. And the div with the ID of app is what contains the content in the page, which is the notes or the hello notes text currently. So that's what we have just here. However, we can have multiple layouts. So if I were to create a layout in this directory, which we're actually going to do, so we're going to right click on notes and we're going to say new file and we're going to go layout.js. And in here, we're going to export a default function called note, capital layout. And inside here, this is going to have some circular braces so we can receive an argument, and I'll explain the argument in a second. Then we're going to open up this function. We're going to return circular braces containing a div. Now, if we just do this, something interesting is going to happen. If I go ahead and save that, now when the page refreshes, we've actually lost the page content. And that's because this layout, we will in fact have some empty divs inside of our app. We can see these empty divs there, these ones right here. So this layout is actually being read by Next.js. However, now because we've created a layout which is a reserved file, it receives the page as a property of the layout. So it's kind of like the children content is a property of our layout which contains, houses them. So what we have to do is, because we've created this layout, it's going to wrap any sub-contents within the notes directory. And what we have to do now is tell it what to do with its children content. So in this case, the reason we've got props is because when, essentially these components need to receive this information, we've given the layout some props, some children elements that it needs to receive. So we receive them as the props argument. And then we can come into the function and we can const curly braces and destructure out something called children equals to props. Now, this is the first time we're coding this out. However, it is exactly the same as what's going on inside of our root layout. So just here, the root layout destructures, this is a one-line destructuring. It destructures out the children, where the children is the page content. And this is actually applicable. It's a concept applicable to all components inside of React or Next.js. For most of our componentry so far, they're self-closing elements, which means they have no children. The component tags where we render them don't contain anything. There's nothing between the opening and closing tag. Obviously, the login element has children content inside it. For example, this is all children content, but where we render it, there's nothing there. So it doesn't receive any children. Now, giving a component or a tag children is one way of communicating information to that component. There's a couple of ways we can communicate information, but the moral of the story is that all of that information is received by the component by creating props. So if we come into our layout, we've given it the argument props. That's basically saying, okay, you're going to receive some information. One of those types of information is children. In this case, because this layout automatically wraps our page according to Next.js rules, it by default has children. So we need to receive the children, destructure it out of the properties of the component, and then we can come into the tag just here, inside the div, and because children is currently JavaScript, we need to return or add some curly braces so that we can inject children. Now, I appreciate this is a slightly complicated concept. We'll practice it lots so you will feel confident and comfortable doing it. So now if I add children inside of curly braces, we see hello notes comes back, and that's because we've told the layout where to render the page, basically, which is cool. And so now that we have that working, we're actually not going to just have divs here, but you'll see where I'm going with this later. We can come into the page and start adding some content. Now, there's a whole lot of logic in here, and eventually what's going to happen is if a user comes to the notes path, but if we find they don't have an account, then we're going to boot them out and redirect them to the landing page, or the slash route, essentially. That's how our authentication is going to work. There's a whole lot of ways you can create authentication protected routes inside of Next.js. Kind of depends on, what the objective of your particular application is, but because our landing page is inherently the login form, I think it's appropriate that we boot them over to that page if they're not authenticated. And some of my other applications, what I'll instead do is conditionally render content. We're going to touch on conditionally rendered content, but it's a slightly different way of handling that experience. So now we have hello note showing up. The first thing we're going to do is just write out all of this content, and that's also going to require us to have some sub-components. Now inside of notes, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of those divs and return some section tags. So we're going to have a section. Oh, no. And we're going to return the main tags. Now the main is going to have an ID equal to notes, and this is going, a unique ID of notes. We're going to have the corresponding closing tag. Go ahead and save that, and now we have notes coming out inside here. Now we have a div that's wrapping our main. We don't want that, but we'll deal with that later. Now inside of notes, what we're going to do is have an actual section tag, so a less semantic tag, or a tag with less semantic meaning, and this section is going to have a class name attribute equal to notes-container. Very important, and this is going to actually have our note-taking field, so essentially where we're going to write all of the content. Now inside here, what we're going to do is add a div, and this div is going to have a class of notes-button, and this div right here is just going to contain some action items. For example, we're going to have a button that has a class name equal to card-button-primary. That's a FantaCSS class, and it's also going to have a secondary class, so they're going to be space separated of menu. And this is going to contain an icon. So in here we're going to have an icon, and that has a class name equal to fa-solid space fa-bars, and that's just going to be the menu bars. So if I go ahead and save that, now we can see we have this little menu bars icon showing up right there, just as we would want. The two other things we're going to have to add in here is eventually a Markdown viewer and also a side nav, but we'll do that shortly. In addition to having this menu button, which is only going to be for mobile devices, after that we're going to have another button, and this button is going to have a class name equal to card-button-secondary, and this is going to contain an H6 element that says save, and it's also going to have an icon with a class name equal to fa-solid space fa-floppy-disk. These are all Font Awesome icons that you can look up within fontawesome.com. I just happen to know what they are. And now inside here we have our save button. That's obviously not styled just yet, but we're going to have a menu button, a save button, and we're going to have a button that switches the user between the editor and the viewer. So that will be interesting. And the way that that's going to work, just out of, for curiosity, when a user clicks on a note, it's by default, if it's an existing note, going to open up the viewer. However, if it's a new note, then it will default to the editor. So finally, we're going to have one more button, and this is going to have a button. It's going to have a class name equal to card-button-secondary. And inside here, we're going to learn about conditional rendering. Now, depending on a condition, if we're looking at the viewer, if we're looking at the editor, then we want to change what this button is going to say. For example, I kind of want to have an H6 that says editor. Let's assume we're looking at the viewer currently, so we're looking at the Markdown, but we want to go ahead and edit it. And then I'm going to have an icon that's fa-solid space fa-pencil. Now this button is going to look like, if I click it, you're going to think, okay, we're going to go and edit some content, right? That's what you would think. However, what if I was currently looking at the editor and I wanted to look at the viewer? Well, then we're going to have an H6 that says viewer, and we're going to have an icon that has a class name of fa-solid fa-check-double with a space in between. So that's going to be our different set. Now if I add them all in here, we get this funky looking button, and so you can just imagine what each of these is going to look like. Obviously the icons will eventually end up on the side, but the moral of the story is that I don't want to display both. So what we're going to do for the second is come up to the top, and we're going to learn how we can conditionally render one or the other. So up here, I'm going to define some static logic. Now this is just some JavaScript that will eventually be dynamic, but for the second we're just going to hard code it, but still introduce the concept of conditional rendering. So I'm going to say const is viewer equal to true. Now, if is viewer is true, then we should be looking at the viewer, right? That seems pretty intuitive. So sometimes when I'm defining variables that represent a state of something, I like to throw the is word in front because it's, you know, the state of being. So is viewer true? It's pretty intuitive that we should show the viewer. Now, because conditional rendering relies on JavaScript, we're going to need some curly braces. So we're going to come inside that button and throw in some curly braces. And the first thing we're going to do is put our condition. So we're going to say is viewer question mark. Now this is the ternary operator, and it's like a one-line conditional check equivalent to an if-else block. So is viewer question mark is equivalent to saying if is viewer is true. And then what we do is after the question mark, we have a true case. So in here it would be true, and then we have the colon, and then after the colon we have the false. And this is just all JavaScript syntax. So what we're going to do is start off replacing the true case. So if it's true, what I want in here is to have some logic. Now, the logic we want, if we're looking at the viewer, we want the button to show or to click the editor. So I'm going to copy those two and paste them in. So I copied those two elements, the H6 and the icon, and pasted them between the question mark and the colon, and we're getting some problems. And it's the same thing I came back to earlier when I said that we can only sometimes return one thing. And in this case, we're trying to return two things. Even though they're kind of siblings, we can't do that. So if we want to take two things but make them one, bundle them together, we need React fragments. So I'm going to create the opening and closing corresponding closing fragment and encapsulate our content, our H6 and our icon within those fragments. And now that removes our error and our code is happy. So that's the true case. Then we have the false case. And for the false case, we're going to do the same thing. Just return some fragments just like that. And now we're going to paste in the H6 and the icon between the opening and closing fragment. And so just like that, we have introduced conditional logic. So now, is viewer, if it's true, we render out this first fragment and its consequently, or its children content, which is going to be the editor button. Otherwise, colon for the otherwise, render out the second lot. So if it's the otherwise case, then that means we're looking at the editor, so the button should select, or should, you know, say to click and get the viewer. So if I go ahead and save that, now we only have editor showing, and that's because is viewer is true. But if I were to change that to false, now we have the viewer button. And so that's one way that inside of React or Next.js, you can conditionally render content. So render, you know, one thing or another dependent on a condition. Now, after that, what we're going to do is come beneath the buttons. And we're actually nearly finished with the content section, which is pretty straightforward. Then we'll do the side nav, and then we'll do the Markdown viewer, and then we'll style the whole thing. So underneath this div right here, we're going to have, you know, just above the closing section, still within the section, we're going to have a div, and that's going to have a class name of full-line. And that's just going to be a full line to separate the buttons from the text area. And underneath that div, not within it, but underneath it, we're going to have a text area element, and that's going to be self-closing, and that's going to have a placeholder equal to a string. So just a static string, and that's going to say the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And that's just going to be a placeholder that, you know, feels like a prompt for a user to input their note. So if I go ahead and save that, here we can see we have our text area coming up beneath the buttons. Currently it's resizable. That's not the effect that we want. But eventually what we'll have is something along the lines of, you know, some buttons up the top, and then it's just going to be a whole page where a user can input their notes. And the text area is going to pretty much occupy the whole screen. And then when they click to go to the viewer, it's going to swap out the text area for an element that just shows the markdown content. So what I would actually do in here is say pound the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and then the pound in Markdown is a header, so when I went to see the viewer, it should theoretically show up as big text. So what you could even do, well actually no, that's totally fine. And that's technically everything we need for the second for these nodes. Now the two things we're going to do in addition to that is create some componentry. Now the components that we're going to create are threefold. So we're going to come down to components. Currently we just have the login, and I'm going to create one component. This one is going to be called side nav, where side is capitalized and nav is capitalized. .jsx for the React file extension, and in here we're going to export a default function called side nav, matching the name to the file name, the name of the function, then the circular braces, then the curly braces. Now this one is definitely going to need props or properties as an argument because we will be passing it information. Now communicating information between components inside of React or Next.js, there's a bit of an art to it. It's pretty straightforward once you wrap your head around it. We'll touch on that more when we get to the interactivity section of this course. For now, just be aware that saying props or properties as an argument when we create our React functional components is just priming these components, these building blocks, letting them know that in future they will be receiving information. And now inside this functional component, we can just return, and for the second, I'm going to return I believe it is a section element inside of the side nav. So we're going to return a section, and that's going to have just class names, but we'll sort that out in a second. For now, let's just return the section standalone. Then we're going to create another component. This one is going to be called md viewer. Well, actually, let's just go with md.jsx. That's nice and short. Maybe we'll go MDX. That feels kind of like JSX. That feels a bit more fun. So MDX, where MDX is all uppercase in this case because it's an acronym. And inside here, we're going to export a default function called MDX. And that's just going to return a div for the second. So that's our second functional component. And then we're going to have one more. This one is going to be a new file. And this one is going to be called editor.jsx with a capital E. And inside here, we're going to export a default function called editor, circular braces, curly braces, and inside here, we're just going to return a div. Whoa, that's some serious wind. Crazy wind. I don't even know if you can hear it, but it is a storm outside, but it's really hot in the office, so I have the window open. So hopefully you can still hear me, even if you can't really see me because this light... There, oh look, there it's me. Anyway, that was a little tangent and aside. So now we have, I'm not trying to rename that element. So now we have our three components. What we're going to do is tidy up this page right here with all of this content into pretty much just these three elements. So first up, we have to render out our new components. So the first one we're going to render is the side nav. And we render them out just as if they were regular tags. However, we have the capitalized function names. So here we have the side nav. That's just going to be a self-closing tag. Has no children elements. We can render it out and then make sure that it is imported. So we have to add the import line up the top of where or essentially at the very top of our file, even above where we define our function. That's component number one. So that should be in there, and we can just confirm that it's in there. What I'm going to do is just say side nav inside of side nav, just inside the section, inside of the editor. Inside the divs, I'm going to say editor, and then finally inside MDX, I'm going to say MDX, just so we have some content so that we can confirm they're actually rendering correctly. Now, after the side nav, we have all of this content here, and what I kind of want to do is tidy up this component or this page by moving all of this content into its own component. So what I'm going to do is copy this whole section inside of main. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to come into the editor, and I'm going to replace the divs with that section. Now, editor is also going to need to receive information, so we're going to give it the argument props. That's super important. We're not going to deal with that just yet, but in future it's going to need to receive information, so we're just letting it know now that that's going to be happening shortly. So we add that as an argument, and we've pasted in that content, removing the div. And now, instead of having all of that content written out here, we've broken our application down, we've compartmentalized it even further into a nice file and folder directory, and we can just render out the editor using that auto import that pops up with the IntelliSense to render it out the top of the page. Now we're currently getting an error because isViewer doesn't exist over there, and so actually what I'm going to do is teach a little bit about how to communicate information in just a second. Now finally, after the editor, what we want is the Markdown viewer. So what we're going to do is render out MDX. Once again, you saw that auto import come up. We're just hitting enter on it. Equally, you can type these lines out manually up the top. So we've now imported 3 components. We've rendered out the 3 components. And so now when I save my application, soon they will show up, but now we're having an issue. Now this issue is relatively straightforward in the grand scheme of things. Essentially what's happening is inside of editor, our component, our JSX, is looking for the variable isViewer. However, it doesn't exist inside of editor. It exists inside of this page. So technically I could just move it across. However, in future, we're actually going to need to define this variable in here, and I'll explain why later. So for now, what I'm going to do is leave it here, and instead of moving it to editor, I'm going to pass it from the page to the editor. Now, one thing to note when we pass information is that we're passing it down. We're passing it from parent to child. And that is the easy way to pass information. It's very challenging to pass information up the chain, so from child to parent. Not impossible, but pretty challenging. So we're passing it down. And so what we do, we've learned about children. That's one way we can pass information down. We're going to learn about the second way, which is via attribute style props. And that's essentially just adding an attribute to our component. So for editor, what I'm going to do, it doesn't have any children because it doesn't have a corresponding closing tag, but we're going to give this tag an attribute, and it's going to be called hello. Now that's the name of the attribute. We're going to assign a value to it, and it's going to be a static value, and that's going to say equals a string that says world. So now what we're doing is we're passing information down to this component, and it's just a random string assigned to an attribute called hello. And what we can do is come into the editor, that's where we've passed it down to, and now that's going to be contained inside of props. So what we can do is destructure out hello. We know we're looking for an attribute called hello from props. So here's the destructuring syntax, and then I could console.log hello. And we should see somewhere that world comes up. We can actually see that it does come up, and then we carry on down as we render it, and we get to isViewer, and it all breaks. Now that's how you pass static information down. So we define some information here, we passed it to the component editor received it, and then we consoled it. So that's super cool. Now we need to pass down isViewer. So what I'm going to do is actually just keep it nice and simple, and I'm going to define the attribute with the exact same name as the variable that we're going to assign to it. And that's going to be equal to, so I'm going to assign some information to this attribute style prop isViewer. And in this case, it's not just a static string, it's dynamic. If it's dynamic, it's JavaScript, so we need curly braces. And inside here, I can just throw in whatever value is associated with the variable isViewer. So now we're passing isViewer down to this component. We can come into the component and just once again destructure out isViewer. So this is just the destructuring syntax, and now I'm destructuring out isViewer. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see now we have our text area, which is our editor, still showing, but we also get MDX down the bottom, so that's our Markdown editor. And we've learned how to communicate information from parent to child via attribute style props. So the two properties a component can have is predominantly either children, of which we haven't really seen outside of our layouts, or attributes properties, which is just a label and a variable or a value assigned to that label. So that's pretty handy dandy. The last thing we're going to do is just once again look at some more conditional rendering. And we could technically do it the same way we did it using the ternary operator with the content in this button. However, I want to show you a secondary way to conditionally render content. Now for our application, we should never be showing the editor and the MDX viewer at the same time. It should be one or the other. So what I'm going to do is define a variable that says const. Well, actually, no. To be fair, we've already got the variable right here. Imagine that. Is viewer. Now, what we're going to do is start off by wrapping editor inside of curly braces. Once we've wrapped it inside of curly braces, this is just me being pedantic. I like to then use circular braces. So we've encapsulated it with curly braces on the outside and then circular braces on the inside. And we only want to show the editor if isViewer is false. So we're going to say isViewer and then have a not out the front. So not isViewer, and then we want to show the editor. So this syntax right here is called the AND short circuit for whatever reason. And essentially what it says is only if not isViewer evaluates to true, then show this component. So the double ampersand is the AND condition, and it says it has to be the condition and only then do you get the component. Now what we can do for the MDX is just do the exact same. So wrap it inside of curly braces, circular braces, and then we can say isViewer and MDX. So if, this time we don't have the exclamation out the front, so if isViewer is true, then show MDX. And just like that, we're only ever going to get one or the other. So in this case, we have isViewer is false, which means we should be in the editor. And so currently only the editor shows up. But if I were to change that to true, it would swap. So now we only have MDX. Now, that's just the second way that you can conditionally render content. Technically, we could have used the ternary operator because in this case, it's an if or an else. However, this has introduced one small problem that we're going to resolve. And I would like to mention at this point, there's 101 ways that we can go about coding some of this stuff. The way that I've chosen to do it is the best for educational purposes. Doesn't necessarily make it the perfect way or the way that I necessarily would code out some of these systems, but it's pretty trivial in this case and doesn't make much of a difference, but it's good for educational purposes. Now, what I'm talking about is technically speaking, if we come into the editor, what we want is for our notes button, this stuff right here that allows us to swap. It has the save, it has the bar, it has the toggle. We actually want that to be visible inside of MDX. However, we've contained it within the editor. So at this rate, what we would have to do is copy this code, duplicate it, and have it inside of MDX as well. So both the editor and MDX essentially get this little header bar. However, that would be pretty much duplicating code, and that is the red flag. And this is the educational purpose behind what we're doing just here. Because we would have to duplicate the content, we're going to create a component for it and render it multiple times. So componentry is great because you can write code once and render it all over the place. So that's what we're going to do next, and that's going to ensure that both MDX and the editor have access to the bar with the button that's going to toggle between the two view states. So I know I said that this probably isn't the way that I would legitimately code it. I'm just doing it this way for, you know, the educational gain. But to be fair, it's actually a completely legitimate way to do it. There's nothing against this manner. Essentially, the difference would be instead of coding it in both MDX and the editor, what you could just do is render it out like here as a third thing. But there's nothing wrong with containing it within these two components, and that's just what we're going to do. So we have this editor just here, and we have an empty MDX. What I'm going to do is create a component. So we're going to right click on the components folder, select new file, and this one is going to be called, we're going to call it action editor buttons, just like that, I think is what we're going to do. Editor buttons. And so, no, sorry, I lie. We're going to go top nav.jsx. So we have a side nav and we have a top nav. Now top nav is going to be capitalized on the T and capitalized on the N. And inside here, we're going to export a default function called top nav. And top nav is going to need props because we're going to pass it information. So we add props as an argument so that this component knows that it's going to receive information, and we're going to return for the second, very simply, a div. Now what we're going to do is write the code once for that little top nav section. Currently we don't see it because we're rendering MDX, but if we come back into the page, change isViewer to false, save that, reload the page, then we get our top nav. So our top nav is this element right here. Now what we want is to come into our editor, which is where it currently is. These are the notes buttons, and I'm going to copy the notes buttons content. So it's everything. I'll probably even do the full line, to be honest. Yes, I will do the full line. So it's everything that was that div. So literally all we have left inside of our editor is the section in the text area. Now what we want is to come into our top nav and just paste that instead of this div right here. Now we're having an issue because we're trying to return two things. We're returning a div that has all our buttons and a div that's a full line. So what do? Write the word in the comments down below so that I know that you knew what the answer was. Fragments. We bundle these two elements together, so we create the opening and closing fragments, and we paste it down beneath. And now we return one bundled up item that contains two sub elements. And now we can come back into the editor, and in here we can render out that component by saying top nav, make sure we import it. I use the auto imports, and that's a self-closing element. And then what we can also do is do the exact same thing inside of MDX. But first, what we need is to have access to isViewer inside of our top nav. Now, this is going to introduce another concept known as propagation, or propagating props through components. So we can pass a prop or an attribute from, or a piece of information from a parent to a child, but then we can pass it lower and lower and lower. And eventually, if you do that too many times, you encounter a scenario that's called prop drilling, and prop drilling is not great. However, as long as it's like 2, maybe 3 max layers of componentry, you're fine. So currently we're at number 1. What we need to do now is take isViewer, which our editor receives, and continue to pass it down to the top nav. Now there's 2 ways we could do this. One, we could give top nav an attribute style property called isViewer. Say that's equal to curly braces and pass in isViewer. That would be totally valid. And then we would receive it the exact same way. However, sometimes you just want to propagate props down directly without having to unpack them and relabel them and do all that kind of stuff. So a shorter syntax that will make sure that top nav has access to every prop that our editor gets is we can delete that. We can have some curly braces where we would add attributes, and we spread, use the triple period for the spread operator. We spread out props. And that's saying to top nav, you get everything that the editor gets. And now we can come into top nav. I can actually copy this line right here. And then, well, to be fair, I could cut this line, delete this console log because we don't need that right here. And now I can come into top nav and I can paste it in, and problem solved. So we pass it directly through the editor into the top nav just like that, and happy days, everything is working. And now what we can do is come into MDX. MDX is going to receive props, and we can, at the top of MDX, just here where we have this div, I'm going to enter that onto a new line. I'm going to format MDX viewer to be a section, just like that. We'll give this a class of MDX-container. And at the top, what we're going to do is just render out top nav, making sure we add the import line. I use the auto import. It's a self-closing component. And we're going to literally do the exact same thing and spread props, pass it down to top nav. And now we've written the component once and we've rendered it twice. So now MDX and the editor should both have access to the relevant content and also that little top navigation bar. So if I come back into my page just here and change isViewer to true, save that. now we can see that we still have the top navigation even if we're looking at the MDX content. So that is absolutely brilliant. That's just what we were looking for. And now what we can do is set isViewer to false and fill out all the content in the side nav. Now the side nav is a little bit of an undertaking, but it's going to be a very cool component, especially once we've styled it all out. And it's going to start off with a section just here, and that is absolutely perfect. And at the top of the section, what we're going to do is give this an H1 element that has a class name equal to text-gradient, and that's going to say MD notes, just like that. So that's the title of our application. If we save that, MD notes shows up over there. What we're going to do for the section is give it a class name, and that is going to be nav, just like that. And eventually what we're going to do is come back and make this class name dynamic. Now currently we've just been setting a string of class names for a particular tag. However, if you wanted to make them dynamic or dependent on some logic, essentially all you do is you wrap them inside of JavaScript, and then you can run some logic in here and pretty much concatenate strings to get the outcome that you're looking for. So for now, we're just going to park that by wrapping it inside of curly braces, and we'll come back and make it interactive later. And now we're going to carry on down the H1 underneath, down under the H1, which is going to be an H6. And this is going to say easy breezy notes, pretty straightforward. Then we're going to have a div that has a class name of full-line, which we'll eventually style out. And then underneath that, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an H6 element that says new note. So this is the button someone's going to click to create a new note. Then we're going to have an icon that has a class name of fa-solid space fa-plus. So we're just space separating them. That's a string. I know these icons off by heart, but you could come over to Font Awesome Icons and look up the plus. You can see I've looked it up recently. Click search, and that's going to find that icon that we're looking for right there. And then we can see the icon that I've just written out. Underneath that button, what we're going to do is have a div that's going to have a class name of notes-list. And this is going to contain, it's kind of like the ChatGPT view, but we can actually see it, I think, in my version. Am I even logged into my one? Is that going to work? I did have an account for this, but it's not here anymore, and I'm not currently running this application. But if you were to come over to ChatGPT, you essentially have all your little panels down the side. That's the effect that we're going for. So what we're going to do is underneath this button, imagine we have a side nav over here. We're going to have little tiles that allow people to recognize their notes. So that's essentially how we're going to categorize the information. So it's not just one big note. You have all of your notes organized on the side. You click on one and it opens up in the editor. I think Obsidian, it's kind of like Notion, kind of like Obsidian, that sort of vibe. Now inside here, we're going to need some notes. For the second, what we're going to do is create some fake notes. Now a note is essentially just going to say const note equal to array, and that's going to be notes, not note. And this is just going to say hello, have a string that says hello, comma, and a second string that says world. Now that's obviously not what our notes are going to look like, but that can be our placeholder for the second. So I've just created that array. And the reason we're creating an array is because our notes are literally going to come to us in the form of an array. We're going to have a huge long array that has all the notes that we could possibly want. And these are eventually all going to be saved inside of our Firebase database. And what we can do with these tiles is we can now write out a little clicky button that will allow people to open up this note. Now there's a couple of interesting things that are going to happen here. Well, actually, it's technically impossible for me to write a button for every note because we can't anticipate how many notes a user is going to have. So we can't hard code that. So what we need is a method for iteratively rendering content inside of React or Next.js. And fortunately, there is one available to us. Now, if we're going to write something once and iteratively render it for a huge number of times, that's JavaScript. So when we think JavaScript, we think curly braces. And what we're going to do is go to notes, and we want a button for every note in notes. So we want to iterate over notes. Now we do that with the array method .map. So we type .map. .map takes a callback function just like that. The callback function has two arguments. One is going to be the note, and the second one is going to be the IDX or index of that note. Now inside here, what we're going to do is return some content. Now whatever we return is going to essentially be rendered on the screen for that particular note in the array notes. So a .map takes something, it iterates over an array, and for every iteration it reads that first thing and returns some modified version. So in this case, we take a note, and instead of just returning the note, we instead return a button related to that note. So inside here, we're going to return a button, and this is going to have a class name equal to card-button-secondary. And when we create or iteratively render content like this, the top level thing that we return, which in this case is the button, needs a special identifier called a key. So we need to give it a key attribute, and that is equal to some curly braces because it's dynamic, and we have to give it a unique key. And this is a very important performance concept for React. So the key is going to be the IDX or the index of that element in the array, because that will always be unique. There is only one element at every index, so every element has a unique index. So now that we have all of these buttons rendered, I could write ASD, ASD, and now what I would expect is to see two ASD buttons because there's two elements in the array. So that is absolutely perfect. Now obviously we're not going to just have ASD, ASD. What we're going to do is instead have a paragraph that's going to have some curly braces so that we can inject the value that is note. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is have a small element, and this is going to just say date time in all caps as a placeholder because we're going to come back later and add that in addition to some buttons. So we're going to add one final thing in here, delete button icon. So this is just going to be a text placeholder that we will come back and finish shortly. For now, that should be absolutely fine. So what we can do is go ahead and save that, and now we should have these three things. So we have two buttons. It says hello, then we have a date time, and then we have that placeholder that we need to come back and revise later. So now that we have that div for our notes list, well actually, I nearly forgot. One other thing we have to do. What if we don't have any notes? Well, then we want to tell the user that they don't have any notes. That's kind of important. So what we're actually going to do is turn this into a pretty cool little conditional statement. So we're going to, out the front here, just before we have notes.map, inside of the JavaScript, we're going to say notes.length equal to 0. And doing the equality not equals, so that's the double equal sign, question mark. So this basically says, is notes.length equal to 0, question mark. And just in here, we're going to have a true case. So if we find out that it is equal to 0, we're going to have some stuff in here. Otherwise, then we have the colon for otherwise. And otherwise, that means we do have notes because notes.length is not equal to 0. And then we iteratively render all of the notes. So in this true case, what I'm going to do is just literally render out a paragraph that says you have 0 notes. And that's pretty much it. That's our whole conditional statement. And then what we can do is put this stuff on different lines, and we can make it very legible, user-friendly. So this just says, if notes.length is equal to 0, question mark for the ternary or the ternary operator. If that's the case, then we have a paragraph. We return a paragraph that says you have 0 notes. Then we have the colon for the otherwise case. Otherwise, render out all of our buttons. Pretty straightforward. So if we go ahead and now save that, we still render all our buttons, which is exactly what we would expect. However, if I were to put an empty array out the front and comment out the second, now we would expect the paragraph to show up that says you have 0 notes, which is exactly what we're getting. So that is perfect. So that's just some nice little conditional rendering. So clean. To do that inside of vanilla web development, it would be such a pain. And that concludes our notes list for the minute until we come back and style it. Now underneath this div, we're going to have another div. This is going to have a class name of full-line. And then finally underneath that div with the full line, the class name full line, we're going to have a button This is going to be a logout button, and this is going to contain an H6 element that says logout, and also has an icon that has a class name equal to fa-solid. And here's one for you: fa-arrow-right-from-bracket. Making sure you spell that right. And if you're not sure, that icon comes directly from Font Awesome. If you search logout, that's what comes up. So it's just this one right here. So from fa right from bracket, but I think we took a different variant. So maybe we took this one, fa arrow right from bracket. You could use either one though, it doesn't really matter. So now we have our nifty little logout button. That's pretty cool. And eventually this is going to look, you know, pretty hot flash, but obviously not yet. Now with that done, we can go ahead and style out some of this content, which is going to be super cool. Now the styling through here is a little bit comprehensive, so we're just going to ease through it, but it should be very achievable. So the first thing we're going to do is come into our styles where we have dashboard. That is very important. And in here, what we're going to do is start off by targeting hash notes or pound notes to select the wrapper for this page, which is the main section that has the ID of notes. So that's going to be very important. Now this is going to have a position of relative, a display of grid, and for the mobile device, it's going to have a grid-template columns. It's going to be a repeated value. We're going to repeat a singular column, comma, for a min-max dimension of 0 and 1 fraction. And finally, we're going to give it a flex of 1. So for the mobile device, that won't really change much until we eventually reach the breakpoints or media queries, where we'll split it into multiple columns. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is first target the nav, which is the side nav. So that's going to be .nav. And if you recall, we can come into side nav and see that just here. This has the class name of nav. It's dynamic because eventually we'll come back and add some stuff to it, but we won't do that yet. And in here, what we're going to do is actually subselect a second class. So we're going to have a comma and then target .notes-container, and then have a comma and also target mdx-container. So 3 classes, and we're going to give them all a padding of 2 rem. That's just going to push the content in a little bit, give us a nice border around the edge. Now underneath that, we're going to target .notes-buttons, BTNS, and that's our top nav. And this is going to have a display of flex. We're going to align the items stretch so they all occupy the full height. We're going to say flex-wrap of wrap. So in case they're too wide, then they overflow onto the next line, and give them a gap of 1 rem. And that's going to make sure these buttons sit adjacent to one another. So there's notes, and that looks like it's note button, not buttons. So let's just make sure we adjust that. And now they all sit at the same height, nice and neat. And then what we're going to do is sub-select the buttons themselves. So we're going to say .notes button, and then target the button within that container, and give them a display of flex, align items center, a justify content of center, and a gap of 1 rem. And that's just going to put the row orientation on it so that the items sit, you know, aside one another. So I think that looks pretty good if you ask me, and we can see it wraps onto a new line down there, and that is all good. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is target the .nav, and this is going to have a whole lot of styles. First up, we're going to give it a border-right. That's going to be 1 pixel solid and a variable color. So we're going to invoke var and pass in --border-primary. We're going to give it a flex direction of column. Notice we didn't give it a display of flex. There is a very good reason for that I will explain shortly. I actually am such a muppet. We're literally about to give it a display of flex. Imagine that. Silly James. You'll see where I'm coming from later though. Trust me. We're going to give it a gap of 1 rem. We're going to give it a height of 100% of the view height, so 100 VH. An overflow of hidden. A position, this is interesting, of fixed. We're going to give it a top of 0. We're going to give it a max dash width of 65%, a background that's going to be a variable amount. So we're going to say var dash dash background dash primary and a z index of 10. Now, if we go ahead and save that, that's going to literally just turn it into a side nav. And if we come down to the mobile device, that's what it's going to, well, the start of what it's going to look like on a mobile device. So when we open up the menu, the side nav on a mobile device, it's going to leave 35% as like an area that we can click off, and we're going to have the rest of it be clickable just like we have here. And eventually we'll program the logic so that when we click off it, it will close the side nav. But that's what it's going to look like on a mobile device. On a big screen, it's not going to have a fixed position. It will just sit to the side by default. But, you know, that's what we're working with for the minute. Now, underneath that, we are going to continue on with the styles. And one style that we're going to add is a dot hidden dash nav. Now, this is an interesting style. It's actually the one that's going to be conditionally applied, and this is going to have a display of none and an important flag. So that's going to be an exclamation important flag. Now, what we're going to do is actually pause there and come into side nav, and we're going to add in that conditional logic. So up the top, just underneath notes, what I'm going to do is define a variable. It's going to say const show nav equal to true. And eventually, currently these are static variables, which means that they do not respond to any form of user interaction, and I'll go through all of that later when we focus on the interactivity of this application. But for the minute, we're just going to hard code that value, and what we're going to do inside of the curly braces within the class name for this section inside of sideNav is we're going to concatenate on some extra class names basically. So we're going to say plus circular braces, and we're going to say show nav question mark. So if show nav is true, then we're just going to concatenate on an empty string, nothing. Otherwise, that means that we want to hide the nav, and so we're going to add on hidden dash nav. So if show nav is false, then we're going to append on or concatenate on a class name that is hidden dash nav. Now, one important thing when you're doing this is to leave a space at the end of this original string. And the reason we want to do that is because when we add them, if there's no spaces, then they don't get recognized. So sometimes with these strings, you just want to add spaces at either side to make sure that they are distinct class names. Now, if I go ahead and save that, that should not hide my nav because show nav is currently true. But if I said show nav false, don't show the side nav, now it goes away. And eventually that interaction will be programmed to interact or essentially respond to clicking this menu button. So that's pretty cool. The other thing I'm going to do quickly is just bring these notes back basically. So I'm going to remove the empty notes so that we actually have some notes so we can see what they look like when we style. And I'm going to keep show nav to true because that's pretty much what we're styling at the second. So now we have new note and we've got some buttons down here. So now that we have our little sneaky hidden nav, we can come down and we can target .nav and subselect the button and give that a width of 100%. We're going to give it a max dash width of unset. That's to unset a value specified inside of FantaCSS. A display of flex, we're going to align the items centrally, justify the content space between, and give it a gap of 1 rem. And that makes sure that when we have a button and an icon, they get split to either end. So if we go ahead and save that, now all our buttons occupy the full width, starting to look a little bit better. We have our little icons here, and eventually this will be pushed down the bottom and we'll have a full line. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is target the .nav and subsequently the .notes dash list within that. And this is going to have a flex 1, and what that's going to do is push the login down the bottom. And that's because suddenly notes, wherever it is, takes up as much space as it possibly can. And that's super important. That is going to Just make sure that the login sits down the bottom, which is kind of what we want. And now that our login button is down the bottom, what we can do is give this element a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 0.75 rem between all of the note elements, and we're going to give it an overflow Y of scroll. And the reason we're going to do that is because the side nav has a height of 100% of the view height. So it can't actually overflow our screen. So we need to make sure that the notes list can overflow. And actually that's not overflow Y, that should say auto, not scroll. So that's going to make sure that if we had too many notes, let's do a case in point. Let's come into the side nav. I'm just going to propagate this. You don't necessarily need to do this, but I guess you could if you wanted to test if it works. Let's just make a load of notes, and now we have a nice little scroll container for all of our notes, little scroll bar on the side, and it doesn't implicate, or basically, you know, our side nav doesn't scroll bigger than it needs to be, so that's perfect. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is target the buttons inside of notes list. So we're going to say .notes -list and the subsequent button, and we're going to give these a display of flex direction of column, align items start. That's going to keep everything left justified. We're going to give it a gap of 0.25 rem, and we're going to throw an important flag on that because we're overriding some styles. We're going to give it a text transform of capitalize, an overflow of hidden, and a padding of 0.5 rem. So that's just going to make them look a little bit different. We're also going to give them a min-dash height of fit content because that is very important. And now we have all of our buttons just there with their associated paddings. They're nice and spread out. And they have the flex column. So eventually the title is going to go up here and the date will sit underneath, and the delete button is going to be programmed to sit over to the side, but we'll do that later. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is target the .notes -list and then the button and then the paragraph within the button, and just give this a width of 100%. We're going to give it a text align of left, a white space of no wrap, an overflow of hidden, and a text overflow of ellipsis. And these styles are pretty much what we need to ensure that we have, we truncate the text. So if I were to make this first one just really long, we would expect to see that text truncated. Did that literally show the whole thing? 1, 2, 3, 4. That literally showed the whole thing. So it needs to just be longer. So if I make that extra long, we can see we get that 3-dot truncation right there, which is perfect. So that's going to prevent any weird overflowing when we title our notes on the side. And that's looking pretty good for the notes container, to be fair. And the icons go to the far side, so that's perfect. The other thing we're going to do underneath notes list is just target the .notes -container. We're going to give that a display of flex. We're going to give it a flex dash direction of column. This contains our text area, remember, a gap of 1 rem, and also a flex of 1, and it also has our top nav. So I'm going to come into side nav, set the show to false so it goes away for the second. So that's going to hide the side nav, and then we can focus on this element. So that's just going to push this down a little bit, give it a nice flexible display for the notes container. And that's also going to be for the comma.mdx container. So they're going to be pretty much exactly the same. And then within the .notes container, we're going to subselect the text area. And we're just going to apply some styles here that say a flex value of 1, a max dash height that's going to be unset, a max dash width that's going to be unset. We're going to give it a border of none. We're going to give it a resize of none so a user can't fiddle with the size. And I'm going to give it a background of green for the second, and that should just, well, it was meant to take up the whole page. Let's see why it's not taking up the whole page. The text area looks like notes container is not taking up the full page. We need to give that a display of flex, So we need to come to notes container really quickly and just make sure that that has a height of 100%. And that's the first step. And then the second thing we need to do is it looks like we just have an extra div, a cheeky extra div. That's what's making everything go wrong. So somewhere, wherever main is, I believe it's going to all be happening in, this is where the problem is. So we just need to come into our note layout really quickly and change these divs to fragments. So we just had an extra div in there and that fixes everything. Now our text area takes up the whole screen. And I think I should be able to remove that height of 100%. Does that still work? Yeah, it does. So we actually didn't need that. We're just having a little bug. Now, the reason I set it green is just to make a case in point, show that our text area is taking up the whole page. And what we're actually going to do is set the color to none. There's going to be no background. And what that's going to do is just give us a beautiful little text area right here. We can just start adding in all of our notes down the page. Eventually it'll be Markdown, so it'll look more like this. The mitochondria is a powerhouse of a cell. We can save it. We can eventually open up the modal, and then we can swap to the Markdown viewer. Now the other style I just want to add in here is the .full-line. And that is going to be a utility style. So we're just going to come in here and say .full-line, and that's going to have a height of 1 pixel. Underneath the utility header, we're going to give it a background that is of a variable amount. That's going to be --color-link-transparent. And finally, a width of 100%. And if we go ahead and save that, now we can just see we have a nice little line in there. And if I come into side nav and make shows nav true, we have these nice little lines in there and in there as well. And that's pretty good. That's a lot of the styling done for our dashboard. Now what we need to do is get started on the Markdown viewer, and then we can make the app interactive, and then we can bring in Firebase for authentication and database services and persist user information, and then redirect people who are unauthenticated. Very good progress. Got a nice login screen. All looks good. And there is our nice little full line. So what we're going to do now is just get the Markdown viewer work and also finish up the delete button. So I reckon what we're going to do is just start off with the delete button really quickly. And essentially what it's going to be is an invisible icon that when a user hovers over the button, they'll have the option to select the delete icon, and you'll see what that looks like very shortly. So first up, we're going to come over to GitHub, Font Awesome Icons, and look up trash. Now there's a whole lot of trash icons in here. I reckon the one, let's actually change that. Let's go rubbish. Nope, nothing for rubbish. What about bin? Delete, bin, not really. Let's try delete. Okay, so we've got a couple of options for delete in here, I reckon. Yeah, so it looks like we're just going to be going with the traditional trash. For some reason, I thought there was a different one, but I'm obviously going crazy. Oh, here it is, the trash can. So what I looked up is delete, and I found the trash can. I just totally couldn't see it. So we're going to go ahead and copy that icon and come across to all of our buttons. So here's our little button element, and we have the card secondary, we have the paragraph, we have the small tag. Now what we need to do is come down onto a new line just in here and add an element inside of this. So we're going to have a button within a button, and this button is going to contain that icon. Now if I go ahead and save that, well actually first let's just make sure we change class to be class name. If I go ahead and save that, let's see what that gives us. We have an issue. You cannot have a button inside a button. That's actually all good. We're going to change that to a div. So we'll just change that to a cheeky div. So now we have the little delete icon showing up, and the delete icon is contained within this div. And we're going to give this div a class name of delete-button. Now what we're also going to do is come up to this button up here, and this is going to be a list-button. So we're going to add a secondary class on to this button that's in the side nav. Now there's a good reason why we're doing this, and we'll see very shortly. And so now that we've added these extra classes, so the exterior button has one extra class, list button, and the interior div has the class delete button. Now we can come across to our global CSS, and we're just going to style this element really quickly. Now, inside of global CSS, what we're going to do is look up the styles for notes list. So I'm going to come into global CSS and just look up notes list. And here we have all of the styles. And I'm just going to come down beneath them. So just beneath where we have notes list, button, paragraph, I'm going to look up, or I'm going to add a new class, and that's going to be for the list button. So we're going to go .list-button. Did I fully spell button? Let's at least be consistent. So we're going to make the list button BTN instead of button. So that's going to be .list-btn. And inside here, what we're going to do is give this a position of relative. Now, the reason we're going to give it a position of relative is because our delete icon is going to have an absolute positioning. And we'll see what that looks like in just a second. And there's a couple of other reasons that I'll explain very shortly. Now, the delete button is inside of a div that has a class of delete button. So we're going to say .delete-button, and that's going to have a position of absolute. We're going to give it a right of 1 rem, a top of 50%, and a transform of translate y minus 50%. And that's going to place it 1 rem from the right hand side, and it's going to vertically center it. So if I go ahead and save that, now our little delete icon sits over on the far hand side, which is just what we want. Now, a few things are going to happen here. We don't want the delete showing all the time. So what we're going to do is on the delete button, we're going to give it an opacity of 0, and that's going to make it totally invisible. Now, just because it's invisible doesn't mean we can't click it, so that's important. But we actually don't want to be able to click it, so what we're going to do is give it pointer events of none. Now that's going to make sure that we can't click this invisible button, because you don't want to accidentally click on an element and delete it. That just doesn't make any sense. So now we essentially have that invisible delete icon, but the behavior that I'm looking for is I want it to show up when I hover on the bigger button. So if I'm hovering this button, then I want that little element to show up. So what we're going to do is say .list button and then the colon, so we can have it, target the hover event, and then subselect the .delete button, and we're going to give it an opacity of 1 and a pointer events of all. And now when I hover, we can see when I hover the card, that little button shows up, which is just what we are looking for. Now there's a couple of extra things I want to add. First up, I want to give the delete button a transition duration of 200 milliseconds so that when it shows up, it does so gradually. So it looks like it's kind of jumping instead of being an instantaneous transition. And then the last thing we're going to do is target the .list button hover, .delete button hover, and we're going to give it a background color that's a hex code of hash FF4E7A. And if I now go ahead and save that, oh, sorry, that should actually be color. Look at me, I'm a silly Muppet. Color. It's not a background, it's a color. And so now what's going to happen is it's hidden. We hover the element, the entry shows up, which is perfect. We hover the button shows up, which is perfect. And that's pretty much how it works. So now that's going to inform the user that if they hover over it, it's going to delete that element. And eventually when we click, it will want to delete it. So now we have our beautiful little delete button. That behavior is looking excellent. You could fiddle with the color if you prefer a different red, but I think it just stands out and it's obvious what it's doing. And we can consequently get rid of the delete button icon placeholder. So with those adjustments made, we now have to be fair, like a better looking card. You know, we don't have all of that random stuff. The date time will come back and sort that out later, and we have our little delete icon. Now what we're going to quickly burn through is the Markdown viewer. Now for the Markdown viewer, what we're going to do is come into our page.js within the notes directory. And we're going to change isViewer to true to show the Markdown viewer. And the other thing we're going to do is come into side nav quickly and set the display or show nav to false. So that's temporarily going to hide our side nav, and it's going to remove our text editor so that we only have the Markdown viewer. Now currently we already have some content inside of our MDX viewer. We've got the top nav, and that's what we're currently seeing. So what we need now is underneath the top nav to actually display some Markdown content. Now what I'm going to do, just to demonstrate a point, is I'm going to come up to the top of our component and say const md for Markdown is equal to backticks, and enter the backticks onto some new lines. So this is a template literal string, and in here I'm just going to write some Markdown. So I'm going to have pound and say this is a header 1, enter onto a new line, double pound, this is a header 2, and then space, and I'm going to say enter, hello world, and then underneath that let's try a link. So square braces, click me, and then circular braces, https://www.google.com. So this is just some Markdown for our application to test our Markdown viewer. Now, React isn't programmed just to read Markdown. We actually need to install a library that is trained to parse Markdown and convert it into JSX. And there's a very clever library that we're going to use for this. It's called Markdown.js. It's going to be linked in the description down below. And it's a brilliant package. I use it all the time. It's actually used in smalljames.com, which if you come across to the blog, for example, all of these blogs are Markdown blogs. And I'm actually going to make a tutorial that's an search engine optimized Markdown blog inside of Next.js that looks wicked, which pretty much teaches you how to build my website. Now that's going to be coming up soon. So if you're interested in that, be sure to subscribe. But anyway, this package is brilliant, and we need to install it inside of our application. So what we're going to do is copy this installation line right here, come back into our app, come into our terminal, Control-C to exit, or Command-C to essentially kill our application. And then we can paste in that command, npm install markdown2jsx, hit enter, and that's going to install that library. And now we can run the npm run dev command to boot up our application once again. So just doing that has installed Markdown2JSX. Now what we're going to do in here is take this Markdown that we've just defined, this template literal string, and render it out. And it's pretty straightforward. Underneath the top nav, what we're going to do is render out an article tag. So article, if I can spell that correctly, just like that. So this is going to be our article, or our Markdown essentially, for all of our nodes. Now in here, we're going to render out the Markdown tag, which is a capital Markdown. It's kind of like a component. And this one has an opening and corresponding closing tag. Now we need to import this component from the Markdown2JSX library. For me, the auto imports work, so I've got that up the top. You can see it just there. Make sure you add that import line so that we can render it out just down here. And now within the opening and closing tags, what we do is we have some curly braces, opening and closing curly braces, so we can inject our Markdown, our MD. So if I go ahead and paste that in, I would expect my Markdown content to be passed and turned into the appropriate JSX elements. Now this process can be a little bit fiddly when you're just doing it with a template literal string. So to get mine to work properly, I had to adjust it so that it's exactly this. So essentially I had to remove all of the space at the start of the line, and then it came up perfectly. The link is working, everything is passed appropriately, and it looks pretty cash money. And if we come into our app, into notes, and look at that particular section, we can see here we have our article. It's got the div, and then it's got all of the content. Now what we want to do in here is just add some styles to this particular div. So what we're going to do is come into our globals.css, and just underneath where we have all of our notes container stuff, the text area, we're going to target the article and the direct descendant div. Because if you recognize over here, this is the div that contains all of this content. And don't stress too hard if your Markdown viewer didn't work for the content that we just defined. It will when we wire it up properly. So for this div, making sure we've got the little allocator in here to make sure it's the direct descendant of the article, which is essentially that Markdown tag, we're just going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 1 rem, and a flex of 1. And what that's going to do is just spread out all of our content so that we essentially have a nice little viewer. This is the header, this is the header too. And if I were to demonstrate it with a bigger Markdown file, you don't need to copy this across. This is just to demonstrate a point. Let me just copy it over. We can confirm that it's working. Let me chop and change out this content just here for this content. Oh, looks like we're missing a backtick at the start. Now if I go ahead and save that, here is our Markdown viewer in full. So we can see that it's nice and responsive. It automatically passes all of the content. It looks absolutely great, and this is what it's going to look like when you display your notes. So you'll come to your side nav, click on your note, you'll be able to look at your note. It will be all nicely formatted. It will look so beautiful. And then if you wanted to, you could just click on the editor, change it in Markdown, save it, and then the next time you open it, it will default to the viewer. So that's essentially how this component's going to work, and it's going to look absolutely wicked once we've now wired this all up. But just completing that, we now have all of the elements that we need to, look how good that looks, even on a mobile device. It's nice and responsive. We now have everything that we need to start building in interactivity to our application, and then when we're ready to manage all of the notes, we'll add in our authentication, wire that up properly, and then we'll start saving all of our notes to our database, and then eventually we can deploy our application to the internet. All right, so now comes the fun part. We can officially start making our application interactive. Now I've reverted my Markdown back to what we had it here, and there's actually two things I just very quickly want to do. One is that currently our application doesn't have any max width, so that's going to make it look a little bit random. Now the way that we're going to do this maximum width is by coming into global CSS, and we need to come up to the top where we first have our dashboard and we have notes, and I think that notes pretty much contains our whole application, and so we just need to select that style, and currently we've given it a display of grid. All we need to do very quickly is give it a maximum width of 1440 pixels, a width of 100%, and a margin of 0 and auto. So those three styles are just going to make sure that we reach a maximum width criteria that just looks like this. So now, just quickly before we make our app interactive, there's one or two more things we just need to adjust. First up, if we come into our side nav and change show nav to true, currently we see we still have the overlay, and that's not actually what we want, and that's because we're missing some styles inside of our media queries. So we need to jump down to our media queries just here, and we need to make some adjustments. Now the first adjustment is going to be inside the 768. And inside here, what we're going to do is start off just quickly targeting hash notes, which is our notes container. And we're going to give it a grid dash template dash columns. And we're going to repeat 3 columns for a min max of 0 and 1 fraction, just like that. And we're also going to give it a flex of 1. Underneath that, we're going to target the .nav class. .nav, and inside here we're going to give this a position of relative. Now currently its position will be sticky. We're going to make it relative, and we're going to give it a max width of unset. So we're going to remove any maximum width criteria, and now you see that on a minimum screen it overlays, and then when we reach this 768 breakpoint, it sits in the context of the page and pushes everything out to the side. So that's the perfect behavior that we want. What we also need to do is target the .hidden -nav class, and we need to give this a display of flex with an important flag, and that's just a little technicality to make sure we maintain that flexible display. And then the last style we need to apply is when we do make it so that the menu is shown all the time, we just want to remove the menu icon. So we're going to come underneath this one and we're going to say .menu and give that a display of none, and that's going to have the important flag. And one last thing, since it's now a 3-column display, we just want to target the .notes-container and give that a grid-column of span 2 out of the 3 columns. Now technically we also want to apply that to the MDX container, so we're just going to copy that class, come back in here and do a comma and apply it to the MDX container class. So now our content is going to span 2 of the 3 available columns. So that is all good. That's exactly what we're looking for. That, is nice and responsive. Perfection. And that will be the same for the MDX container. For some reason, our menu hasn't gone away. I'm not sure why the little menu isn't there. That should have a display of none, and that's because I spelled it wrong. I said menu, it needs to be menu. So now the menu goes away, which is perfect. And then the last thing we're going to do is come down to the 1024 breakpoint, and we're just going to make it hash notes, target the notes container, give that a grid template columns. We're going to repeat 4 in this case for a min max of 0,1 fraction. And then likewise, we're going to target .notes container and .mdx container, just like we have here. We're going to repeat that, except this time it's going to span 3 columns. And that's just going to stop our menu from getting too wide. So you can see it jump a couple of times. We hit 1024. And then it jumps down, and then it jumps down, so on and so forth. So it gets a little bit skinny, but that's all good. But we just want it to, it doesn't need to be absolutely huge, and I think that's the appropriate ratio. So we just have a couple of breakpoints to manage the behavior of our side nav, and I think that is looking perfect. So now that we've made all those adjustments, we can get back to what I was talking about, which is making the whole app interactive. Now we're going to begin this process first up with the MDX viewer. So currently this button right here should swap us between the viewer and the editor. So currently, technically, this would be the the viewer, and this should switch us to the editor. Now the way that we're going to do interactivity is by coming to where we manage that particular state. So that particular state is going to be inside of this page.js. Currently we have isViewer is equals true right here, and that's because it's relevant for all of this conditional rendering. Now the first thing you need to know inside of reactjs or Next.js, to add user interactivity to make your application dynamic, you cannot use traditional variables. So whenever we want to manage a value or a state, and it's going to be user interactive, so a user can click, they can type, they can have some kind of interaction that needs to change that value, we need to use what's known as a stateful variable. And it's kind of the same thing with some nuanced differences. So what we're going to do is convert this variable into a stateful variable. Now the main reason we need to use a stateful variable is because reactjs and Next.js don't listen for changes in regular variables. They only listen for changes inside of stateful variables. And the reason this is important is because when changes in stateful variables happen, reactjs and Next.js hear that, and they make sure these changes are reflected on the screen. If we were to modify the value of a regular variable, even though the logic might change, the representation of it on the screen would remain the same. So we're going to convert this to a stateful variable, and step 1 is to wrap the variable name inside of square parentheses. I'll explain why soon. It's a form of array destructuring. So we're one step closer to changing isViewer, which is the state that determines whether or not we're looking at the viewer or the editor, into a stateful variable. Now this array that contains the variable name has a second argument. And it's pretty much the variable name again, isViewer, except this time is capitalized so that we throw a lowercase set in front of it. Now, this is the syntax for creating a stateful variable inside of reactjs or Next.js. And essentially how it works is the first entity is the variable. So, you know, how we typically use it essentially. And the second one is what's known as a setter function. So the second one is going to be a function called setIsVariable. And whenever we want to modify the value associated with the variable, we invoke the setter function and pass in the new value as an argument. Now the reason we do that is because in the background, when we call the setter function, that triggers React or Next.js to reflect these changes on the screen, which is super important. And also the variables, stateful variables themselves are immutable, which means that you can't modify them directly. You can only modify them via the setter function. So that's a slight difference from how a traditional variable works. Now the last step is currently we have true just here, but that's not really going to cut it. And technically it wouldn't even work for array destructuring. So what we need to do to invoke a stateful variable is call what's known as a React hook. And this React hook is going to be called useState, and we invoke it. Now state is capitalized, use is lowercase. This is known as a reactjs hook, available inside of Next.js as well. And this essentially returns an array from which we array destructure out these values. Now currently, you know, at default, isViewer is going to be null. So if we wanted to provide a default value, for example, previously we had an equal set to true, we just pass in that value as an argument and that becomes the default value. Now suddenly I'm getting a whole lot of issues. You know, it's saying useState is not defined. So that's the first step. If we have reactjs hooks, we need to import them. So what I can do is I can just call useState, and the IntelliSense gives me the import line. Also, what you can do is just manually type out up the top of the component, import curly braces, destructure out useState from the reactjs package, where the reactjs package, if you recall, is just one of the dependencies for our project. So it's coming straight out of that package. Now, if we go ahead and save that, that should change a couple of things, but now I've got another issue. And if we zoom in on this issue, this is a secondary concept that's really important, and it's one of the primary things that distinguishes Next.js from React. Currently, we're importing a component that needs useState. This React hook only works in a client component. So far I've talked about functional components, but what on earth is a client component? Well, in Next.js, Next.js is fundamentally a server-rendered framework. React.js is a client-rendered framework. So how React.js works is it sends over all the code to the front end, and the front end builds the user interface. Whereas with Next.js, by default, every component is a server component. So the components are built on the server and sent across as like a finished entity that can just be rendered on the page. Now this has loads of pros and cons. The pros are that it's very search engine optimized because we don't have to run any JavaScript to build out the page on the client. It's just given to us complete. And it's also really efficient and effective and secure. So server components are brilliant. However, whenever you do need to rely on client rendered stuff, for example, React.js hooks, it requires a client component. We need to tell Next.js that no, actually, I don't want this one pre-built on the server. Leave it to be built on the client because it, has user interactivity, for example. And the reason that works is that user interactivity doesn't need any search engine optimization. It doesn't need to be server rendered. We need to be running logic on the client, so that component can be left to be built on the client. Now, the way that we turn, by default, every component is a server component. So the way that we turn a component into a client component is we come up the top of the component. In this case, it's a page component, but that's all right. And we add a string on line 1, and that says use space client, all lowercase. And just making that adjustment, Next.js now knows all the rest of our app is server rendered. That's absolutely fine. But where we have a component that's meant to be built on the client, it's just left until it arrives at the client, which is essentially the user's browser, to be built and developed. Now, that allows us to use the use hooks, all of the reactjs hooks. It allows us to program in user interactivity, which requires a stateful variable, which we have defined right here. And the rest of our app is still rendered on the server, so that is all good. So now we have a happy application, and that's all hunky-dory. Now, we have this stateful variable. Currently, it's working exactly the same, but now because it's stateful, we can go ahead and program the user interactivity. And the user interactivity we're looking for is to toggle between the viewer and the editor. Currently, that button does nothing, and that button is inside of our top nav. Now, a few things are going to happen here. The way that I like to handle modifying the value of a state is by defining what's known as a handler function. So we're going to say function handle toggle viewer. So because it's a toggle, it means it's going to go back and forth. Then we have the circular parentheses for arguments and the curly parentheses to scope the function. Now inside here, what we're going to do is modify the isViewer. Now the logic we're kind of looking for is just saying isViewer is equal to not isViewer. So whatever the value of isViewer, true or false, invert it and then assign it equal to isViewer. However, we can't do that because, as I said, stateful variables are immutable, so we need to use the setter function. So very simply, what we do is we say set isViewer, we call the setter function, we invoke it, and we pass in the new value, which is not isViewer. So exclamation isViewer, and that's just going to invert the Boolean state of our isViewer variable. So now I have a function, and whenever I call this function, which can be assigned to a button, which is what we're going to do, it's going to swap the value of isViewer. So now I have this function, but we actually need it inside of that top nav, which is where this button is. So what we're going to have to do is pass it down to the editor, and then we're going to have to pass it down through one more level of componentry right down to the top nav. So let's start off with the editor. What I'm going to do is for this editor component, I'm going to give it an attribute style prop called handle toggle viewer, and that's going to be equal to, or basically I'm going to assign to it some curly braces because we're going to give it some JavaScript, and that JavaScript is going to be the handle toggle viewer function. So I've got the function and I'm assigning it to a prop or an attribute style property of the editor component called handle toggle viewer, and I'm just using the exact same name for the label to keep it consistent and make it easy to use. So now that we have saved that, we've added that prop to this component, we can come into the editor. Now currently we actually don't need it inside of the editor, but we actually need it one level deeper inside of the top nav. Now if you recall, props is essentially telling this component to receive all of the props, be it children style props or attribute style props like we just created. And in this case, what I could technically destructure it out and then pass it down to the top nav through, directly through this component. However, sometimes if we want the nested component, the nested child component, the top nav, to have exactly the same props as its parent, we've just used this spread syntax for the prop. So now every prop that our editor gets is going to be passed down to the top nav. So I can now come into the top nav, I can tell it to receive the props, which we've already done. We've got isViewer in here, and now we can also destructure out our new function, handle toggle viewer. And now what I can do, because I've defined this function, is I can just assign it directly to this button. So I can say button, it can be onClick. onClick is the attribute that we add to the button. that's equal to some curly braces, and inside the curly braces I can assign the function. So when this button is clicked, it's going to handle toggling the viewer, and I can go ahead and save that. And now when I click that button, I would expect it to toggle, and we aren't getting any errors, so that's probably happening effectively. But let's just confirm that it's happening effectively. So what we're going to do is come back into the page, and we're just going to add a little console log in here, console log inside of the handle toggle viewer, and it's going to contain a string that says is viewer colon and then a comma inside of the console log, and then we're just going to console out the value of is viewer. So now when I click this, I would expect it to change back and forth, which it's not because it's being difficult. Let's try that again. That's still not working. And I totally realize why that's not working, and that's because it's currently showing the MDX. So we've done it for the editor. What we actually need to do is do it for the MDX, and that's going to work exactly the same. So I'm going to copy the prop and just paste it inside of our MDX component for the same thing. Currently, because we're not showing the editor, this top nav is actually inside of the MDX viewer, so it wasn't receiving that information. So if we now go ahead and save that and then come into the MDX viewer and just make sure we're spreading the props, which we are now. Congratulations, you have officially programmed your first user interactive feature, which leverages our conditional rendering. We've got two different displays that interchange dependent on the value of a stateful variable. And we've created a handler function that's assigned to a button that is designed to toggle the value or the Boolean state of that variable. And that's user interactivity. That's pretty much all it is. You have a stateful variable, you have a handler function, you've got some buttons that the user can interact with, and eventually we'll look at how we can do it for a text input. Well, actually, that's what we're going to do now. Now, just before we move on to the text input, one thing I noticed that's happening is we need the text inside the button to change. It can't always just say viewer. So what we're going to do is come into our top nav component, and just here where it says is viewer, well, we need to make sure that it swaps between editor and viewer. Now, I suspect the reason it's not, even though we've programmed it to swap, I suspect the reason it's not changing is because we have only passed that information down to the editor. And so what we have to do is make sure it's also passed down to the MDX viewer. So we've got the prop or the attribute style prop for the editor. We just need to add it to the MDX viewer just here. So I copied and pasted it down. Now I can go ahead and save that. And now the button works perfectly. So if we're in the editor, we can click for the viewer. If we're in the viewer, we can click for the editor. How cool is that? So now we have this toggling button. It's using all of our conditional rendering. We've got loads of JavaScript going on. The next two things we're going to do, one is program the menu and also program the text area for, to allow a user to actually add some content in here and then come across to the viewer, and that's what they see. So I reckon the first one we're going to do is the editor. The editor is going to be super cool. So what we're going to do is come into the editor. Well, actually not just yet. So when we have text, any kind of text, that's also user input. So whenever we're thinking about user interactivity, we should be thinking stateful variables. So we're going to need a stateful variable to manage the value of that text area. Now currently, if we come inside of the MDX viewer, I'm just going to enter this down onto some new lines to keep our syntax consistent. If we come into MDX, this is our Markdown content right here, and this is the content that we want inside of the text area. Now the text area is inside of the editor, and currently the MDX viewer and the editor are kind of siblings. They sit at the same level. Their direct parent is the page. So the page has both the editor and the MDX viewer. Now these two both need access to that string that the user has typed. The editor needs it because that's where we're editing it, and the MDX viewer needs it to show it. Now one thing you can't do inside of React is pass information horizontally, so from sibling to sibling. It can only ever be from parent to child. So whenever you're deciding where to define your state, you figure out what components need it. In this case, it's both of these components just here are going to need access to the state that manages the stateful variable that manages the value of the input. And then you find the nearest common node, parent node. In that case, it's going to be this page just here. So we're going to need a second stateful variable just here. So I'm going to say const square braces. And this is going to be text. Pretty simple, nothing crazy. Then we're going to have a comma inside of the array. The second value is set text, and then that's equal to use state. We call the hook and we invoke it with the circular parentheses, and then we pass in a string as the default value for the text area. So just here we can see that we have the default, the initial state, and that returns a stateful value and a function to update it. So this is the stateful value, and this is the setter function to update it. Now in this case, I'm actually not going to use a setter function, a handler function. Typically, I'll create handler functions when the logic for modifying a stateful value is quite complex. If it's literally, as simple as invoking the setter function and passing in a new value, I'll just stick with the setter function. It works exactly the same. In this case, I just wanted to demonstrate what a handler function looks like. We'll have some more complex handler functions later, but the moral of the story is that if you have complex state updates, define a function to handle that operation. Now, as I said earlier, both the editor and MDX are going to need access to the text value. So what we're going to do is to both of them, we're going to give them an attribute. It's called text, and it's going to be equal to curly braces, and we're going to inject the text value. So we're going to assign the text value to an attribute style prop called text, and that's going to be passed into the editor. And I said they both need it, so we're going to copy that and pass it to the MDX viewer. Now the MDX viewer is only for viewing. However, the editor needs to actually modify that stateful value on a user input of the text area. So what we're going to need to do is also pass down the setter function. So we're going to copy set text, come down to the editor component, and create an attribute called set text, say it's equal to curly braces, and pass in the setter function. And now what we can do is come into first the editor. So inside of the editor just here, we've already told it to receive these properties. So now what we can do is we can say const curly braces, and we can destructure out text and also set text from props, just like that. So this is the destructuring syntax. And now we've passed that information down and we can access it inside of this component. Now to tie the value of an input to a stateful variable, you have to do two things. First up, to the text area, and this is exactly the same for an input. The first thing we do is give it an attribute give it the value attribute and say that is equal to some curly braces, and we set that equal to the text. So we tell the text area that its value needs to match the stateful variable text. The second thing we do is we give it an onChange attribute. And this is similar to like an onClick. So we say onChange, and this takes an arrow function. Now the arrow function is the function to be executed on change. So whenever the text area changes, which is whenever a user types. And this onChange receives an event. So I'm just going to call that event E. And inside of this anonymous arrow function, we just call the setter function. The setter function modifies the value of text. So we invoke it and we pass in the new value. And the new value is going to be e.target.value. So the event is what the user has typed, and this is pretty much just how you access the new value of the text area. So we get the new value of the text area. This happens on every key press, and we make sure that we call set text to update or override the value of the text stateful variable to make sure it matches what the user has said. So these two extra attributes are now going to completely tie or bind the stateful variable to this text area. So now I should be able to come to the editor, type a whole lot of stuff in here, and that's going to be modifying the value of that stateful variable, and we can confirm that it's working because I can come to the onChange, and just in here I could console.log e.target.value, and I would expect this function to, or that console log, to run every time I type something. So if I get rid of everything and I say hello, we can see that on every key press that onChange was executed, and the stateful value will be updated to match. So now that we can type something in and we manage that state inside of this text stateful variable, we should be able to view it inside of the MDX. Now we've passed down the text value. We gave it the attribute text and assigned the text to the attribute called text. So inside of MDX, now what we can do is we can say const curly braces, destructure out the text from props. So this is our destructuring syntax, gives us access to the text attribute or the value assigned to it, really. And now what we can do is, instead of having MD down here, which is this hard-coded text, we can actually delete, well, to be fair, we can just leave it there because, we don't have to delete it, but we can just swap MD for text. And what I'm going to do is call the .trim method. Now .trim, just make sure we cut off any white space at either end of our string. And now if I go ahead and save that, I should be able to come to the viewer and we can see that hello is shown, and I can't edit that. But then I could come back to the editor, put a little hash in front, and now come back to the viewer, and we can see the Markdown equivalent for that is the big text. And then I could come onto some new lines, and I could have a double hash, which is a header 2, and say my name is James. We can see all the onChanges, come back to the viewer, we have a header 2. I could come down underneath that, have some square braces. The square braces could say click here inside them, and then have some circular braces. This is just how to create a link inside of Markdown. So the square braces have the text to be displayed for the link, and the circular braces have, https://www.smalljames.com. So that could be a link to my website. And now I would go to the viewer, and I have a click here link, and I can actually click on that link, and it takes me to smalljames.com. How cool is that? So that's essentially how our editor and viewer is going to work. Now, a couple of things to note. I went away from the page and came back, and it's totally broken. Well, it's not broken. I've just lost all that information. So we're going to have to work on persisting the information in the notes. But I think that's actually really cool. This is a really nice little viewer for our application. The Markdown system is working really effectively, and the next thing we're going to do is make sure that the menu is now interactive, because if I come down to a small screen currently, I want to be able to click away from the menu and have it close. If I click over here, it should shut out to the side, and then we need to make sure that the button is programmed to open up the menu on the side. And then we'll make sure that this little side menu here is working, and then we'll add all the authentication with Firebase and the database and all that fancy schmancy stuff. But I think we're making some great progress. It's looking like a wicked app, super responsive. And to be fair, I actually just think it could be a genuinely good tool. All right, so the menu should be pretty straightforward, while also introducing some new concepts. Now, the main behaviors we're looking for is obviously that on a big screen, it doesn't really matter. It just sits to the side. It's always open. That's cool. However, on a smaller screen, if we come down to the mobile device, first up, we need to be able to toggle it on that menu button press. So that's a user interaction. So you should be thinking that's going to be a stateful variable. And the second thing we need is when I click off it, we need to essentially have that interaction be to close the menu. And that's slightly more complicated, and it's something we're going to learn about. And it also involves some new React hooks, which is pretty cool. So first and foremost, what we're going to do is come over to where we render out the side nav. Now the side nav is rendered out inside of our page.js. So here we have our side nav. And the first thing we have to think about is where to initialize this state to manage whether or not the side nav shows up. Currently, we have our side nav state managed literally within the side nav. So here we have const show side nav equal to true. Now, one thing we need to think about is where the user interactions are going to be to open and close the side nav. Well, the button to show the side nav is actually inside of top nav. Here it is, it's this menu button right here. And that is contained within the editor or MDX, because that's kind of where we render it. We render it out either inside the editor or inside of MDX. And so we also need that state inside of the side nav. So if we need it inside the editor, we need it inside of MDX, and we need it inside the side nav, then we need to find the nearest common parent, which is just going to be this page. So even though we currently have show nav inside of side nav, it's now going to be a stateful variable that we define inside of our notes page. So I'm going to come under where we've initialized text and just say const square braces show nav, comma set show nav equal to use state, and that's going to have a default value of false inside of that use state hook that we've invoked. Now, one thing I think is good to note is obviously when we create these setter functions, or essentially we name them, I could call this hello, and that would be completely valid. It's just a best practice to follow to name them set and then having the name of the variable that we've used. So this is going to create a stateful variable that is false by default, and what I'm going to do now, because we need it, well actually, yeah, we need it inside of the side nav, so what we're going to do is pass it down as an attribute style prop. So I'm going to say inside of where we've rendered out side nav, I'm going to create an attribute. It's going to be called show nav. I'm going to keep the same name just for simplicity, and that's going to be equal to curly braces, and I'm going to pass in the value associated with the variable show nav. What we're also going to do is pass in the setter function. So I'm going to say set show nav equals to curly braces, and I'm going to pass in set show nav as well. So we're going to pass two things down to the side nav. And now what we can do is come into side nav, and inside here I can get rid of this line, and I can say const curly braces show nav and set show nav is equal to prop. So I can destructure those two variables out, or those two attribute style props out of props, and now I have access to them. They've been passed down to this component. So now that we've done that, that means that our styles, well, the first thing it will have done is it's hidden our menu, so that's absolutely perfect because the default value is false, so show nav is not showing up. Now just over here, the first interaction we're going to program is this button press. So what I'm going to do is create a function inside of this page just here, and this is going to be a function underneath handle toggle viewer, and this is going to be called handle toggle menu. And this is just going to say set show nav not, invoke that setter function, pass in not of show nav. So we're going to inverse the value of show nav in, and we're going to then override the previous value by passing it into the setter function. So now that I have handle toggle menu as a handler function, just to make that nice and clean, what I'm going to do is pass it down to the editor and to MDX, because both of those contain, or essentially they both, the menu button is within them, within the top nav. So I'm going to pass in the handle toggle menu equals curly braces handle toggle menu. That's going to be passed down to the editor, and I'm also going to pass it down to MDX. And because in both MDX and within editor, we spread the props down to the top nav, that means that top nav is going to have access to this function. So now we can destructure out handle toggle menu, just like this. So now we have access to handle toggle menu in here, and then what we can do is we can take that function and we can just say on click as an attribute to the button, the relevant button, to the opening tag, on click equals curly braces, and then just assign that function directly. So now we've passed down this toggle function through some components into the top nav, which contains the menu button. We've given it an on-click attribute to which we've assigned that toggle function. Now that should have set up that interactivity. And I clicked it and it opened up our menu. So that's absolutely perfect. If I come up onto a big screen, it should just be there anyway. So if I refresh the page, even when the state is false, one thing to note is that when you reload the page unless you persist a state. State is blanked out, it's reset. So currently that stateful value is going to be false. So if I come onto a mobile device, it hides, and then if I click the menu, it's true. Now, one funny thing is that I can't currently click the menu button again to close it. So the interactivity we're going for is when I off-click, when I click outside of the side nav, we want to close the menu. Now, there's a million and one ways you can go about programming this. We're going to do it in a slightly different way with an event listener. This is like a very custom event listener. So what we're going to do is come into side nav, and side nav also needs access to this handle toggle menu function. So what we're going to do is come into the page and make sure that, well, to be fair, we've done set show nav. You could do either. For consistency, maybe what I'll do is I'll keep it the toggle. Actually, no, we're going to go with set show nav. So for the side nav, because it technically can't toggle it, it can never, once the side nav's open, we can never open the side nav from within the side nav, because if we can't see the side nav, we can't interact with it. So the only functionality the side nav will have is to close the side nav. So I'm not going to pass in the toggle because that implies it could go back and forth. I'm just going to pass in the setter function directly. So now what we can do is copy that, come into the side nav, and we're already destructuring our set show side nav. So that's perfect. Now what we need is, this is kind of complex. This is a little bit complex. So if it hurts your head, don't stress too hard, because it is a slightly more complex feature. When our page loads, what we need to do is a couple of things. Essentially, we need to run some code once the page is built that creates an event list, or essentially that creates an event listener. And this event listener is listening for a click event, so a mouse down. And what it's going to do is when the mouse goes down, we're going to check if that event was inside of this area. If it was outside of this area, then we're going to call set show nav and set it to false to hide the menu, because we're clicking out of the menu. Now how this is going to work is we're going to use a React hook called useEffect. So I'm going to write useEffect in here, and I'm going to rely on the auto imports just up the top. But if you don't have the auto imports, I'm not sure if it's a Visual Studio Code extension, maybe it is. But if your IntelliSense didn't come up, you have to import this hook. This is a useEffect hook from React. And what useEffect does is it's essentially event handling inside of React. So whenever you want to do something with events or listen to events, you should be thinking useEffect. So now that we've imported it, we can invoke it in our code. Now typically with useEffect, you want to place them just above the return statement. So wherever you return your JSX, just above you want your useEffect. So now we have our useEffect here, we've invoked, and it takes two arguments. The first argument is an anonymous arrow function. So here's this is a callback function, and the second one, so we're going to have a comma, and we can actually see here we've got this pop-up. It says the useEffect. The first one is the effect, it's a callback, and the second one is the dependency list. Now the dependency list is an array, so we're going to throw in an empty array. Now essentially how this works is that this callback function is executed whenever the event that we're looking for is triggered. And the way that we control what events we're looking for is via the dependency array. So whenever something that this useEffect is dependent on happens, we execute that callback function. Now if the dependency array is empty, then it happens on page load. So that's equivalent to an on mount. Once our screen or our browser has completely loaded our web page, or the component is loaded, then we're triggering this callback function. So if it's blank, that's what happens. Otherwise, what you can do is pass in a value. And then what it will do is it will listen for changes in that value, and it will execute the code block whenever that value is changed. Now in this case, we're going to introduce one more hook. So we're going to come up to our import line, and we're going to have a comma and import useRef. Now ref is called a reference, and essentially what a reference does, it's similar to a state, but it's not quite the same thing. But essentially what it does is we assign, or essentially we attach a reference to a particular element, and then we can interact with it as if it were JavaScript. So in this case, the element that we're looking for is this section, right? Because if we click off, we need to be able to see if that click was contained within our reference area. So this is our reference area, and we need to see if when we click, whether or not that click was within that reference area. So what we're going to do is define a ref. Now the ref is going to happen just in between where we destructure our props, just down here. We're going to say const ref, no funny syntax here. Ref is equal to, and call the use ref hook, just like that, invoke it, and that doesn't receive any arguments. Now what we do, since we have this reference, we've invoked the hook, is we come down to our section and we say ref equals to curly braces ref. So we're saying make this section the element that we refer to when we call ref. So now we have a variable that we can use to essentially check on, the properties or the existence of an element inside of our JSX. So now that we have this reference element, what we can do is add the ref to the dependency list. So when ref changes, or essentially when we assign this section to be our reference element, then we want to execute this code block. Now inside the code block, what we're going to do is come down onto a new line. This code in here, this is the code block that gets executed when our ref changes. So in this case, it's when the ref is assigned. Now what we're going to do is create a function. This function is going to be called handle click outside, and this is going to receive an event, and this event is going to be the click event or the mouse down event. And what we're going to do is say if, and once again this is a little bit complicated, but just bear with me, if ref.current. Now when we have a reference, the ref is like a whole complicated thing, but just know that the ref is tied to this section. Now the section, or that whole element, is actually contained within the .current field. So what we could do is we could, just above this function, we could console.log ref to make a point. And what I'm going to do is after this, just put in the curly braces for the second. So we're just going to have an empty function, but this is just going to make dealing with this obfuscated ref a little bit clearer. So if I go ahead and save the page, just here we can see we've console logged our ref. That use effect has been triggered because our reference has been assigned. So we ran this code block in here, we consoled a value, and that is this object right here. So this object is our ref, and we can see it has a current key to which our section is assigned. And that was pretty cool. When I hover over the section.nav, we can see exactly what that referred section is, or that reference section. So that's perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to check if current exists. So if current doesn't exist, that means that our reference hasn't been successfully assigned. So we need to make sure that it has been assigned, and two conditions, that ref.current, that's our section, .contains, invoke contains event.target. So essentially what this does is it checks if our current ref, which is that whole section, contains the event target, which is essentially where we've just clicked. Now what we're actually going to do is check if it doesn't contain. So if our reference does not contain where we've just clicked, that means that we must have clicked outside. So this if statement essentially says that we do have a reference section, and the reference section does not contain where we've just clicked, therefore we must have clicked outside. So inside this if block, we can set show nav equal to false. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. If we have a reference element and the reference does not, because we have the little exclamation, the not, does not contain the event target, which is where we just clicked, or the target of the event is essentially just the element that we've clicked on. Then we've clicked outside, and so we should set the show nav to false, which will hide it. Now what we can do, we have this function, we have to do something with this function. So we come down and we say document, we access the document object model, or the DOM, and we say, which is essentially our whole application. You know, if we come in here, our document is here. This is our HTML document, and we say document.add event listener, and this is just some HTML code. We invoke add event listener. We pass in, first argument is a string that says mouse down. That's the event mouse down. And the second one, we have a comma, and we pass in our handle function, handle click outside. Now what this does is it essentially manually assigns an event listener of the mouse down and puts that function on it. So whenever we mouse down while showing this component, we're going to execute this function to check where the click was. Now the last thing we have to do is return what's called a cleanup function. And this is not always necessary from a use effect, but in this case it is. So we're going to return what's known as a cleanup function, and that's just an arrow function. And what this arrow function does, it's called a cleanup, which just says to unbind the event listener on cleanup. And essentially what cleanup is it says, let's say we, no longer render out this component, then we need to, before we just get rid of this component, we need to remove this event listener. Otherwise, what could happen is we could add this, or let's say this component comes back to life, we re-add it, something happens, then we'd be duplicating event listeners if we didn't get rid of it the first time. So we need to clean it up so that next time we render out this component, everything is back to normal. So what we're just doing here is we say document.remove event listener, just like that, invoke it, look for the mouse down, comma, and handle click outside. So when we get rid of this component, we remove the handle click outside event listener so that the next time we load the component, it's reassigned and we don't end up with a duplicate. That's a little bit of complicated code. Usually use effects are far more straightforward. Normally, you would just forget about all of this funky stuff just here, and you would just have a use effect that listens for an event, and you might console log some stuff or whatever. Typically used for fetching data. For example, you could say, leave the dependency array blank. When we load the page, fetch the data. So if we go ahead and save that, that should have successfully added the behavior. If I refresh the page, we have no menu because our states are refreshed. I click the menu button. We now have a menu. If I click on the menu, nothing happens. And now if I click outside the menu, voila. Our use effect is run and our menu goes away. Click the menu, it opens. Click outside the menu and it goes away. And now if we open it up on a big page, it automatically shows and the little menu button goes away. And so that is some really nice responsive behavior. I think that looks excellent. So now that we have our menu fully functioning, this is where stuff gets really exciting. We are now ready to add in our user authentication, our database, all of the state for managing all of our notes, and then we can go ahead and deploy our application to the internet once we've finished wiring it up. Also, I just want to say, if you've made it this far in the course, then you're an absolute legend. Well done for sticking to it. Hopefully you're learning a lot. And another thing I just wanted to mention is that at the moment, there are actually 3 spots available for developer coaching, something new that I'm looking at doing. So if you want some coaching, it could be programming help if you're learning to code. It could be, you've got some projects you want to build, you're not sure how to go about it. You want to launch a startup, or you just want to be a better programmer, then maybe that would be interesting for you, some ongoing developer coaching. Limited spots available. There are only 3 up for grabs, and if that sounds good for you, that is linked in the description of this video. So, maybe check it out. Anyway, with that all said, let's start on adding Firebase authentication and database features to our application. And so now that we have, for all intents and purposes, a pretty functional application, very hunky-dory, it is time for us to add in the authentication and database, because right now none of this stuff makes any sense, and if I refresh the page, everything's gone, and that's just not the experience we want the user to have. Imagine if they spent a whole lot of time writing out their notes, and then they refresh the page and it was all gone. That wouldn't be very appropriate. Now at this point, I would just mention that there's technically two ways. There's the Firebase route, which is going to be legitimate authentication in database, and that's what we're going to be doing. But technically, if you just wanted to persist data, an intermediate step that sometimes I'll look at is to use local storage, which is a local database that pretty much just saves it to the browser, and that's one way of persisting information. And we do that in some of my courses, but that's not what we'll be doing in this one. So the first step to adding authentication and database to our application is to add Firebase. Now, Firebase is Google's platform as a service. It's basically a plugin backend that's deployed for you really easily. Deploying a backend is a pain. It's a bit of a nightmare. And so this is kind of like a nice intermediary. It still gives you a lot of flexibility, customization. I use it all the time, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. So what we're going to do is head over to Firebase, and this will also be linked in the description down below. So it's firebase.google.com. That's what you'll find if you go on Google and look it up. And what we're going to do is click on this Go To console. Now for this, you'll need a Google account. And when you come over to the console, if you have to authenticate or whatever, make sure you do that. Once you're authenticated, you should reach this page. These are all of my other Firebase projects. This is my personal one at the moment. This was for testing this application in advance. Now, the first thing we're going to do is click on Create a Firebase project because we want a brand new project, and this one is going to be called Markdown. Pretty straightforward. You could do MD Notes, it's kind of up to you. I'm going to go with Markdown because I've already used MD Notes. So we're going to click Continue. It's going to ask us about some AI assistance with our project. No, thank you. We do not want to enable Gemini. So I'll switch that off, click Continue. Google Analytics, don't want that either. You could, but we're just not going to stress about it, so we're going to turn that off. One less thing to think about. And then Firebase is going to provision us our project. Now, there are a whole lot of services you can take advantage of within a Firebase project. You can have cloud functions, storage, like the list really goes on. For this project, we're only going to be needing 2 of them. And now that our project is provisioned, we can click Continue. Now, this is going to take us to a little user hub in here. So you want, yours obviously might be light theme, dark theme, but it should look fairly equivalent. We have our project. We can see we're in the Markdown project up the top left-hand corner. And what we're going to do is 3 things. First, we have to add an app to get started. And then we have to add authentication and our cloud Firestore. Now, Firestore is the database that we're going to be using within Firebase. And it's a NoSQL real-time database. It's brilliant. It's got really good query systems, which we'll be leveraging very shortly. And here's just some of the other services you can see, but we're not going to need them. So first things first, we're going to click on authentication. And it's going to take us to an authentication window, and we're going to then click on this Get Started button. That's going to provision us authentication within our project, which is going to be very important. Now, there's a million and one ways you can choose to authenticate. You can have all these extra providers. You can have, anonymous phone authentication. What we just want, pretty stock standard, is email and password. That's what we've done so far. So we're going to select that, and then we're going to click Enable. I'm not going to enable the email link. You potentially could if you want, but we're just going to go with email and password for the second, and click Save. And that is it. We now have email and password ready for our application. And if we come into users, all of our users will show up here eventually. We'll see their user ID, their email. We won't see their password, but this is the interface that you could, use to delete a user or send a password reset email, all that kind of stuff. So now what we're going to do is click the little home button. That's going to take us back to the home, and now we're going to come down and click on Cloud Firestore. Now, 2 things to note. One is that by default, you should be on the Spark plan. If you're wondering about cost, this is all free. Firebase has an absolutely brilliant free tier, so that's what we're going to be leveraging. And there is, only if your app really blew up would you potentially reach the boundaries or barriers of the Firebase free tier. So that's brilliant. If you're wondering about costs, you don't need to stress about it. So that's pretty cool. Now you can also come down to all products, and that's another place you can find Cloud Firestore. We're just going to select it. You could select it from the dashboard, and it's going to be pretty equivalent. We're going to click on Create Database. It's going to come up with this little window. We're not going to touch anything. All we're going to do is click on Next, which is just behind my head, right there. Just there, we're going to click Next. Then we're going to have some options. Now this is going to ask us if we want to start in test mode or production mode. You could choose, the only thing to know about test mode is that after 30 days it shuts down. So you kind of have to, get your ducks in a row before the end of 30 days. So I'll typically start in production straight off the bat. And the other nice thing about that is that if you do start in production, when you work with local development, you'll be writing to your production database. And then when you actually deploy your real app, you can continue to use any information that you've set up from local development. So that's pretty cool. So we're going to click the Create button, which is once again just there, just behind my head. Click Create, and that's going to provision Cloud Firestore and add it to our application. So this is going to be the authentication and the database. Now the database is it's like a crossbreed of a NoSQL SQL database. And essentially it works by having collections, which you can kind of think of as a table, and collections contain documents and so on and so forth. And we'll really see what it looks like when we start reading and writing from our database. Now, the one important thing you need to know, since we've started it with a production database, is that we have rules. And when you create a production database, by default, the rules are set so that no one can read and no one can write. And that's good for security, but it's not good if we actually want to use it for our application. So we're going to come into rules. Now I'm going to go ahead and paste in the rules that we're going to be using, and you might need to write them out, and I will explain what they all do. So just here, I'm going to publish these new rules. You'll want to publish them once you've written them out. A few things are happening. So let me just zoom in so we can see everything that's going on. So a couple of things are happening in here. First up, we have the rules version. And one thing to note is that the rules are very sensitive to syntax. So you'll want to make sure that your syntax exactly matches mine. Let's see if I can boot the side nav over. Does that make it easier to see everything? Kind of. Sort of. Just making sure that you get the full snapshot of what we're looking at just here so you can copy it across. To be fair, what I'll actually do is copy these and just create a text file inside of the GitHub. And this is going to be Firebase _rules.txt. I'm just going to paste them in here. So if you just want to copy them across, what you can do is head over to the GitHub repo. If you could star the repo, that would be amazing. And you should see Firebase _rules.txt, and you can just copy these rules and paste them directly across. That's going to be the easiest way to do this. Now, just in here, we have rules. First, we specify the service. That's for Cloud Firestore. That's pretty straightforward. Now, inside here, a couple of things are happening. First up, we have a match criteria. Now, this first line just pretty much matches any document in our database. A document is kind of like a big object-y thing. The important stuff is these couple of lines just here. So what we have is we have a first match criteria, and the /users, how our database is going to get set up is we're going to have kind of like two tables or two collections, as we call them in Firebase. One is going to be the users collection. And so we're going to have the collection of users, and essentially every user is going to get their own little row in the table, essentially. And so what we're going to do is, that's dynamically setting this user ID. And so for reading and writing to a user entity, which could have information like billing status or, display name or, last signed in, a whole bunch of information. What we do is we write a rule that says allow read and write if the request, so that's the incoming request, if the request.auth is not null, so that means that the request contains an authenticated user, and a secondary criteria, which is that the user ID associated with that request authentication matches the ID of the document that they're writing to. So this ID right here is essentially the name of the document or the collection that they'll be writing to. So only if this pretty much just says if they're authenticated, then they can read and write from their own little thing. So that's pretty easy. And then what we do just beneath is we have a sub collection. So this is like a secondary collection within a collection. And what we do here is we say allow read or write, and this is for all of our notes. So a user can have lots of notes. Each note has an ID, and we allow reading and writing to that note if, once again, we have an authenticated user, and if the request.auth.uid matches the user ID. So once again, this sub-collection is contained within our user entity. So only if pretty much the user can only read and write from their own notes, and they can only read and write from their own information. So this is kind of like a nested section just in here. So now that we've added and saved those rules, what we can do is click on data, and this is eventually where everything will show up once we've programmed it in. Now the last step, if I just zoom out from that a little bit, is we're going to click on home up over here, take us back to the home window, and now what we have to do is create our app. And so we've got three options just here. We've got Apple, Android, or Web, or Unity, or Flutter, so there's actually 5. We're going to click on Web. Now just in here, it's going to ask us to register an app. I'm just going to call it Markdown. It's probably taken. Is that available? Can I have Markdown? I obviously can. We're going to register the app. Click on that button. And now what's going to happen is we're going to have to add the Firebase SDK. Now just in here, the first thing we have to do is actually add Firebase to our project. So it's telling us to install Firebase. So we're going to come back over to our code. Just in here, we're going to kill Control-C to kill our current execution of our app. And what we're going to do is we're going to type npm I Firebase. I is shorthand for install. Just like that, pretty straightforward. Hit enter on that, and that is going to install the Firebase package in our project. And what we're also going to do while that's installing is right-click at the top level, create a new file, and this one's going to be called firebase.js. Now, what I'm going to do in here is actually copy across some code. So you'll want to copy this from the GitHub, and then I'm going to pretty much explain what it does. So just here, I've copied across the code, and it will look fairly equivalent to what you'll be seeing just here. So just here, I've cut the screen off so that you can't steal all my secret information. And this is a really important piece of the puzzle, is that everything that you'll be seeing just in here, there's a whole lot of secret keys, API keys, stuff like that. That is top secret information. This cannot be shared with anybody. And it's super important that we manage this securely so that you don't get hacked into oblivion. So what I've done is I have, notice the Firebase config, the one that's in the website will have a whole lot of keys. What I've done here is I've replaced it with what's called environment variables. And this is the secret secure way to handle secret keys like passwords, essentially. They're like passwords for coders. So what we've got here is I pretty much copied that code across directly, and then I've added a couple of things and made some adjustments. So the first one is these adjustments right here, and I'll show you what we need to do with these very shortly. And then the second thing is I have imported 2 additional things. So this one only has an import for initialize app. We have 2 others. We have get auth and get Firestore. And once again, you can copy this across directly from the GitHub repo just to save you writing it out. Now, if we come down that we've imported those 3 things from the Firebase package, we've got our config, and this code just here reads all of the secret keys from our .env file, which we'll fill out very shortly. And this is essentially, where we have the key. So if we look at this code, this is going to be the key. And what we're going to do is eventually have it written here and say it's equal to whatever the secret information is. And this is not going to get saved to a public GitHub repo. This is going to be specific to our device, and we'll see what we do when we deploy our application later. But what we also need to make sure of is that .env is contained within the .gitignore, and we can see it is just here. For me, it's on line 34. This is super important so that when we publish this repo to the internet, that the .env doesn't get published with it, because that would just expose all of your private information, and that's not what we want. So this sets up all of the configuration we need. It reads in all those secret environment variables in a very secure way. And we'll see how we can write all of that out in a second. And then if I come down a little bit further, what we do is we initialize our app. We call initialize app. We pass in the config. And then the second thing we do is we initialize get our authentication system and our database by calling get auth and passing in our app, and get Firestore and passing in our app. And the last thing we do in this file is we export both of these entities so that I can access the system authentication or the database from anywhere inside of our Next.js project. I can just import database whenever I want to write to the database, and I can just run operations on it like that. So this is a very important file. You can just copy that across straight from the GitHub. You're looking for firebase.js. Paste that in here. This is the top level folder, so it's not contained within any subdirectories. And now the second thing we need to do is fill out the .env file. So what I've just done is I've copied across the code that we're going to need for our .env file. So essentially what I've done is for every one of these next underscore public underscore so on and so, I've pasted them into our .env file. I got rid of that original password, and I've said they're equal to. Now, if you're using environment variables inside of Next.js, it's really important that they start off with next underscore public underscore, and then we essentially have the name of the key. And that's important because otherwise Next.js can't read them. And what we're going to do is we're going to take all of those secret keys and we're going to paste them in here. So what you would do is you would come in here, scroll down, look for the one that says, let me see if I can give you an example without exposing myself. Okay, so just down there you can see the start of the key. Hopefully no one can hack me from this. I'll probably just delete this project afterwards, but you just have to be so careful with some of this stuff. So here we have the API key one. So what I would do is I would see this first one is the API key one. I would copy this whole thing, not the quotations, just the information within it. For example, let's just copy that first bit, and I would paste it in here just like that. No commas at the end, just a new line, and that's all we need. And what you want to do is do that for all of these files, and once you've done that, save this .env file and then close it. So I just copied them all across, and then I clicked continue to console, and that took me back to the home page, and I've now closed my .env file. Now I've added all those keys. There's no extra commas, there's no extra quotations. That's all done, and Next.js will know to read those environment variables and when it sets up this config. So that's probably one of the hardest parts of configuring this done. We now have Firebase added to our application. We have configured it appropriately so that we can, essentially run authentication and database operations from our application to Firebase. So now that this config is complete, we have this auth and this database that we can do stuff with. We now need to wrap our whole application inside of this authenticated state. All right, it's time to get into the final stretch of this project. So when we're creating this authentication system, essentially what we need to do is make sure that we have this authentication container with Firebase, and we need our application to sit inside it. And so you can imagine that anywhere inside of this container, we've got this authentication state. And the other thing we can do is we can bump people out of the container if they're not authenticated. So that's kind of how this system is going to work. And to get started, what we're going to begin doing is creating what's known as a context. Now, we've looked at useState for having user interaction states or variables or, data storages. And essentially what a context is it's very similar, but it's like you provide context to your whole application. We've seen so far that with all of these states, we can pass them, we can define them inside of our notes page, for example, and we can pass them down to these components. But you reach a point where that's super inconvenient, and we just need every component to have access to our authentication state, or our user, or our database, for example. So what you do is you create a context, where context essentially just gives context to everything that's contained within it. And if we wrap our application inside of this React context, then we can access this authentication state from anywhere. Now this is another React.js hook, and it takes a little bit of configuration, but once you kind of get the swing of it, it's a super useful thing to utilize. Like you could use it, for example, if you had an e-commerce store, you could have a global context to manage a cart, or an authentication state is a great example. You wouldn't do it for everything because it becomes non-performant. It's not very optimal. You just want to do it for things that you absolutely need everywhere. So inside of our page, what we're going to do is scroll down the bottom, our directory, right-click, create a new folder, and it's just going to be called context. So it's at the root level directory, so we can see all of our root level directories. We've got the app, components, context, public, so on and so forth. Now inside of context, we're going to create a new file, and this new file is going to be called auth, capital auth, and then context, capital context, .jsx, where JSX is the file extension for a React.js component. And we're going to open this up. Now this functional component looks a little bit different from normal. What we're going to do is export a default function called auth capital provider, capital auth capital provider. Now in this case, we're going to break our rule of making sure that the function matches the file name. And you'll see why shortly. So what we're going to do is we're going to export function auth provider. That's going to have some circular braces, receive the props as arguments, and then have the curly parentheses. Now that's our function. Our function needs to return, we're going to return some circular braces, and we'll come deal with these circular braces in a second. Now that's the first thing we define in here. We're going to come up the top of the file and we're going to create some more stuff. Now up the very top, this is going to be a client component because we're going to have states, user interactive things. The user logs in, we need to update the context so our whole application has access to the user. It's user interactive. It needs to be a client component. So up the very top, we have the lowercase string use space client. That's super important. And then underneath that, we're going to define a variable. We're going to say const auth context, capital A, capital C, is equal to, and we're going to call create context, capital context, and we're going to invoke it with the circular parentheses. Now this create context is a function that we need to import. So we're going to import curly braces, create context from the React package. So we're just going to add that line just above. Now, create context is to define the context. So we've defined the context. Now we have access to the context. And what we do is we come down to what we're returning just here. And where we're returning, we render out auth context as if it were a component. But not just regular auth context. We render out auth context dot provider as if it were a component. So that's our random component. And that's creating essentially our context. And if we go back to that container analogy, our whole application is going to sit in between the opening and closing context providers. Now, in between these, what we're going to do is we're going to render out some JavaScript. So we're going to have curly braces, and that's just going to be the children, where children is whatever is contained within the auth provider component tags, and we'll see where those go shortly. Now to get access to the children is a property of the auth provider component. So that comes to this component via the props. So we need to destructure it out of props. So just above the return, we have const curly braces to destructure out children from props. So we say equals props. So that's the bare bones of our context. There's a whole lot more that we need to add to this file, but that's the core of it. So we've got our auth provider, we've got our context, which is returned from our auth provider, and provider is to provision our application with this context. So now what we need to do is, as I said, provision our app with this context Now the way that we do that is we come into app and layout. Now, as I said, we need to wrap our whole application within this context, and our whole application is essentially just these body tags, everything within the body tags. So just underneath the head, we're going to render out auth provider, make sure it gets imported appropriately from context / auth context. So I use the IntelliSense auto import. You'll need to add that line in. Auth provider that has an opening and closing tag, and remember we have to wrap the body inside as a child element of the opening and closing auth provider tags. So now this content in here is the children content. It's children to the auth provider, and that is essentially we inform auth provider that it has children by coming into our auth context that's received to the auth provider via the properties. The children is a property of the auth provider. We destructure out children, and then we specify where the children should actually be rendered, which is right here. So that's pretty cool. We have now wrapped our application inside of this context. Now, just because we've done that doesn't actually do anything. What we need to do is give our context some information that we can access from anywhere inside of our application. So for example, what I could do is inside of auth provider, just here underneath where we destructure out children, I could say const square braces current user, capital U, comma set current user is equal to use state, invoke that, make sure I import use state just up here. So I use the auto imports, import that, invoke it with circular parentheses, and pass in the default value of null, because by default we have null user, we don't have a user. So now I have a stateful variable to manage the state or the user state. And so what we, an example of what we would do with that is if we try to go to our notes page and we find we don't have a user because we've checked the context, we've checked the global state, there's no user, we'd boot them to the main home page. So now what we need to do is we need to pass the stateful variable down to our whole application, or provide it as part of this context. So the last step is to say const value, define a variable called value that's going to be equal to an object, so some curly parentheses, and inside here we just use the object literal syntax and we pass in the current user. So this essentially creates a key value pair. The key is called current user and the value is the stateful variable. And the last step is to take value and pass it down as a prop to provision it to our whole app. So to the opening auth context provider tag, we say value equal to curly braces and pass in value. I know that's quite a few steps, but all we've done is we've wrapped our application inside of the provider, which happened inside of our layout. So we've got the auth provider, and the auth context file is the file where we create this provider, and we render out our context. We tell it to contain the children, and we pass down any global state that we want via the value. So anything that goes into value, this object, will be accessible inside our whole application anywhere we want. And that's going to be so incredibly useful. Now, one thing I like to do for quality of life is when you call on this context or you want to access the global state, it can be a bit of a faff. So we like to create a little bit of a shortcut, and we create a custom hook that we can call on that kind of just spits out the context, and we can destructure anything we want from it. So just above our auth provider function, underneath where we've got our auth context, we're going to export a function called useAuth, lowercase use, capitalized auth, invoke that. And what we're going to do from here is we're going to return, and we're going to call on use context, which needs to be imported from the React package. And what we do is we call use context, we invoke it, and we pass in our auth context. So this code just here essentially says use the context and give me back the context so I can see what's inside it. And so when we call this function, which we're going to, because we're exporting it, we can access it in any component, we call on use auth, and we return, what we return is going to spit out the whole context, and we can take whatever we want from it. So this is a little utility function. It's just quality of life. It's not necessarily necessary, but if we didn't have it, we would kind of have to go through this whole process wherever we wanted the context to be able to actually use it. So this just means we can do it once and access it anywhere and not have to stress about it later. So now that we have this context set up, we need it to manage our authentication stuff. So what we're going to do is a whole bunch of stuff. It's time to really get Firebase inside of our application. So first up, we need to create some stateful variables. We have current user. Another one that we're going to need is a stateful variable called isLoadingUser. So we're going to say const square braces is loading user, comma set is loading user equals to use state, and that by default is going to be true, because when we come to the application, we can guarantee that we're going to try to load a user. Whether or not we end up with a user is something we'll find out later. And that's just going to be a nice thing to have inside of our context, so that inside of our application, if we're loading a user, we can render a little like a little circly loading screen. So we're going to pass this down to our context inside of the value by comma after the current user, and we're going to pass in isLoadingUser. So that's pretty cool. Now that we have these two things, the next thing we're going to do is create a whole lot of functions to handle our user authentication with Firebase. Now, one thing to note is that the value should pretty much be at the very bottom, just above the return. So we're going to make sure that stays down the bottom. So we're going to create these functions just above where the value is. So the first function is going to be a function called signup. That's going to be one of our main operations. And that's going to receive an email and a password as an argument. And inside here, we're going to return, and we're going to call create user with email and password. Now the IntelliSense for me is bringing this up, and so I'm going to hit enter on that. And that's because we need to import create user with email and password from Firebase Auth. So that line, that import line has been added up the top. And what that's going to take is we have to invoke that create user with email and password, and that's going to receive, we can see it right there, it receives the auth, which if you recall is what we exported out of our Firebase file. It receives a string and it receives an email and a password. So we're going to pass in auth. Auth needs to be imported. So just here we can see the IntelliSense is coming up to import auth from Firebase. So I'm going to click on that. You can just, if that's not coming up for you. Actually, let me know in the comments down below. Does the IntelliSense work for you guys, or are you writing this out manually? I'd be so curious to know, because I just have no idea. Let me know in the comments down below. Anyway, we have the import line. We now have access to authentication, which is pretty much the entity that's going to allow us to do any kind of authentication operation. So we have auth, we've imported it from our Firebase file, and we've passed it in as the first argument to our create user with email and password. Then we're going to have a comma, then have email, and then comma and pass in password, which are the two arguments for this function. Then what we're going to do underneath that is create another function called login. That's going to receive an email and a password as well. And we're just going to return, and this time it's going to be sign in. And just here you can see all the different Firebase authentication methods. We want sign in with email and password. Once again, that needs to be imported from Firebase/auth. And we invoke that, we pass in auth, email, and password. So that's pretty straightforward. Underneath that, we're going to have a function called logout. This one's pretty straightforward. We're going to say set current user, set that back to null. So if we do have a current user, we want to basically get rid of them. After that, we're going to return, and we're going to call sign out, which is a capital O. Make sure you're getting your lowercase, uppercase letters correct. Sign out needs to be imported from Firebase Auth, and that just receives the auth as an argument. So that's pretty straightforward. And there's a bunch more. I'm going to challenge you guys. One is reset password email. So maybe, once the course is done, if you want to go above and beyond, you could give this a shot. And for that, you're going to be looking for send password reset email. So maybe you could have a go at creating that function that takes an auth and an email. Just a little extra for experts, got to leave, something a bit of a challenge. It's pretty straightforward though, and that just sends the user a reset password email and a link to actually fill out their new password. So you might want to create a function for that. So now that we have these functions, what we're going to do is pass them into our value, our global context, and that way anywhere in our application we can call on sign up, log in, and log out. So after is loading user, we're going to have sign up, log in, comma, and sign out. Or sorry, log out. Like so. Is that the ones? Yeah. Sign up, log in, log out. Perfect. So all of those commas separating, and this is just the object literal syntax, which is super convenient. Now, that's almost the context complete. The last thing we're going to do is very cool. And this is going to be an event listener. Now, when I say event listening, we're listening for events. You should think use effect. Use effect. So we're going to call on our use effect hook, use effect. That needs to be imported from the React package. So we've got 4 imports so far in this particular file. And we invoke that, we call that function, and that takes 2 arguments. One is a callback anonymous arrow function, just like that, and the second one is the dependency array. Now, in here, what we're going to do is define an event listener. It's a Firebase specific event listener, and it's called onAuth state change. So we're listening to authentication state changes. So that's, sign up, register, log in, log out, all of that kind of stuff. And what we're just going to do is when any of that happens, we're going to make sure we're updating our user. So the dependency array is going to be empty because this is going to run on page load. So nothing is going to go in here, which means that this callback function is going to be executed when the page loads. And what we're going to do is inside of the code block, inside of that anonymous arrow function, the callback function, we're going to define a variable called unsubscribe. So we're going to say const unsubscribe, and we'll see what this does shortly. And that is equal to, and we're going to call onAuth state changed, which needs to be imported from Firebase /auth. So now that has 4 things, onAuth state changed. And we're going to invoke that. And that takes 2 arguments. One is the auth, and the second is an asynchronous arrow function. So we say async, and then we just have our arrow function. This is essentially a callback function to be executed whenever our user authentication state changes. Now this asynchronous function receives an argument, and that's going to be the new user state. And what we're going to do in here is open up this onto some new lines, and we're going to console.log and just have a string that says authenticating user ... And I quite like having these console logs inside of this authentication state listener because it makes it really obvious what's happening. And just underneath this console log, if we're going to authenticate a user, this is going to be run on page load or whenever the user authentication state changes. So if they're signing out or they're registering, then what we're going to do is say set is loading user true, because we are going to be loading a user. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is have a try and a catch block. Now this is just for error handling. So we're going to have try, curly braces, catch, circular braces, catch the error, and inside here console.log the error.message. Now this try catch block is important for any kind of follow-on operation that we might have, and typically that's going to be data fetching. So the way that I'll commonly use this onAuth state changed is let's say a user is just signed in. That means that this is going to be executed, and so inside here I've got my user, now I want to fetch their data. So any data fetching would be defined inside of here, and when I'm doing data fetching I put it inside of a try catch block. Now one really cool thing to know about the Firebase authentication is that it's very clever. If you sign in today, close the application, and come back tomorrow, it has like a session token which remembers your authentication for a period of time until it expires, which means that you will automatically be re-authenticated tomorrow. So you don't have to come and manually type it in every single time. So it handles all of the under the hood stuff that you don't really want to have to think about with user authentication. So inside of this try block, I'd say, if we find a user, then fetch their data. Now, just above that little comment, what I'm going to do is add a line just here that says set current user equal to the user. So our authentication state has changed. Maybe they've clicked the sign out button. If so, user would be null. If they've just logged in, then we'll have their Firebase user. And so we want to make sure that our stateful variable captures that user, whether or not it exists. So we set that state. Now, just underneath that, we have what's known as a guard clause. So we say if circular braces not, so exclamation not user, then what we're going to do is we're going to throw a capital error. So we're going to instantiate an error, and that's just going to contain a string that says no user found. So if we don't get a user, which means they've just logged out, then we're pretty much going to exit this try catch block, jump into the catch, we'll console.log the error, which is just going to be this string right here, and we won't continue to the data fetching. So this is just a guard clause. So this is a guard clause, which just means that if there is no user, then the code stops here and we don't do any data fetching or anything. Super handy. Now, if we get past this guard clause, then you would do, this line here. So if we find a user, then fetch their data. Now, in this course, we don't really have any user data. We have all of their notes data, but we're going to fetch that information somewhere else. So typically user data is just account created, billing information, any of that kind of stuff, subscription statuses. Now, if you wanted to monetize this project, then yeah, you would absolutely fetch their billing information, for example, and this is where you would do it. As long as it's just not a whole lot of information, you don't want to fetch everything they've ever uploaded to Firebase. So we don't currently have any user information, so that's pretty much it. The last thing we're going to do is string onto the end of the catch block a finally section, and in here we're just going to say set is loading user false. So we've finished loading the user. Whether or not we found one, hard to say. Now, the last thing we have to do underneath this on/auth state changed, we have this whole code block and we assigned it to unsubscribe. Now, what this on/auth state change does is it creates this event this event system, and it returns what's known as a cleanup function. So essentially what happens is it spits out a thing that basically says, okay, clean all of this out, we don't want it anymore. So what we're going to do from this use effect is return this cleanup function. So we're going to return unsubscribe. Now this is super important because when this use effect runs, we create this on/auth state change listener. Now, if we close this component, if we close the application, if we reload the page or any of these kind of things happen, what we don't want is to get 2 or 3 or 4 instances of this event listener running. That would just create a whole lot of bugs. It'd be absolutely nightmarish. So what we have to do is from our use effect, we return this cleanup function. And this cleanup function gets executed whenever we basically don't need this component anymore. So if we reload the page or any of that kind of stuff, it's just going to be like, oh, last minute, we got to get rid of the event listener that we added at the start. And that's what this unsubscribe. So we unsubscribe to the authentication changes, and then next time we load the page, we can resubscribe. So we resubscribe when we basically reinitialize this. So that's just going to clean up our authentication state. And if we go ahead and save that, that's the end of the on/auth state change. Now what we should be able to do is come into our application, and first we have to boot up our application. We can say npm run the developer script. And now that that is running, I can refresh the page, and that is going to run all of our authentication. So we can see we said authenticating user, no user found. Now in this case, what we're actually going to do next is program, I'm looking at the notes, but I'm not authenticated. So what we want to do here is actually A, while we're authenticating a user, hide this dashboard, and B, boot the user out of the notes page because they just shouldn't be there, cheeky rascals. And the way that we're going to do that is with some little logic to make sure that we block a user from being on our website if they're not authenticated. Now to do that, we're going to do a few things. And the first one is we're going to come into our page.js. Now just in here, this is our notes page. And what we're going to do is get access to our auth context. So inside of this functional component, just above the return line, we're going to say const curly braces current user, which is our global state to manage our user, and that's equal to use auth. We're going to call the use auth hook we defined and make sure we import it from our context. Now we're going to invoke use auth, and then just above this return right here, we're going to say if not current user curly braces, we're going to say window dot location dot href is equal to a string that contains the slash key. And that's just some that's just some code that's going to boot the user off this page and basically redirect them to the home page. Now just above this, we're going to have another guard clause. Well, actually, let me just comment this. So if no user found, then boot them to the home page, because this is the notes page for auth users only. Now, what if they're loading? Well, then we still don't have a user, but it's loading. So maybe we should give them some time. So what we're going to do just above is have another if clause that says if is loading user, which also is going to be part of our global context. So we need to destructure out is loading user. If is loading user, then what we're going to do is return an h6 element that has a class name of text-gradient, which is FantaCSS, and that's going to say loading ... So if we're loading a user, we're going to return this h6. If we're not loading, and then if that's finished and we have no user, then we're going to boot them. So now if I go ahead and save that and refresh this page, well, for some reason that didn't seem to want to work for me. And I realize why that's not working is because I'm a silly Muppet and this is the wrong page. Look at me being a Muppet. So what I'm going to do is copy all of these lines of code. I'm going to remove that auth context import line, and I'm going to come across to the notes page, which is actually where it's meant to go. And we're going to add all of this just above the return with the JSX. Now, because I've changed it, I'm going to copy the use auth line, and I'm actually going to move that up the top just with all of our stateful variables just here. So all of my use auth hook destructuring happens up the top, just still within the component, but just where we define all of the state. We're going to have to make sure that we import use auth in this component instead, so I'm going to use the auto imports. There's the import line just there. And now when I refresh the page, we can see that I got booted off. So automatically I got booted off. And if I tried to come over to /notes, it gives us the loading and then it boots us off the page, which is just what we would expect. So that's pretty cool. That works nicely. Now, the next thing, since we're actually not going to be able to access the notes page, we may as well handle the user authentication, right? So that's going to be pretty simple. What we're going to do is come into login, and that's where all of the magic is going to happen. So inside of login, currently this is a completely static page, which means that it has no active content. So we're going to make it completely live and interesting. And the first thing we're going to do inside of login.jsx is up the top add the lowercase string that says use client, because this is going to have a whole lot of state. Now inside of the functional component, we're going to define some states to manage or to hold the values of the inputs. So we're going to say const square braces email, comma set email equals use state, invoke that with the circular parentheses and pass in an empty string, and we're going to have to import use state from React. So add that import line just there. Then we're going to say const square braces password set password, make sure you spell that correctly, equal to use state empty string as a default value. We're going to have another one that's called isRegister, and this is going to essentially be a state that manages whether or not we're logging in or registering a user. So we're going to say const square braces is register, set is register, equal to use state, and by default that's going to be false, so we're going to be logging in existing users by default. And whenever I'm defining a state that tracks like a state of being, if it is or isn't, I always throw is at the front. And then we're going to have one more, and that's const square braces is authenticating and set is authenticating equals to use state false. And this is just going to handle the loading state when a user is logging in to let them know that we're logging you in. Calm down, we're logging you in, it's okay. So now that we have all of this, what we're going to do is create an asynchronous function called handle auth user. Now this function is going to just authenticate a user. And so what we're going to do is create a try and a catch block, because this is like, whenever I have network requests, I just throw it in a try catch block, because if we get any errors, for example, a user already exists or all of that kind of stuff, then we're going to need to handle those errors. So try catch the error, console.log the error.message. What I would also do here, challenge for you, add an error state that is conditionally rendered if there is an error and shows the error message. That could be a fun little challenge, maybe at the end of the course. So now that we're catching the error, we're going to have a finally block, and that's going to be our try catch finally block. Now at the start, just before we even get into the try catch block, we're going to have some guard clauses. So these are going to say check if email is legit and password is acceptable. So we're going to say if circular braces just above the try block, and we're going to say if not email.includes, invoke that, pass in a string that contains an ampersand. So if the email doesn't have an ampersand, it's probably not legit. Or, so double poll character for an or condition, password.length is less than 6. Then we invoke that, and if either of those is the case, then we're just going to return out of here. And that means that we're basically just going to block the user from authenticating. So if either of those is true, then the user is not going to be able to authenticate. And what you can actually do is define this as a variable just above the function. We can say const can auth is equal to, and just make it these conditions. So we're going to cut these two conditions and assign the true or false nature of those two conditions. So if either of those, well actually that should be can't auth. Const can't auth. So they can't auth if the email does not contain an ampersand or the password is less than 6, then they can't auth. So if can't auth, then return out of the function. And the benefit of having it as a variable is that we can actually disable the submit button if this variable is true. Now we don't need a stateful variable to manage this particular value. This can be a traditional variable because it's not actually tied to a user interaction. It's a dependent variable. It's dependent on stateful variables that manage the user interaction. So this can just be a plain old regular variable, which is super nice in this particular case. And so this is our guard clause, if can't auth, then return. So now if we get into the try catch block, in the try block, what we need to do is check if a user is registering or not. So we're going to say if is register, if that's true, and then have an else case for when it's false. So if is register, then we need to register a user, and then in the else block, otherwise they are wanting to log in. And the code in here is pretty straightforward. What we're going to do just above this function underneath our, well actually let's do it above the can't auth. We're going to say const curly braces is equal to, and we're going to call our global context by saying use auth. Make sure we import that hook, that auth hook, and invoke it with the circular parentheses. And now what we can do is destructure out login and sign up. And those are the two functions we created inside of our context. If we come in our auth context, we have these two functions right here, and we pass them into the value, which provisions our whole application with this context. And so now what I can do is destructure them out inside of login, and I have access to the two functions to authenticate a user. Now these are asynchronous functions, so what we need to do, if we're is registering, then we await and we call sign up and we pass in the email and the password, pretty straightforward. Otherwise, if we come into the else condition, then we await login. Did I just randomly import something? No, good. Login, invoke that, pass in the email and password. And now at the top of our function, just above this try block, we're going to say set is authenticating true, because we're just starting to authenticate before we hit the try block. And then in the finally, we're going to say set is authenticating false. And that is our function to handle user authentication. So that's the first step. And what we can do is assign this function to the onClick event of the button. So we scroll down, we take this function, and just where we have our button to submit, which is just here, we can add an onClick attribute that's equal to some curly braces and pass in handle auth user. Now what I'm going to do is create a secondary attribute, and this is going to be disabled equal to curly braces. And in here we pass in a condition where if true, we disable the button. So for example, if can't auth is true, so if the email doesn't contain the ampersand or the password is insufficient length, then we disable the button. Or is authenticating. If we're already authenticating, then we want to disable the button. So that logic is going to disable the button if we don't have the information we need. So just here we can see the submit button is currently disabled. Now the funny thing is that the input field should actually be legitimate. So what's going on here? Well, we have values in these inputs, but we haven't tied them to a state, so we can't read those values. So what we need to do is come to our first input, which is the text for the email address, and we give it a value attribute that's equal to email, and we give it an onChange equal to an anonymous arrow function that receives the event, and inside of the function we set email equal to e.target.value. It's not technically equal, we pass an e.target.value, which is the current value of the input, as an argument to the set email setter function for that state. And what I'm going to do is copy those two attributes, the value and the onChange, and just paste them in the input for the password, and swap out the value equals password instead of email, and set email should be set password. So if we go ahead and save that and then refresh the page, we have no user found. That's perfect. And so what we can do is now register a user. So I'm going to say test@gmail.com, and I'm going to come into the password and say 123.123.123. And we saw that as soon as my password was greater than 6 in length, we met the email and the password criteria, and the submit button is now good to go. Now, just before I click it, what I'm going to do is come into the submit button, and where it says submit inside of the H6, I'm going to wrap this inside of curly braces, and then wrap it inside of a string. Now what I want to do is change the text depending on whether or not we're authenticating a user. So the default is going to be submit. So what I do is in front of this string, we have it inside of curly braces because it's obviously JavaScript inside of the JSX, it's some logic. In front of the string, we're going to check if is authenticating, question mark. So are we authenticating? If it's true, we're going to have a string, and then we're going to have a colon for the otherwise case. So we're going to say is authenticating. If it's true, what we're going to do is have the text submitting ... Otherwise, we're not authenticating, then we're just going to have submit. So if I add that line in, what we can now do is click submit, and it changes to submitting. And then we disable the button as we're authenticating a user, and we found that we had an error, and the error was actually printed out just over here. And so this is what you would eventually try to show up on the screen as an error log. And that just says invalid credential. That's a Firebase error, and that's because we're trying to log in a user that doesn't exist. So that makes perfect sense. So now what we need is to be able to click these buttons just here and toggle between our register and sign in state. Now I'm going to leave forgot password over to you guys because I kind of gave you a hint of how it works. But for login, what we need is a button right here that toggles the state of is register. So we're going to just say on click as an attribute of the opening tag equals to curly braces, this is an arrow function, and inside of the scoped code for the arrow function, we're just going to say set is register, if I can spell that, is register equal to, or invoke the setter function and pass in not, so exclamation is register. So that's just going to invert the state of is registers. Now, if we click it, that's going to swap the states, but the buttons aren't going to reflect that change. So we need to change this text just here and the text of this button. So where we have sign in, what we're going to do is select that text, wrap it inside of curly braces, and then turn it into a string. Now in front of that, we're going to say is register question mark. Is register? Well, if we're registering, then we don't want to say sign in. So what we want is a string and then the colon for the otherwise case. And this string is going to say, well, if we're registering, then we're going to say create an account. Now, if is register is false, then we're going to show the string that says sign in. So now if I go ahead and save that, what I should be able to do is click login, and we can see that it is in fact swapping or conditionally rendering the text. So now we're on the create an account, which means that is register is true, so we should be able to register a user. Now the last thing we need to do is change the text in this button just here, because we don't want it to always say login. We want it to swap between these two states as well, but be the opposite of that. So what we're going to do is come down to the button that says login, and this is going to be wrapped in curly braces, then turn it into a string. And this is going to also say is register question mark. If is register is true, then the button should actually say login because it's prompting us to swap to the other state. Otherwise, colon, string, sign up. So if is register is true, we're currently on the registration page, so this button to swap should suggest to log in. Otherwise, is register is false, which means we're on the login screen, so this button should tell us to sign up. So if I go ahead and save that, now we know we're in the login screen. To be fair, we could change sign in to login. I actually think that's a little bit clearer, login. So just up here, I'm going to say login instead of create an account. So login, email, password. Down here we have the sign up button. I can click it, and now it says to create an account, and then the button would suggest we go back to the login. And now what I can do is I can submit. It's submitting. And we can see over the side here that we're authenticating a user. And I presume that was successful. What I might just do is come into the context just here. And if we get past this guard clause, I'm just going to console.log a string that says found user. So if we go ahead and refresh this page, we can see that we automatically found a user. We're authenticated. Firebase remembered, and we had a session token from our previous authentication state, and we found a user. So that's pretty cool. What we could also do just now is, well, actually, just before we do that, the last thing, if we're authenticating a user, we need to redirect them. So what we're going to do is inside of our login, just here, we're going to come into this, and just beneath this code, whether or not we're registering or signing up, we now need to push them onto another page. Now, there's a couple of ways you can handle routing inside of Next.js. One is with link tags. That's if you want to do it straight in the JSX, but if you want to redirect through JavaScript, what you do is you use router. Now, the way that the router works is just up where we have our use auth hook. What we're going to do is define a router. So we're going to say const router is equal to, and we're going to call the use router hook. Now you want to be careful where you import this from. We want to import it from next/navigation. And this comes down to whether or not you're in the pages or app directory with Next.js. So we're going to import use router from next/navigation, and we're going to say const router is equal to use router and invoke that. And now router just allows us to route inside of our application, so we can come down beneath this code. So if we get here with no error, then we've authenticated. So push to notes page. So just here we're going to say router.push, and we push a new route, which is going to be a string that says /notes. So what that's going to do is now when I try our user credentials, and the other cool thing, to be honest, let's just check that. If we come over to our Firebase console and click inside of authentication, we can see we have our first user right here. So test@gmail.com, created, we've got the user ID, and I could reset password, disable account, delete account. So that's all your account management inside of the Firebase console. And so what I want to do is say test@gmail.com, come down, type in the password, submitting, and we now push them into the application. So Carpi, excellent. That is literally our user authentication done, and that would work for, loads of stuff. So now that we've authenticated a user, what we're going to do is start off with the logout button, because that's just so easy. So the logout button is inside of SideNav. So what we're going to do is inside of SideNav, just down here, we have this logout button. We need to start off turning it into, well, it's already a client component. Now this is actually something that I wanted to mention. In this component, currently we have imported hooks, state, we have user interaction, we have all sorts of stuff inside of this component. So why haven't we specified it to be a client component? Very valid question. The answer is because the parent is a client component. So if the parent is a client component, by default, this will also be a client component, so you don't have to specify it here. It is something good to be aware of, but just remember that is, Next.js will scream at you if it wants something to be a client component. So inside of here, just under where we destructure our props, what I'm going to do is say const curly braces logout equals to useAuth, import that useAuth context, that useAuth hook, and now I can take this logout function and come down to our button just here, and we can add an onClick equal to curly braces pass in logout. Literally all we need to log out a user, and now when I log them out, we get booted off the page back to the home page. Perfect. If I refresh the page, we're still logged out. If I come over to /notes, we load, we don't find a user, we get booted back to the home page, so that's all good. Now what we can do is we can log in again, now that we've got the logout button working. So let's just authenticate, log in our user. Now what we need to do, that we've got all of this user stuff working, is start persisting data to our database. Now, the first thing we're going to deal with is saving a note, because there's no point in saving data that we don't, retrieving or reading data that we don't actually have. So the first component we're going to get started in is the editor, because that's where we're going to have the logic to, actually no, sorry, I lied, the page, because this is where we have our text. Now what we're going to do, we've got these functions to handle the toggle menu, that's all good. We've got this stuff for everything we need just here. So underneath these two functions, we're going to create two more. One's going to be a function called, actually it's going to be three functions, handle create note. And this function is going to be to create a new note. Then we're going to have a function called handle edit note. And this is going to receive an event, and this one as an argument, and this one is going to be to edit an existing note. And then finally, we're going to have a function that's an async function, so it needs async at the start, async function, and this is going to be called handle save note. And that also receives an event. Actually, no, it doesn't. That has no argument. Now, we're also going to need some additional states. Currently, we have text. Text was just a temporary thing to get it working. Our actual note system is going to be a little bit more complicated, because we're not just going to hold one note state, we're going to hold all of our note states just in here. So we could have 16 different notes, and that's going to save us constantly refetching them. So what I'm going to do is comment out const text and set text, and underneath show nav, I'm going to have a new stateful variable called const square braces note comma set note equals to use state. And we're going to invoke that and pass in an object. Now this object, this default object, is going to start off with a content key that's going to have a string assigned to it, an empty string. So it's just an ever so slightly more complex data structure, and that's going to allow a note to have some additional fields such as an ID. Now underneath that, we're going to have another one called const notes, const square braces, note IDs, and set note IDs equals to use state, and that by default is going to be an array. Now this is going to be an array for this side nav just here, and the reason we're going to have that is because when the page loads, we want to fetch one note or potentially none. But what we do want to do is fetch all of the scrolly note IDs on the side. And these are all the existing notes that we have. So that's going to be quite important. So we're going to manage that inside of a state. And then we're going to have one more. And this is going to be called const square braces saving note and set saving note. And that's equal to use state false. So just like that, we have all of our notes. So now that we have the states that we're going to need, let's start creating our functions. So first up, if we're handling create a new note, what we need to do is set note, invoke set note, the setter function, pass in an object, and that's just going to have the key content, and that's going to have a string assigned to it. That's pretty straightforward. Now, if we're going to handle existing or handle edit note, what we're going to do is set note, and we're going to, in this case, invoke it, pass in an object, and this one is going to have the key content, except this time we're going to assign e.target.value. But what we want to do is persist any existing note information. So out the front, what we're going to do is spread the current note and then override the content field. So this is going to retain all of the additional key value pairs that we have inside of our note entity, but it's just going to update the content. So this is our edit function, and you can see that our set state is becoming slightly more complex, which is why we're creating handler functions to manage these operations. And finally, handle save note. Now this is the most complicated one. Now inside here, what we're going to do is start off with a guard clause that says if not note return. And actually that should be not note.content. And I'm going to have the ternary operator, so question mark period. So if we don't have any note content, return because there's nothing worth saving. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is have a try, catch, error, and finally block, and that's because we're persisting data we're writing over the internet. So I like to handle all of this inside of a try, catch, finally block in case something goes wrong. Now what we're going to do in here is we're going to start off, we're going to see if note already exists in database. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say if note.id, then we have an existing note because we have its ID. So write to existing note. Now, so far when I've been creating these notes, I've just had a content field. So that hasn't contained an ID. So only once we save a note do we get its ID and we add that to the note field. And this is just going to make sure that we have a really clean system for reading and writing on an individual note basis. So if we don't, we're going to add an else clause here. So if we have the else clause, that means that it's a brand new note and will only contain the content field, so we can basically save a new note to Firebase. Now we're going to do the new note logic first. So what we're going to do for writing to Firebase, to our database, we're going to say const new ID is equal to note.content. So we're going to access the content of the note dot slice, and we're going to slice it from 0 through 15. Now what this does is it just takes the first 15 characters of the note. And then what we're going to do is we're going to append on some extra information. So we're going to plus a string that has a double underscore. You'll see why we're doing this shortly. It kind of looks like a little face. And then we're going to add on capital date, invoke the date, dot now, invoke now. And this is going to give us a millisecond amount to snapshot the current instant. And that's going to allow us to have like a date system. So the new ID is going to have the starting text of the note plus the date time right now at the snapshot when we save it, so that we can keep a record of when we created this note. So now that we have the ID, what we're going to do is write the note to Firebase. And the first thing we do is we create a reference. And the reference is how we use the reference to tell Firebase where this information should go. So we're going to say const notes ref, capital ref, is equal to, and call doc. Now doc is a Firebase thing, so we're going to hit enter on the IntelliSense. If that's not coming up, make sure you import it from Firebase/Firestore. And a doc is just a Firebase document. So if we come into Firebase and come into our database, we will eventually have notes collections. You could have a user collection, you could have notes collections. We're going to have notes collections, and the document is going to be an individual note. Now, text is not defined, that's fine. We'll come back and deal with that shortly. So we have doc. What we do is we invoke doc, we've imported it, and the first thing we pass in is the database. So we pass in DB. Now DB needs to be imported from Firebase. Remember when we exported it? So we import DB from Firebase, and now that we're passing in the database, then what we do is we have a field, and this is going to be the users field. Now we want to save the note within the user. So what we do is we start off by we go to the users, and then we have a comma, we pass in the user ID, so we're going to access current user.uid. Now current user.uid comes from the current user, which we're already destructuring out of our global context, so we access the unique user ID. So if you were to think about it as a file directory, we're going to have /users / that unique ID, then we're going to comma, and have a notes field, and then it's going to be /notes for that user, and then the last one we're going to do is pass in the new ID. So instead of having commas just here, just imagine they were slashes, and that's going to be the file or the path for this particular note. So that's the notes ref. And now that we have the notes ref, what we do is we say const new doc info is equal to, and we await, because saving this information is asynchronous, and we call set doc, which needs to be imported from Firestore. So just up the top, we import set doc, and we invoke it, and we pass in the notes ref, and then we comma, and we have an object. Now the object is going to have content, the key content, and that's going to be note.content. So that's whatever the current note is. And then we're going to have a comma, and we're going to have a second field, and it's going to be called created at colon, and this one is going to be called server timestamp, and that needs to be invoked and imported from Firebase Firestore. So that's just going to timestamp the creation of this node. So now we're going to have this new doc info. It doesn't have any ID just yet, but it's got the content and all that good stuff. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is get access, or essentially we're going to, that's going to save the data to Firebase. What we're going to do is make sure we overwrite the current note and add in the ID. So we're going to say set note, invoke that, pass in an object, spread out the current note fields, then have a comma, and the ID, we're going to add an ID field, is going to be equal to new ID. And that's just going to make sure that our local state inside of this component matches the global context. So that's all the logic that we need to save the note. Now inside of the catch block, what we're going to do is console.log error.message. And then inside of the finally block, we're going to say set saving note, and that's going to be equal to false. So that's the function that we need to handle the saving of the note. Pretty big, comprehensive, but super important. So if we go ahead and save that, that's going to be the functions that we need. So now what we need to do is fix all of this text stuff. So we've removed text, and now we have note.content. And the easy one, the low-hanging fruit, is going to be the MDX viewer. So now the MDX viewer is just going to say note.content, right? That's pretty straightforward, instead of just text. Now the harder one is going to be the editor, but it's not actually that much harder. So for text is actually just now going to be note.content. But what we need to do is pass in a setter function. So instead of having set, well, to be fair, set text is equal to set text is pretty close. But what we're actually going to do is pass down handle edit note. So set text is now going to have handle edit note assigned to it. Now what we're going to do is come into the editor just here, and instead of having this on change for the text editor, we're just going to directly assign set text because that actually handles the event directly. So if we go ahead and save that, now our editor should actually work appropriately and we should be up and running once again. So I could have a pound that says, hello, my name is James. Come onto a new line, have a double pound and say, this is a second header. And now if I click on the viewer, that's once again working, which is perfect. Now, we've got the editor working appropriately. What we need to do next is assign the save button to, or the save function to the save button. So we're going to take handle save note, come down to our top nav. Now, because it's going to have to be passed to the top nav, we're going to have to pass it through the editor and through MDX. So I'm going to create a function or an attribute style prop, handle save note equal to curly braces handle save note. Pass that into the editor and pass it into the MDX viewer because we're going to be able to save from either view. And that's going to be all good. And the other one we're going to have to pass down to both of them is going to be the saving. So we're going to say saving note equal to saving note. And we're going to make sure we pass that down to both the MDX viewer as an attribute. So we've got quite a few attributes for both of them now. So what we're going to do is come into, well, I'm actually going to copy both of these attribute names and come into the top nav and destructure them out from where they are just here. So we've got saving note and handle save note. Now, the reason we're going to have saving note is because we actually want to disable the save button when we're saving the note. So we're going to come down to the save button and just have disabled equal to curly braces saving note as an attribute to the opening button tag. And so whenever we're saving the note, in the process of saving it, we're going to disable this button. And a challenge would be, if you wanted to, you could try make this text conditionally rendered to change to saving or something when this is true. Just think of how we did the submitting button. You've got a good example there. So that's going to be the disabled feature. And then the other thing we need to do is just have the function assigned as an onClick. So we can have onClick equals to curly braces and pass in handle save note. And so now I should actually be able to save this note legitimately. Let's go ahead. We'll open up the console to make sure it's working. Let me click save. Date.now is not a function. So there's a little error just in the log over here. If I do that again, that will come up. Date.now is not a function. So let's just come back into the page where we created it. So that is right here. Date. That's because I see what I've done. Look at me being a silly, silly Muppet. It should just be date.now, not date curly braces, circular braces. So date.now, that should fix it. So let's try that once more. Save. And I think that did the trick. Now, one thing I note is that saving never worked, and that's because when we try, nothing happened in here. So we should say set saving note equal true, just underneath the guard clause. And the other thing we have to do is define the edit or the logic to save adjustments. But since that save actually worked, we should be able to come over to our database. And if I refresh the database, we should have our first entry in here. We have users, we have our user ID, and we have our notes collection, and that's got our document that has the text just here. So this is our document, and that's got the content. So that has literally saved our first entry to the database, which is perfect. So now what we can do is write the logic for updating a node. So if we're inside this if block, we say const note ref equal to doc, invoke doc, which we did before, pass in db, pass in the string that says users, pass in the current user.uid, and then pass in the string that says notes. And if you kind of notice, these are kind of just the fields, the subdirectories in here that we've gone through. And then finally, the last one is going to be note.id, because we have an ID, we've confirmed it. And then underneath, we literally just set the same content. So we say await set doc, and we invoke that, we pass in the note ref. And then after that, we have the object that contains the content key that's got note.content assigned to it, comma, and then underneath that, we actually don't have any second fields. Well, to be fair, actually what I'm going to do is, instead of having content, I'm just going to spread out the whole note. So the whole note gets signed just in there. But then after that object, we comma, and then we have another object, and this one just says merge : true. Now, when we're setting a document, merge.true just means that if we have any existing fields, make sure that we keep them. And what this does is this just makes sure that any existing information isn't overwritten. Like, we don't set it just equal to this, we merge it with the existing entity. And if we go ahead and save that, that should work for saving. And so I should be able to come into this, come into the editor, add a whole lot of content here, come to the viewer, click on save. That's saving it, disable the button, and then we come back and we can see that that content has been updated, which is beautiful. Now there's a few other things that we have to work on in here, but now what we're going to do is come over to this side nav. So currently the side nav is a whole lot of random notes that don't actually exist. But the behavior that we want is we want our side nav to go to Firebase and basically say, okay, I don't want all of the notes, but what I want is the IDs of all of the notes. And then we can show them down here, and then a user can click on them, and then we can go and actually get that note. So that's what we're going to do now. Now, the notes IDs are needed in the page as well, because we have to be able to access that information to figure out what goes into like the editor and stuff like that. And that's why we've defined this stateful variable notes IDs just here. So this is an array, and this is going to be an array of all of the IDs. Now what we need to do is pass down the note IDs and the set note IDs to the side nav. The side nav can go and fetch them all. It can be updated here, and then we can click on one and that can fetch that particular note. So what we're going to start off doing is passing down note IDs. So we're going to say note IDs equal note IDs, and set note IDs equals set note IDs. And that's going to pass those two bits of information, and for some reason I put them into notes, so I'm going to cut them because they're not meant to go into notes, they're meant to go into side nav. So I'm going to paste them as attribute style props to side nav. Now that I have those passed down, we're going to come into the side nav and destructure them out of props. So there I've destructured the two of them out. I've destructured out note IDs and set note IDs. And the other thing we're going to do is get rid of this array of notes because we don't need it anymore. Now the one other thing I'm going to destructure out in here is, I think, our function to create a new note. So handle create note, because the button to create a new note is actually inside the side nav, so it's going to need that button. So we're going to click on handle create note, come down to the side nav and just pass that down as well. And the reason we're defining the function here is because obviously all of the note stuff is there. So we're going to pass that function down to side nav as well. And then we can come into the side nav and destructure out handle create note. Now the first thing I'm going to do is assign handle create note to the button for creating the new node. So for this button, I'm going to say on click equal to and just assign handle create note. So that is perfect. And now what I'm going to do is where we have notes down here and we're mapping over it, I'm going to change that to notes IDs. So for every ID in the array, render out a button. So that's going to be pretty cool. And if we go ahead and save that, we have 0 notes, which is just what we would expect. But now we actually, well, technically we do have a note. So what we have to do is when we render the side nav, we have to go off and ask Firebase for all of the indexes. Now, I mentioned it earlier, one of the common uses for useEffect is to fetch data on page load. So what we're going to do, and you really want to be cautious with how many useEffects you're using, but we're going to use one to fetch our data. So just underneath the current one above the return, we're going to say use effect, invoke it, pass in an arrow function and an empty dependency array, because we want this to run on page load. So if there's no dependencies, it runs on page load. And what we're going to do is inside of the useEffect, we're going to first check if there's a user. So just here where we destructure out logout, we're going to destructure out current user as well. And we need current user because all of the notes are saved with the user. So we're going to destructure out current user. And what I'm going to do inside of this useEffect is say if not current user, and I'm going to return out of it. And this is a guard clause because if we don't have a user, then we can't fetch anything. So exit this code block. Now, if we do have a user, then we can go ahead and fetch all of the indexes. Now, the way that you fetch data inside of a useEffect is you create a function and then you invoke the function to fetch the data. So what we're going to do is define an async function. It's going to be called fetchIndexes. And this is going to contain a try catch where we catch the error and then a finally block, because that's how we always fetch data. Now, if it's a catch, we're going to console.log error.message so we can see any errors. And in the try block, what we're going to do is say const notes ref, not note ref, notes ref for all of the notes we need to reference them. And that's going to be equal to, and we're going to call collection. Now, collection needs to be imported from Firestore. And if we come back to the Fire, what's a doc, what's a collection, what's the difference? The document is a specific document. The collection is the nodes. So depending on what you're going for, if you're going for a specific document, then you look for doc. If you're going for the collection of documents, then you use collection. So because we're going for a collection of documents, we're going to import the collection, and that's what we're going to look up. So we invoke collection, we pass in DB, which needs to be imported, so that's our Firebase database. So we add the import for our database, and then we have a comma, and we look inside the users, so we have the string users, we look inside the users collection, then a comma, and then we look up the current user.uid. So that looks within the specific user, and then we have a comma, and then we look up inside the notes collection. So this is the reference that we need, and in here, after that, what we can do is we can say const snapshot. So we take a snapshot of that collection, and we say the snapshot is equal to, and we await get docs. So plural docs, we make sure we import that from Firebase Firestore, and then we pass in the notes ref. So this is going to give us a snapshot of our collection. And now what we can do is we can say const notes indexes is equal to snapshot. We call the .docs method, so that's going to access all the subdocs, and we map over them. The map takes an arrow function. The arrow function receives the doc as an argument, and we just want to return the doc.id, and that's going to be the ID, or essentially we're going to iterate over all of our docs, and for every doc we're going to access its ID, and that's going to remain inside the array. And then after that we're going to say set note IDs equal to notes indexes. Those are all the indexes or identifiers of our different documents. So that's pretty straightforward fetching logic. What we're also going to do after that, we've defined the function, now we just invoke the function. And the reason we kind of do it this way is because you don't want to make this an asynchronous callback inside of a useEffect. That's going to get messy. If you're going to have asynchronous logic, you confine it to a function and you just invoke the function, and you make sure you don't have any synchronous code that needs to be executed. Everything async has to go within the fetching data. So this is fetch indexes. So just to write out what this does, this fetches the IDs of all our documents. So now we're going to fetch all of the indexes. We should be able to come back to our application and refresh the page, and that should actually fetch that first. So that's totally worked. You know, we've got our first thing, and it's hello my name underscore underscore, and then the exact timestamp. Now what we're going to do is come down to the note. And just in here, before we render out the button, we're going to have a little bit of logic that's just going to split up the timestamp and the title that we're going to show. So the title is just going to be the first 15 characters. So here what we're going to do is say const bracket, we're going to use array destructuring. We're going to have the name, so nd for date equals to note.split, and we're going to split it on the double underscore, which is that little face. So the second half of that array, which is going to be the date time afterwards, the millisecond amount is going to be assigned to D, and the first 15 characters is going to be assigned to N. And now what we can do is we can render out N instead of note, and for date time, what we can do is we can, well, first let's actually create the date entity in human language. So we'll say const date equals to circular parentheses, new date, uppercase date. We're going to invoke the date class, and in here we're going to pass in a parseInt that contains the date time. And then what we're going to do on that is called toString, and that's going to give us a legible human date. And then what we're going to do is, where we have date time in the small here, we're going to remove that, have some curly braces, pass in the date, and then just do a tiny bit of string formatting. So that's going to say dot split, split on the space key, and we want to dot slice it from 1 to 4, and then we want to dot join it with a space character. So this is just text formatting to make the date look better. And what I'm going to do is, just before we return, I'm going to say console.log date so I can explain what's actually happening. So if we go ahead and save all of that, we can see that now the double underscore has been split, and so we have the name of the document and then we have the date. Now if we look over here in the logs, what you can do is you can see this is the full date thing. And so what I've done is I've split it on the space character, and then I've taken the first to the fourth, the first to the third, not including the fourth, so July 7, 2025, and that's the part that I've taken out of it, and then what I've done is I've joined it with a space character, so I've turned it into its own string from an array. And so that's what's displaying there. And that is looking pretty good, if you ask me. Now, the last thing we need to do is make it so that when I click on it, it actually does something, because currently it doesn't do a whole lot, and that's not really going to work for us, is it? So what we're going to do now is do the final step, which means that when I click on a note, it actually goes and fetches that note. So the way that we're going to do that is by adding an onClick event to this button. So we're going to say onClick, pass in an arrow function, open up the arrow function, and in here what we're going to do is define our router again. If you remember when we authenticated, we're going to do the exact same thing. So just under where we've defined our ref, we're going to say const router equal to use router. Make sure we import it from next/navigation. So there's the import line, invoke it. And then what I'm going to do is take that router, and down here when we click on a note, so here's the on click, I'm going to say router.push, and I'm going to push, so we invoke push, we pass in a string that's going to be /notes, and then we're going to have a query, and the query is going to be the question mark, and after that we're going to have ID equals, and then we're going to append onto that the, I think it's E, or well, no, sorry, note. It's going to be the note. So we're going to append onto it note. Now, that should pretty much do it. So now when I click on the note, what should happen is if we don't have a note, it's just the blank thing. So here it's just anything. But then if I click on the note, I want to see the ID of that note showing up in the URL. Now, the reason we're doing this is because if you think about ChatGPT or some other application, if we refresh the page, we need a way of being able to come directly to that note. And if it's in the URL, we know that they're on that note, we can fetch it like directly. So it's going to be super efficient. So that's kind of how this system is going to work. Now, the one last feature we have to add in here is deleting a note. Now, the logic to delete a note is actually relatively straightforward. So what we're going to do is come into the side nav, and this can be constrained specifically to the side nav because that's where this button is. And so just underneath where we have all of this information, what I'm going to do is define an async function called delete note, just like that. And in here, because it's asynchronous and we've got data fetching, I'm going to have my try, catch the error, finally block. And we're going to console.log error.message. And this delete note needs to receive the doc ID, or the note ID even better. So note ID. Note IDX is what we're going to go with, something unique. Now, the logic to actually delete it looks a little bit like the following. What we're going to do is once again define the note ref, and we can actually go ahead and copy that directly from where we write the add doc. So just up here, if we have the note ID and our handle save note, we're going to copy this line right here because that's going to be the exact note reference. So we're going to copy that line. I'm going to paste it in here. Now we need to import a whole lot of stuff. So we're going to import doc. Make sure we add that import up there. We've already got DB. That's all good for the second. And then after that, we're going to have one more line, and that's just going to say await delete doc. Make sure we import that from Firebase, and then we're just going to pass in the note ref. And then the last thing we're going to do is call set note IDs, and we're going to invoke it, and we're going to do a slightly different setting of our logic. Now, when you want to set a note, there's two ways these setter functions can work. We can pass in the new value verbatim, and that's absolutely fine. Or what you can do is pass in an arrow function. Now, if you pass in an arrow function, this arrow function receives the current entity as an argument. So I'm going to call that cur, and that's the current value. And whatever we return from this function is what's going to be the new note IDs. So what we can do is we can just return cur.filter, call the filter array, and this is going to be the IDX. And then what we can do is say the dot filter takes a function that receives the IDX, and we can say IDX not equal to note IDX. So we're going to basically keep any note that doesn't have an ID that equals the IDX that we're deleting. So we're going to delete it from Firebase, and then we're going to delete it from our catalog. And that's pretty much how that is going to work. So just with that logic, that's going to remove that note ID from our ID list, and it's going to delete it from Firebase. And so now that we have this function, we can take delete note, come down to where we render out our notes just here. And on this div, technically this is a little bit illegal. You're not meant to add onClicks to divs, but we're going to add an onClick. And this is going to receive an arrow function. And in here, we're going to call delete note. And we're just going to pass in the, the note. And this is going to be essentially the full note or the document index. So that's going to go ahead and delete it. Now, in this case, we technically have an onClick within a button, and that's kind of awkward because by clicking this div, we're actually also clicking the button. So what happens? Does this onClick run or does this onClick run? And they're kind of conflicting. We don't want them both to run. So this is called click propagation. It's going to propagate upwards from this div to this button. So what we have to do is on this onClick, receive the event, and we just call e.stop propagation, invoke that, and that makes sure that this is the last click, it doesn't go any further, and we delete the note. So now if we go ahead and save that, we should be able to test the delete feature. I can click to delete that note, and I got that note is not defined in side nav line 23. Side nav line 23 right here. And that's because the notes ref needs to be instead of note.index. So let's just try that once more. Let's go ahead and delete that. And that has now deleted that note. And if I refresh the page, that will be gone forever. It is indeed gone. So now we can go ahead and add a new note. That's all good. That's not really doing anything because we're not saving them. We can go ahead and save notes if we actually have content in our note, which we don't currently have. And two more things I might do. If we're in the viewer and there's no content here, what I might just do is make sure that says no content. So we're going to come inside of MDX, and just in here, if it says text, what we can do is have an or statement after the text.trim, and that's just going to contain a string that says hop in the editor to create your first, or to create a new note. So if text.trim is totally blank, then it's just going to say hop in the editor to create a new note, hop in the editor, and then you can add all that content. So that's working nicely. And now we are ready for the last bit. Let's go ahead and write a note now. So I'm going to say tag, this is my first legit note, double line, this is going to be like second header, and then down here we can have a hello world. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and save that. So now we have a note. Oh, there's something interesting. It hasn't been added to our side nav. So that's something we just have to fix really quickly. So if we save it, we need to come into our page. And where we save it, so if we're saving a brand new note, we need to make sure that the doc info, which contains the new ID, is going to, or essentially the new ID is also added to our notes IDs. So we're also going to, in addition to setting the note, we're going to set note IDs, invoke that. We're going to, once again, do the cur thing, cur arrow function, immediately return an array, spread out the cur, and then just pass in the note IDs. So that should make sure that it's added to the side nav. Lots to do. So let's go ahead and save that, and then that should have added it to the side nav. Why is that not showing up in the side nav? Now it shows up in the side nav. Let's go ahead and create a new note. So here's our editor. This is a brand new note. What is going on? We'll go ahead and save that. I'm a silly muppet. I added notes IDs instead of new ID. So let's just go ahead and refresh that one more time. One more time. So we've got our two notes over there. Let's go ahead and add a new note. Come into the editor. This is a, or let's say James is cool. That's our new note. Let's go ahead and save that. And now that's, okay, perfect. So that's showing up inside of our side nav. And if I refresh the page, that will still be there. So our side nav is working. That's all good. The next thing we have to do is when we create a new note, we need to make sure that currently we're on the ID from a previous note. So we need to make sure that when we create a new note, or especially when we save it, that's what happens. Now, the way that we're going to do that is inside of this else, when we have a new note and it's officially saved, what we're going to do is type window.history.pushState, and we're going to modify the URL. So we invoke pushState, we pass in null, comma, empty string, comma, and then we pass in the query, and that's going to be some backticks, and that's going to have a question mark, and the ID is going to be equal to $ curly braces to inject some JavaScript, and that's going to be the new ID. So now when I save a new note, our URL is going to be updated to match, so that's really important. And the one other thing we have to do is when we create a new note, I actually want to blank out any queries that are inside of the URL. So inside of handle create note, what we're going to do is define, basically just say window.history.replace state, invoke that, pass in null empty string, and then string/notes. So that's just going to go back to being original. So currently we're in this note just here. If I go new note, we now get a blank URL, which is perfect. And I think the one other thing we might just want to do is if we're creating a new note, we'll make sure that isViewer is false, because we don't want to open it to a viewer. So we'll say set isViewer false. So I think that should pretty much do the trick. One optional thing you could do is if you're deleting a note, you could call handle create note, so that would automatically open you up on a new note, but that's kind of up to you. So now we're very close to finishing. We've got all of this notes working. Now what we need is when I click on a note, it needs to fetch in that information, because currently we've just clicked on a note right here and it doesn't have any information. So what's going on? And this part's actually not too complex. All we have to do is read these URL queries and have one last data fetching use effect. So when you have queries inside of a URL or URL parameters, just like this, so we have an ID, the way that you read them inside of Next.js is with search params. So just under here where we call our useAuth hook, what I'm going to do is say const search params is equal to use search params, and that's imported from next/navigation. Now, what we do is we invoke use search params, and that's going to give us access to the search params. And what we're going to do is come down to the bottom of this component, just above where we return these two statements, and we're going to say one last use effect. Now this use effect is going to take a callback function and a dependency array, and the dependency array is going to have two entries. One is going to be current user, and the other one is going to be search params. So when the current user changes, we want to run this, and also when search params changes, we want to run this and check if we need to fetch some more data. Now search params would be whenever we fetch a new note. So whenever we open a new note from the side nav, this should be triggered and we would refetch that data. Now one thing you could do in here to make it clever inside of this code block, we're just going to fetch the note from Firebase every time. But what you could do is you could locally cache notes in a global context like the one we already have. You perhaps just need an extra state. And you could essentially cache a note that we've already opened inside of that state, and then the cache just goes away when they reload the page, and then we'd refetch it from Firebase. And that would potentially reduce the number of fetches, but for this kind of thing, it's not the end of the world. Now what we do inside of the use effect is we say const value equals to search params.get, and we get the ID because we're saving this search parameter to the key ID. Now what we do underneath that is we have our guard clause that says if not value or not current user, we want to return. And that's because if we don't have a value, then we don't have an ID. So we'll return a blank unsaved note. And if we don't have a current user, then we don't want to be fetching anything. And then under that, we define an async function. We say async function fetch note. And inside here, what we're going to do is just say, we literally just fetch the note. So we say try, we have our try, catch the error, and then a finally block. And inside of the try block, we say const, and once again, we use the note ref. So it's very equivalent to what we've done up here. We literally copy this note ref from above in the handle save note. So we copy that line to get the reference of the note, except it's not going to be note ID. In this case, it's going to be the value. The value is going to be the note ID. And then we say const, we get a snapshot of the document. So that's equal to await. And this one's get doc singular, making sure that we import get doc from Firebase Firestore. And then we pass in the note, we invoke and pass in the note ref. And then after that, we say const doc data is equal to snapshot.exists. Now this is a method that checks whether or not this document actually exists, and it's super important. Then we have the ternary operator, and if it does, then we return an object that's going to have an ID key, and the ID is going to be snapshot.id. That's the ID of the document that we've fetched, and then we're going to have a comma, and we're going to spread out snapshot.data, and we're going to invoke the data method, and that's going to fetch the full document. Otherwise, null. So if the snapshot exists, that means that the document does in fact exist, and then we basically get the whole document and we create this whole object, which is going to be our doc data, and if it doesn't, then we have null. And then under that, all we do is we say set note, and actually, I lie, we're going to have an if block. We're going to say if doc data, then we're going to set the note. That's going to be an object, and we're just going to spread out doc data inside of that object. So that just means that we found the doc, and so you could console.log found doc if you want. And that's going to go ahead and fetch that note. And the last thing we have to do is very simply invoke fetch note. Now I think up above what we did is we defined a state for, oh, it looks like we didn't, never mind. Set is loading. No, I think that's absolutely fine. Yeah, we're gonna create one more stateful variable up the top of the notes page. We're gonna say const square braces is loading, set is loading, equal to use state, invoke that, and pass in false. And this is just going to be for loading a document. And then we're gonna come down to our use effect, and inside up the top, inside of the try block, we're just gonna say set is loading true. And then inside of the catch, we're going to console.log the error.message. And then finally, we're going to set is loading false. And in addition to that, at the top of this function, we're going to add a guard clause that says if is loading. So if we're currently loading a note, then just return. We don't want to fetch anything else because otherwise that's going to be complicated. And we don't want to duplicate fetching. So that is the logic for fetching a particular document. All you do is you look up the reference, and then if the doc data exists, you access the .data method, and then we set the state. So now if we go ahead and save that literally just fetched this information, which is perfect. So now if I were to click on a different one, it should fetch the different data. So this one is James is cool. This one is James is cool as well. I could go ahead and come into the editor, modify that a whole lot, save it, and now when I refresh the page, we lose it. Now, one small bug I've just found that we want to be really cautious of is having any kind of hashes inside of our document IDs. So one thing that's going to be critical that we do is first come back and delete all of these things and come over to our function where we create them. So that's going to be inside of page.js. We need to scroll up to this case just here where we have note.content.slice. Before we even do that, we need to go note.replace all and replace all hashes with an empty string. That's going to be really important, because we cannot have a hash in an ID because that anchors us to a particular part of the page. So that's just something really important for us to be aware of. Now, we're almost very nearly done. The last thing we have to do is when we use search params, Next.js is really fiddly and it needs us to wrap that inside of React suspense tags. So we're going to come up to our layout inside of notes and just use the suspense tags, which is just a loading state. We're going to invoke them and make sure we wrap our children in these suspense tags. And the suspense tags take a fallback that's equal to some curly braces that contains an h6 with a class name of text-gradient. And that just says loading ... And now we should have a functional application. So let me just go ahead and create a new note. That should blank out our URL. We can have a new note. Inside here, I'm going to say hash James is really cool. We can go ahead and check that that's working. So I can come into the viewer, that looks good. I can go ahead and save that. Note.replaceAll is not a function. That's because I'm a silly muppet. If we come into the page, it should be note.content first. So we go note. So we just have to swap it on the other side of the content. Note.content.replaceAll. If we go ahead and try that again, if we save that, that pushes the URL, and now we can go to the viewer. That shows that if I refresh the page, we load in that content and we have it again. So that's absolutely brilliant. Now, one last feature that I really want to add, let's say we're in our viewer, we click on a new note. What I want to do is make sure that it defaults setting it to viewer is true. So we've got the suspense tags. We just need to have isViewer, set isViewer, and pass that into the side nav. Let's come down to the side nav. We just need to pass down set isViewer equals to set isViewer to the side nav. Then we can copy that, come into the side nav. And when we have the button to push to show the new note, we just want to call set isViewer, set it equal to true, pass in true, and make sure that we import or destructure that out of the props up the top. So we'll destructure that line as well. So now when I come over here and I click on the note, it defaults to showing the Markdown viewer. And I believe that is literally everything. I think that's our application ready to be deployed live to the internet. It's taken us a hot minute, but that is literally it. Let's just check that it works. So we log out, we get booted out to the main page. Let's try it, test@gmail.com, 123, 123, 123. Submit that, we log in, it loads our notes. We're currently in a brand new note. We can click on our note, that loads it, and it shows it. And then we can come into the editor. I could change it, save it, go to the viewer, and then refresh the page, and it should pull in those changes. I can add a new note, and I could say, you guys are all really cool. We can go ahead and save that one. It's a secondary note on the side. We can come to the viewer, refresh the page, and it pulls that note in. I can come back over to James. That works. Let's test the delete functionality. Refresh the page. That's what I'm talking about. Literally. How cool is that? You now officially have a Markdown viewer. Now, it's time that we deploy this application. Well, actually, let's just check that we've really done everything. No, we haven't. There's actually one other thing we have to do. So currently, FantaCSS imports the fonts. However, that's not going to be sufficient, and I'm actually going to just shortcut this. We need to add the official Google font imports for these font families to the head of our document, because the CSS import won't apply when we deploy our application. It's just a weird little artifact of the process. So what I'm going to do is copy this across from the GitHub, head over to the GitHub inside of app, inside of head.js. GitHub's linked in the repo in the description down below. And you want to copy across these 3 link tags right here. These are the link tags that you need to import these fonts from Google Fonts. It's not really that challenging. You just come over to Google Fonts and you could look them up. The fonts that we're using are Iscar and Enter and Press to Start. And you literally just get the embed code, and it's just the embed code for that. And it says to encode these in the head of your document. So it's pretty straightforward, but I just thought I'd save us the effort. So we need to make sure these are added to our document inside the head of the document. Go ahead and save that. And then we're going to have legit font imports. So anyway, let's go ahead and deploy this application to the internet. It's more than overdue. And the way that I'm going to do that is with GitHub. Now you will need a GitHub account for this project, and I am going to use GitHub Desktop because it's just easy. If you haven't got GitHub Desktop, recommend looking it up. I don't know why it does that resume browsing thing. GitHub Desktop. Really easy to download. Once you've downloaded it, it should look something a little bit like this. You'll need to connect it with your GitHub account. If you feel comfortable using Git, then go hard for that. I'm going to click on the side down here, click add existing repo. That's going to pop up this window. We're going to choose the repo. I'm going to come over to GitHub, look up the Next.js 15 course, click open on that, add the repo. And the first thing we're going to do is look through the side here and make sure there's no .env. That is so important. Unfortunately, there is not, which is perfect. Now what we're going to do is we are going to say, as a summary, finished app. We're going to click commit to main and publish the repo. I'm not going to keep this code private, and I'm going to add a little description. Next.js 15 full stack course. Let's get a little fire emoji out. I love these emojis. Build and deploy a Markdown notes app with Firebase and FantaCSS. Let's hope that's not too long. It probably is. Can we publish that repo? Perfect. So we click publish, and once that's all done, you should be able to come over to the GitHub repo, and that should have all of your code inside. So now that we have the code in here, we're going to head over to Netlify to deploy our app for free. So we're going to come to netlify.com. This will also be linked in the description down below. We're going to log in. Pretty straightforward. I'm going to sign in with GitHub. And once we're in here, what we're going to do is click on add new project, and we're going to import an existing project. Now I'm going to deploy this from GitHub, which is going to require me to authenticate with GitHub. And it's going to search through all of my repos. Now mine are programmed to be automatically selected, so what I have to do is come down to the bottom because it's not going to be here, and I have to click this configure the Netlify app on GitHub. Once I'm in here, I just need to come over to the right one, and it brings me to the setting page, and I just scroll down, and I just have to select the repos. So this is going to be Next.js 15 course, click save, and now it's going to be available for me in here. So I can click Next.js, and that should show up. So there it is. Now we're going to click on that. It should automatically detect that it's a Next.js project. So here we can see that it has in fact done that, publishing to .next. This is a Next.js project. Now what you'll want to do is first fill out a project name. So I'm going to steal MD notes. Is that available? It's not available. Goodness, small notes. Let's go for small notes. That's not available either. Who's stealing my URLs? Really small notes. Surely that's good. You might have to be a little bit creative because these are unique, but at the same time you get a free URL that you can share with your family and friends. Now as we scroll down, there's not much you have to change except for the environment variables. Now if you remember, the environment variables are everything inside of our .env. And so what we have to do, I can come into the Firebase rules document just here, and these are my environment variables, is we have to add a bunch of environment variables. Now you can add them manually, or you can import from a .env file, which is what we're going to do. So I'm going to pretty much just paste the contents of my secret .env file just in here. So now I've pasted the content just in here, the whole thing just as it was. And what we can do now is deploy our application to the internet. So that's going to take a second to deploy our Next.js app with Firebase. It's going to run through all the things. If you want, you can even come over and watch all the build logs, which can sometimes be interesting, but they're typically more interesting if something actually goes wrong. Touch wood, that doesn't happen. We got through building. Should be good to go from here. And then we will have a live application. How cool is that? So now what we can do is we can come over to the main page for our app. It's deployed to the internet. I can click on really small notes, and I should be able to now log in, test@gmail.com, 123, submit that, and it fetches in my info. We have our notes. James is really cool, 123. And that is a live project that you can now add to your portfolio website. Share with your family and friends, even use all the time, add a whole lot of features to do whatever you want with. Huge congrats to you for making it this far in the course. Like, it's a massive undertaking. I hope that you have learned so very much and that you're feeling a little bit better developing these applications with Next.js and Firebase. It's my absolute favorite tech stack. Just before I talk about what you can do next, if you have enjoyed the course so far, it would be so appreciated if you could smash the like and subscribe buttons. And if you haven't started the repo on GitHub, that would be lovely too. Now, we've learned so much. How do we stop getting into tutorial hell? What can you do to take this to the next level? A couple of things. You could add an account page. You could add subscriptions with Stripe. Those are kind of more advanced features. What I'm going to do is inside of the README for this project, once I've uploaded this course and written it out, I'm going to write all of the next features I would recommend implementing. You should be able to do it because we have examples of how everything should work so far. You just need to change it, modify it a little bit. They shouldn't be too complicated, but there could be some nice extra little touches. And I highly recommend just going and fiddling with the colors, changing some of the placement, all that good stuff. And if you want, even show your finished version, share it with me on social media. If you want to tag me on LinkedIn, I'd love to see the hard work that you guys are putting in. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing this Next.js experience with me. Once again, I hope you've had a good time. It's a huge project, but if you can build this kind of stuff, then you can build absolutely anything. Thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys later. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.